Uh, Director, good morning to everybody here. I have the secretary here in chambers with me, and we have, I think, Auditor Racinas indicating that she is in, and the superintendent. Auditor Racinas may be having some difficulty, but in any event, I believe we have a quorum. So,
Mr. Chairman, we would recommend that the board first convene as the State Board of Land Commissioners, and then we'll get to the agenda for that. So,
very good. Well, I do note that the auditor is now on, and so we do have a quorum, and so can we convene as the Board of Land Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, before we get into the agenda, we do have some oil and gas lease auction results for the board that Deputy Director Crowder would like to report. So with your indulgence, we'd like to start with
Please.
Deputy Crowder.
Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just wanted to provide an update to the board of our latest oil and gas auction, which did close yesterday, as a matter of fact, and returned greater than expected revenue from that auction. Total from the auction was $2.4 million. We did offer 162 parcels, which is a little bit less than our normal 200. But the most interesting thing to update the board on about that is that 100% of those parcels were sold, and we haven't seen that for quite some time. So we as an office have tried over time to predict oil and gas prices and general revenue over time on the result of these auctions, and have had very little luck in that. So what we do anticipate coming forward out of this result of 100% sold and a $2.4 million return is that possibly there's more speculation out there, possibly brighter future that the oil and gas industry sees, because getting one of these leases really just sets you up for further production. There's no wells on these parcels. Obviously right now, it just is the first step towards getting wells on those parcels. So we see that as a very positive step. Another thing to note is that you may be aware that the BLM canceled their summer auction, which gave us a little bit of a concern that possibly we were stepping into a lake without any fish. But we've seen that to be different here. Also, the Craig Group estimated this auction to return zero in revenue, which they categorized as probably less than $500,000 to $400,000. So we exceeded those expectations considerably. Just to give a little bit more color on why this is a good thing to update the board on, in March, we only received a $1.3 million return. November was a 1.6. However, last July was 2.3. So with this 2.4, we're on par with where we were at last year, which is a good and positive sign, I think. One thing that I do want to note for you, Mr. Chairman, is that this auction was not brought about easily. We've had a lot of turnover in the mineral leasing section in the trust land management division, as you're aware, as a whole. And so those folks have really stepped up to make sure this auction could occur and made sure the auction parcels that were on the list were good and viable auction parcels to offer in a time like this. They did the majority of this work from home, which is just a great achievement on their part, and I want to give them kudos in this venue for that. Particularly Holly Dyer, who's spoken to you several times, the interim assistant director, stepped up, made that possible. We've got a new mineral leasing supervisor in Dick Shaner, who very brand new, but stepped in and helped us get this done. Lynn Hudson working on the logistics of it, and particularly Diana Wolven stepped into a role that she is accustomed to when we have staffing shortages to help us out in this. So really appreciate them, as well as our partner EnergyNet. We sold all of these over the internet through EnergyNet. They did a great job at marketing our parcels across the country to make sure that we had the most bidders possible that could actually show up and buy these bids. So I just wanted to give the board that update. Thanks for that opportunity.
Thank you, Deputy Director Crowder. That's really good news. And it comports a little bit with our information from the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission the other day, that things may not be quite as dire as had been expected. So that's good news, I think, Director.
Always nice to have a little good news to start the day.
And I'll note that the treasurer's joined us as well. So thanks. And Ben, I'm going to try to start my Zoom from here, so mute me all you want. Director, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the only item on the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners today is D9, and you may be wondering why this is 9 instead of 1. D9 was the application for special use lease made by the Board of Albany County Commissioners for a non-motorized recreational trail site and wildlife habitat management area. It was originally considered at the board at the June 4th, 2020 board meeting, and at that time, the matter was tabled. Since the June 4th meeting, the proposed form of special use lease has been reviewed and approved by both the Attorney General's office and the Albany County Attorney. It is attached to the amended board matter. We have also, as I mentioned, amended the board matter itself, as we believe it prudent in the event that the board approves the special use lease application for the board to also restrict other public recreational uses of the site that are inconsistent with the Pilot Hill Land Use Plan via a board order in compliance with Wyoming Statute 36-107B. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think we need a motion to take it off the table, if you will, and then I will yield the floor to Deputy Director Crowder to more fully describe the matter.
Thank you. Director, I would entertain a motion to take this matter off the table.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Auditor. Mr. Treasurer. It's a second from Mr. Treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye. And that carries. Thanks. So we're now on the motion.
The floor to Deputy Director Crowder. Jason, would you please further introduce the matter for the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the director stated, this is a recreational lease on a piece of property that we recently or will recently acquire as the Pilot Hill Exchange. We anticipate closing on that exchange by the end of this month, which would allow this lease to occur if it's approved. It is a recreational lease that would offer a non-motorized trail system, non-motorized recreation park, and a wildlife management area for a term of 25 years. Not much has changed since the last time we brought this before you. So the rent has stayed the same, and I can go through that if you'd like on how we derive that rent. And then the term has also stayed the same, 25 years for the term of this. As the director also noted, though, we found a weirdness when we were discussing this lease, in that it being a recreational lease may be in slight conflict with the existing Board of Land Commissioners rules, specifically Chapter 13, which guides recreational use on state lands. So we've added an order to this board matter for your consideration. And really what it does is it allows the county commissioners through the Pilot Hill Land Use Plan, which I believe each board member has received a copy of, to manage recreational use on that property. Specifically, the land use plan discusses several items, addresses several items of recreational use on the property. And so the board would be giving their authority to manage those specific uses to the county through this order by the restriction. And it's not necessarily a restriction. Restriction is just the term we use to remain in compliance with the rules and with the existing statute. The reason we have to do this through a board order is that Wyoming Statute 36-107 is very clear that unless it's an order issued by the board, it can't be citable. So even if it's a lease provision within a special use lease, it's not necessarily citable as a misdemeanor. So the board issuing an order allows law enforcement to cite against infractions to the order. Any recreational use that's not addressed in the land use plan is not subject to this restriction. However, the important ones to note in this particular application are that the county is requesting no motorized use of the property. So any motorized use would be an infraction. They're also addressing recreational shooting, which if somebody was recreational shooting on the property, that would be an infraction of this restriction. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we've already gone into this lease in great detail. I know there's a lot of folks wishing to speak to you about it. We do have the Pilot Hill group ready and able to show you maps of the property and how they anticipate using it and how they're phasing in, adding additional trails and additional recreational uses to the property. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I'm going to ask members of the board if they have any questions. I do have one. I'm looking at under the special use lease number 5, lessee's responsibilities. I think we're talking about the general responsibilities. And just to be clear, all noxious weeds, et cetera, would be the lessee's responsibility. And then they would dispose of all trash, et cetera, et cetera. So those are obligations that the lessee is willingly taking on. Is that true, Mr. Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And that's a normal provision in all of our special use leases.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputy Crowder? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then I'm Superintendent.
Deputy Crowder, we had a discussion yesterday about the possibility of a limited motorized vehicle use. I'm wondering how we might be able to do that. And for those of you that weren't in the discussion, it was more or less along the lines of an electric assisted bicycle, things for ADA compliance. I kind of feel that we need to step up and represent the minority in some regard here. We're spending millions of dollars or allowing millions of dollars of land to be accessed by essentially a non-state entity and deferring all of our, I guess, oversight over it to a third party. But I think when we do that, we need to make sure that we have some guideposts that are specific about people that are essentially disabled or impaired to be able to access this property, and that we're not just limiting it to people that want to walk and bike. I understand the arguments that were brought forth as far as not allowing 4x4s on there and pickup trucks that would be mud bogging or dumping trash out. I certainly concur with that, but I think there's a reasonable, I guess, in between compromise that would allow some electric motorized vehicles. And I understand there's 3 classifications. I'm not exactly aware of what's within the 3 classifications, but I think that we could probably find something that would allow a little bit more access. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hope that the folks on the line would discuss the opportunities for some perimeter commercialization. So the folks that might come from either out of state or in the community that don't have the necessary equipment would be able to readily avail themselves to the experience with either some kind of commercial or a vendor or license. I guess for a concessionaire or something like that, but necessarily on the perimeter. So you're just allowing them to have that commercialization, but just for the access and the enjoyment of the property. So those are the things that I hope that the people on the other end of the line could maybe address. I think it's a reasonable thing to look at trying to get the most use out of this particular piece of property and the highest amount of dollars going back to the school children, which is necessarily what this overshadows even the recreational use.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Director Crowder, do you have a response?
Mr. Chairman, I do think that the question is probably best left to the Pilot Hill Group and the Albany County Commissioners, as they did the lion's share of the vetting on what brought us to where we are today. I should have mentioned this in the beginning. When we were introduced into the project, the property was already under a buy-sell agreement with Albany County and the current owner at the time. That buy-sell agreement indicated no motorized use. And so that is carried through to today. However, the thing I'll just remind the board of, we were able to negotiate that not to be a deed restriction, but we did agree that we would place that within the lease. So that's what we've done here. And to pull that out, I think we would have to have a further discussion with the landowner to ensure that we are complying with what the intent of the transaction was.
Thank you.
And sorry, again, Mr. Chairman, one more thing, I apologize. The additional commercial use on the property is something we discussed yesterday and is something that we would be willing to consider. However, it wasn't a part of this application, so we didn't. It's not a part of it, obviously. And the rent proposed here doesn't assume that there would be any ancillary businesses along the periphery on the state parcel. However, if the ancillary businesses were on adjacent private University of Wyoming or federal property, there's nothing that we could do to stop that or affect that. So that could be absolutely something that could occur. If we were to add it on the property, we would absolutely need to discuss that with the Albany County Commissioners to ensure that it comports with what they are applying for here in the lease, if they want it to be absorbed in the lease, and understand what their comments and concerns were if we were to pull that acreage out of this lease.
Thank you, Deputy Director. And for those of you online, I'm going to walk through the board members here, and then we'll allow for more comment. Superintendent Bailey, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Director Crowder, could you just go over any statutory or rules or statutes or rules that that require the lessee to continue to seek public input on the special use? So in other words, I guess how this would play out is, how often is the community or the group of lessees required to seek public input on, say, motorized vehicles or electric vehicles? What does that process look like in a situation like this? And I guess I want to bookend that with, I appreciate our fiduciary responsibility to always maximize revenue, but if that was the only factor, we would just do this, in total or by numbers or on paper. And so I appreciate the opportunity to just have the ongoing discussion as a board, but also know that the discussion is continuing to go on at the community level, facilitated by the lessees. So could you just walk through what that looks like, Deputy?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent. We don't have any rules or statute that would require a lessee to go out and seek public comment specific to our office. Now, if it was ancillary oil and gas development, obviously they have to go through the Oil and Gas Commission's public notice rules, DEQ's public notice rules, those types. But for a recreational lease, we don't have any of those. I'm not aware of anything that would require them to do that. If that's something that the board wanted, you could insert that into the lease as a provision that the lessee would be responsible to do. And I do believe that the Albany County Commissioners, through the development of the land use plan that they will present to you, and through the development of the Pilot Hill Group, I believe they have some of those types of provisions within there, or they anticipate that type of work. So that would be a great question for them when they come in.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Secretary or Auditor, any questions? Mr. Secretary.
Just quickly, what are objectionable noises?
Mr.
Jason, what are objectionable noises?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a hard time hearing that. I suppose we don't have that defined real well in the lease, and I would assume that to be anything that would cause somebody to file a complaint that would require law enforcement interaction or something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Auditor, any questions?
Yes, Mr.
the-
Chairman, I'm not sure if now is the right time to ask it, but in regards to, you know, some sort of access to individuals who may be, you know, what I'm picturing are like the all-terrain wheelchairs, like the power chairs. Is there any right already given in federal law that we can't restrict anyway? I'm not sure if I'm asking that quite correctly, but if that question makes sense. Is there already that access guaranteed for vehicles like that for individuals who may be in a who may be chair-bound, regardless of what our lease says?
Deputy Director, do you have a response to that, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that my experience or education allows me to answer that question. I do know that the lease does state that the lessee must comply with all existing statutes, rules and regulations and federal regulations. So if there was such a thing, they would have to comply with that.
I hate to call Brandy up here, but Brandy, our Attorney General rep, do you have any color you can put on this?
Mr. Chair, we also have Jim Peters from our office and Patrick Miller from our office on the phone, and I think they're efforting on finding this answer. I think the question, and Auditor Sinus, I may be wrong, is would something like the ADA apply, where you have to provide public access? And actually, I don't know that we have an answer for you on that at this moment, but I do think Jim is looking into it, so we can get that.
Would it be proper to suppose if the county commissioners were the ones responsible for this, they would be the ones that would be responsible for addressing that question?
Mr. Chair, yes, I think that's correct. If the county commissioners were the ones who opened it up to the public, because the ADA comes into play once you've opened a facility up to the public, that you have to make it accessible for all the public. So it would be the entity that opened it up to the public as some recreational area, I would think.
Okay. And it's interesting to me because I think the treasurer brings up an interesting point. There is a whole continuum of assisted vehicles, I guess you would say, from all-terrain chairs to electric bicycles that can now sort of either be helpful or recreational, and then that extends into other things. So it's an interesting point. Very, very good. Are there any other questions for the director or for Brandy? Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
He's going to mute you.
I muted myself. Now, do you do something different?
You've used the microphone.
Oh, that's what I did before. Can you hear me? Jason? They're both agreeing.
Mic up closer.
Jason, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that. So the 25.5 miles of trail that the applicant applied for, does that include the Buck Sullivan Trail that we've discussed?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer that question to the Pilot Hill Group and the people who developed the land use plan. I don't know exactly which miles were associated to what.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. With that, Madam Director, should we hear from the Pilot Hill Group first and then proceed to comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that would be my recommendation, is we hear from the Pilot Hill Group first and then followed by others members of the public who may also have public comment.
Very good. Ben, anybody?
Mr. Chairman, Phil Nicholas and Marilyn Kite.
Thank you for being here this morning. I heard former Senator Phil Nicholas first, and then former Chief Justice Marilyn Kite second. Thank you. Phil, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, with respect to the issue, I think I want to address two issues that Treasurer Meyer brought up, both good issues. The restrictions that you see are carried forward from a contract that I drafted on behalf of the Samuelson or Warren livestock family that was first integrated into a real estate sales agreement with the county. So what we did is we said, look, county, you can go out and purchase this property before it's put on the market. But we would like to if you do buy it, we would like you to keep it in public use. We would like it to have certain restrictions. And the restrictions that we have put into the original contract then were carried forward into the county, and the county had public hearings on it. And I want to talk about a couple of those restrictions. One was we did put in a provision in the original contract for non-motorized vehicles. And I could tell you that having drafted that language and discussed it with the sellers, the issue was internal combustion motors. And a couple reasons. We knew that for this to get support from the entire community, it would have to have support from the people that are living next to it, which are in the Sherman Hills subdivision. It would have to have the support of the community in general, and that is what should take place over the top of the aquifer, and keeping fuel off the aquifer was of some interest. From the Samuelson's point of view, they intend to continue to run a sheep operation next door. And for those of you that know that part of the issue with sheep is just having noises. You want your sheep eating, you don't want them watching next door. And so we drew the line with internal combustion engines. And that's what we intended by non-motorized vehicles. I could tell you that we would not have considered it an issue to have an e-bike on the property, and I think you can use e-bikes in at Kirk Gowdy and in the trails around there. There are people using them there pretty frequently. I can tell you I took up an e-bike, even though I don't consider myself quite handicapped yet. I took my e-bike or borrowed one, went up with my younger son, and I was disappointed to find out he stayed with me the whole time. But I guess it is at our age, maybe we all need e-bikes, but so those things, and the wheelchairs, I think to the extent that they would be used, or electronic wheelchairs are noiseless to the extent that they're used at Kirk Gowdy and those areas. I think that that would not be offensive to at least the seller's concept of what we intended. With respect to the access, I think the community, Treasurer Meyer, shares your view. I think that there are several opportunities to create significant parking areas for access, and they should, in my mind, be developed consistent with the trying to take care of some of the areas there. There is an abandoned quarry there, and I was hoping that they would go and seek AML funds to maybe convert that into a parking area. There's a lot of need for parking, and we would like to see the parking because we think that parking will keep the vehicles off the area. Part of the reason for keeping the vehicles off is for two really reasons. One, we talked about noise, but this is a pretty fragile area, and before it was fenced off, when you allow motor vehicles on there, what we saw, just given the nature of our community, is that mud bogging became a pretty popular sport there. Just in my own experience, the I could show you the areas down below that were just ripped up by mud bogging, and there's just no way to control it. And ultimately, on the Samuelson property, they had to fence it off to stop that damage. On your state land property, you had to finally restrict motorized vehicles just to stop the damage to the mud bogging and things like that. And finally, just trash. I mean, I could tell you that since I came to Laramie, I would routinely take a 5-yard dump truck out and 3 times a year pick up trash. So as long as there was motorized access, and this really began when the dump started charging fees. Wherever there's access that close to town, there were yards and yards, truckloads of dump. I would probably take 3 truckloads of trash out every year. And before your state land was closed off to motorized access, I would take at least 2 to 3 truckloads of trash off of it every year. And it's just unfortunate when it's reality. When the state land became non-motorized, that stopped, and the mud bogging stopped. We have a big county, and there's a lot of access for people with roads and for off-road access for vehicles and ATVs. This property is simply just too sensitive for that. And there are ranchers that want to continue their livelihood on one side, and you have neighbors who would like to have some reasonable privacy. And but I think, and I'm not the Pilot Hill group, I don't speak for them, but at least from our point of view, those types of uses, e-bikes and things like that, certainly didn't intend for those kind of restrictions. Mr. Chairman, just to finish up, I speak on and for the lease on behalf of myself because it's a project I love and I think the community needs. It addresses a lot of needs from the community, everything from aquifer protection to protecting the viewscapes, to protecting the sensitivity of the area and trying to keep it in the same condition that we see it now for our great-great-grandchildren, which was important to all of us. And on behalf of the Warren Livestock, for them that they're pleased to see that this property will be protected, become part of the utilization of the University of Wyoming, part of the recreation of the University of Wyoming. We hope you'll support the lease. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Any questions for Mr. Nicholas? Hearing none, I'll recognize Chief Justice retired Marilyn Cotton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, good. I appreciate the opportunity and other members of the board, the time you've taken on this project is commendable given what issues you're facing in our state today. So thank you all. I'm just going to give a real short summary of how we view this and try to give you short answers to some of the questions, but we also have participating our chairman of the oversight committee that was established by the county, Senator Chris Rothfuss, and hope if he has anything to say when I'm finished, I'd invite him to add his comments. Sarah Brown Matthews, who is really the ramrod of this outfit, will correct anything that I say is wrong and add any other information after that, if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Okay, I think since our last meeting, hopefully you've had a chance to look at the land use plan that was developed by the community and through the community effort. And I think it's lengthy, it's thick, it has a lot of information, but it does answer some of the questions that you've raised. And it was the product of an attempt to balance all of the interests that are out there and the values that are out there, including wildlife, recreation, open space, and aquifer protection. And that's not an easy thing to do, but I can assure you, and contained within the plan is evidence of the extensive efforts that we made to get public comment on this whole process. I would second what Phil Nicholas said about off-road use of the motorized vehicles. I think we all have understood those issues, and I don't hear that that's what the board is suggesting, but Secretary Myers, or excuse me, Treasurer Myers has raised legitimate issue with regard to e-bikes and handicap access. I would direct you to page 73 of our plan that talks about e-bikes and anticipates how we might work with that. I'm certainly not an expert in those, but the Forest Service at this time, which of course is our neighbor and our partner in developing the upper trails, does not consider them non-motorized. But I also understand there are 3 or 4 different types of e-bikes, and sort of the e-bike 1 level doesn't operate unless the person's actually pedaling, and I think I'll bet you that's the kind that Phil is using, and that has been allowed by many owners of public land. So it's an issue that is ongoing. As we indicate in the plan, we're going to try to coordinate with the Forest Service. In other words, if they allow them on their the upper parts of this project, obviously it would make sense for us to do the same. So I think we can say that we would commit to trying to stay progressive on this issue of e-bikes as it develops, and certainly I would assume the process could be that we change our regulations, and that's subject to approval of the state land office if that evolves in that direction. So we'd like to stay consistent with what the Forest Service does. We know they're in a 2-year planning process of developing these upper trails, and I think certainly we will consider how e-bikes should properly be addressed. The handicap issue, if the trails, number 1, I think I've got this right, and Sarah can correct me, trail number 1, 2, and 15 are going to be designed for handicap access. They're close to the city and on more level topography, but the trails will be designed to be wide enough and of suitable surface so that they can be accessed by the handicap. That of course can evolve too. I mean, this is our plan at this point, and with public input and experience and input from the state land board staff, these issues can and will be addressed in the future. We have created a nonprofit corporation, and I don't have at my fingertips, although Sarah might, the proposed membership of that board that will manage the nonprofit, but we made a significant effort to include people, the university and all people with all other interests. That board hasn't yet been established because we've been waiting for this process to be completed, but it is intended that we will have ongoing community input and suggestions about, there's lots of things that I'm sure that we haven't even thought of, and issues that are going to develop as a result of the use of this property that we'll have to adapt and change. And we would commit to you that we will do that with full participation of the public. I think in terms of the specific trail, the Buck Sullivan, I'll leave that to Sarah. I think our obligation, and you'll get your input from the Attorney General's office, but we, under the ADA, we have to provide reasonable access, and we think that we've probably done that with these lower trails, but certainly we have a commitment to complying with the federal requirements to the extent that that's necessary. On the question of private businesses, I think it's important for the board to understand that there have been lots of discussions with private landowners that are adjacent to this property, close to town, that we've all joked about the fact that we're definitely going to need a brew pub at the bottom of this development. But bike shops, brew pubs, restaurants, hopefully would be a natural use of that private land. I think we would be concerned about trying to manage using leases or however you would do it on state-owned property to make those uses on that property. I think that's a complicated issue, and we'd be in some ways competing with those owners of private land that would like to see if they can add value to their land as a result of being adjacent. So it's be a tricky issue, but again, it's a kind of thing that we're all going to learn as we move forward and as we attempt to cooperate and be partners with the surrounding property owners, both the Sherman Hills and then the private property commercial owners that are much closer to town. So I think that I'm just looking through my notes. I think I have covered everything that I intended to in some of your questions. If it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we ask Senator Rothfuss to add any comments that he might have.
Thank you, Marilyn. Nice to hear your voice. Ben, we do have a Senator Rothfuss. Senator Rothfuss, very nice to have you join us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board for giving us this opportunity to discuss the Pilot Hill project and our aspirational plans that we've been working on for the past 3 years. Mr. Chairman, I think Chief Justice Kite nailed down all of the questions. The one thing that I just want to add on and stress is really how much public participation has gone into this process. This, for us, has been an arduous 3-year process where we were asked by the county commissioners upon the agreement to purchase an option on the Pilot Hill parcels to explore a way that we could purchase the land or utilize the land for this public good, recognizing its importance in many ways, obviously from a water quality standpoint, recreation, wildlife management, preservation and protection, educational opportunities here, and just the viewscape, if nothing else. And so for us, this has been a 3-year process, but throughout that process, we've really listened to the community, and we've projected some concepts throughout that have been based on these land use agreements that we had when we were working with Samuelson and Warren Livestock and the family and Mr. Nicholas in terms of figuring out how we would use this land. So it's important from our perspective that we continue to represent the interests of the community that have led to this successful groundswell of support, raising $1 million of support that has helped to fuel and move this project forward, and to recognize that all of this work, all of these thousands of hours of volunteer time that have gone into it, all of the planning, the cooperation, the coordination with state, local, and federal agencies, conservation groups, recreation groups, business community in Laramie, working with the Office of State Lands, and they've done a tremendous job. Director Scoggin and Deputy Crowder have been incredible throughout this process. But it's all been with this common vision, and we want to make sure that as we work moving forward, that we're able, on behalf of the constituents that have supported this project, to realize that vision, which is represented by this land use plan, which once again was the result of participation by hundreds of community members. All input was heard, but we have to make hard choices from time to time. Now, all of that said, when we look at motorized vehicles specifically from a disability accommodation standpoint, there was never an intent to exclude disability accommodation, and we are obligated to adhere to the Americans with Disabilities Act. We do have, as you can see on page 2 of the document, at least 2 trails that will be ADA compliant, so we can meet that. We've worked with our trail designer to ensure that there is that opportunity. And if the board feels that it's not explicit that we're able to use certain electric vehicles or electric motored wheelchairs in the lease language that we have as far as those terms and conditions, then I don't think any of us would be averse to making sure that that's clarified. But Chairman Gordon, to be quite honest, I don't see it in its current phrasing as being prohibitive in any way to e-bikes, particularly since we include that in the land use plan, a certain type of e-bike, certain classification. And obviously, we're just not going to be able to trump the ADA requirements where you have opportunity to use electric wheelchairs and electrical assistance for ADA compliance. So on and for the lease, I really appreciate the time that the committee has spent working on this opportunity, and we're all here to answer any other questions or provide any other information that we can. So I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in this morning and look forward to getting this moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rosas. Ben, I do see that Sarah Brown Matthews has her hand raised. I'm going to let her speak to us, and then I'm going to ask if there are any questions for any of the panelists at this point. Please, Ms. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everyone hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate your time this morning. I don't have a lot to add, but I do want to just make a few clarifying comments. We do have two currently designed ADA accessible trails. As you look at the map, it is trail number 1, which is just over 2 miles, 2.16 miles. That's in the north section of the University of Wyoming property, just north of the schoolyard trails. You can see that as a yellow and black outlined trail system. That was selected primarily because of the topography of that area and also accessible parking for individuals that might be interested in using those trails. And our intent is to have that really accessible as one of the very earliest first phase trails that will be built out in the project, so that as the winter begins to knock on the door here in Laramie, all of our community members of all ages, young mothers with strollers and individuals in wheelchairs and seniors that want to get out and exercise will have the opportunity to do that. Just to the south and a little bit west of that is a smaller trail. It's trail number 15. That was designed specifically also as a universal accessible trail, and with the intent that it'll become an educational focus in that area. There's interesting archaeological opportunities for us to create some learning outdoor classroom spaces in that area. It's also adjacent to the city springs, which provides wonderful opportunities to talk about geology and the aquifer and how the community has been able to, over the history of our community, tap into the wonderful spring resources that currently provide much of our drinking water. The other trail that we are considering and may end up becoming universally accessible or ADA compliant is up at the top. It's marked as trail number 12. And that will be dependent upon the U.S. Forest Service Gateways Plan. They are talking about all of their non-motorized trails over the next 2 years, as Marilyn Kite mentioned. But part of our conversations with them is that we would like to have at that top area also an accessible trail that could be utilized by people from the top to do a short loop in whatever form they choose to, on foot or on bike or in a wheelchair, etc., and be able to enjoy that scenery at the top in the forested area, and also the great view down to Laramie. So depending on the Forest Service determination for parking and for accessibility at the top, that may also become ADA compliant in the planning process. I believe Treasurer Meyer asked the question about the Buck Sullivan's Road, Springs Road. That actually is in the southern portion of the property, the area on your map that's marked potential wildlife habitat management area. and it's fairly far south, down kind of off where you can see on the Forest Service map, the 703 road. So that is not currently considered a trail. We really worked closely with Wyoming Game and Fish Department on feedback on where it would be appropriate to put a hiking, biking, horse trail within that WHMA area that would avoid some of the critical drainages where elk and moose seek winter habitat areas and often find shade in the summertime. And so they worked very carefully with us to figure out that trail number 38 through the WHMA area that probably won't go into development until phase 3 of the project, so that we can continue to, through game cams, et cetera, monitor the wildlife activity up there and make sure we're making wise decisions on exactly where the recreation trail would be located. But our premise is at this point that it will roughly follow that line 38, which is about a 3-mile trail through that section of the property. And I believe Marilyn Kite also mentioned that, yes, we currently will partner with the Forest Service in enforcing what they have on as a restriction on electric bikes, because we realize that you either have to come through the Forest Service to get to our property, or vice versa, as they move through their planning process and determine whether or not they're going to change their standing on the easiest e-bike, the phase 1 e-bike. We will also follow along with their process and reconsider whether or not we'll allow those type 1 e-bikes on the Pilot Hill section. Were there any questions specifically about the map or the concept plan that we did not address that I can try to answer for you?
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. So I'm going to ask questions. I think that question actually came from Mr. Secretary.
Oh, I apologize.
Any follow-up on that? Okay, so Mr. Secretary. Mr. Treasurer.
A question about the Forest Service. Am I to understand that all of your trails go through the Forest Service and you couldn't use e-bikes on just the Pilot Hill area, or all trails necessarily have something to do with the Forest Service?
All of our trails do not go connect through the Forest Service, but we are working closely with them with the intent of connectivity through the Forest Service, with the goal, quite honestly, of folks being able to possibly start out at Kurt Gowdy State Park and come all the way through the Medicine Bow National Forest Pole Mountain Unit, access the trails then on Pilot Hill and end up in Laramie. We would have the option internally to make a change, but the borders between the Forest Service and the Pilot Hill property, we hope to have somewhat fluid, in that people would easily be able to just ride from one area to another or hike from one area to another and not have to stop at a sign that says turn around if you're on a specific e-bike or something else. So in trying to be good partners with the Forest Service as they go through their planning process, they just are starting their non-motorized planning and hoping to clarify their stance on e-bikes in that process. We wanted to maintain a partnership with them in this way and be supportive, at least initially. Again, over time, we know that the e-bikes question is evolving, and we intend to be very thoughtful in working with the community and with the Forest Service and our managing partners to make sure that we're staying up to speed and meeting the needs of the community in that way.
I guess my problem is, irregardless of what the feds do on ADA or the Forest Service, as a public official, I still feel I have the obligation to represent the minorities in our state. whether or not in a public venue their voice is a small one or a large one. And I'd like to have at least some flexibility in here, so there was certainly the option on the face of this lease that would provide for the e-bikes and the motorized wheelchairs and the like in the future, without somebody saying, well, we signed a lease that says non-motorized and non-motorized is non-motorized. I'm hoping that we can come up with at least the optionality in the language of the lease, so we can move forward on this. And I'd like to also look at a time period where, if nothing does happen in this regard, as far as representing the minorities in the community and the state, that we can revisit this as a Board of Land Commissioners matter.
I appreciate that feedback, and I hope that, I do believe our intent in Chapter 4 under Future Management, page 73, was to keep it broad related to the e-bike question. We agree that we don't want to necessarily have to be bound by a timeline that might change with the Forest Service. We did feel, however, initially, because of the fact that there is that connectivity between the Forest Service and the Pilot Hill trails, especially for biking, that we should match the Forest Service initially. However, the way we've tried to position this in our plan, we do have some opportunity for the Board of Directors of Pilot Hill Inc. to continue to gather community input and determine what is the best decision on e-bikes.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. I want to give an opportunity for either Auditor Racinas or Superintendent Belo if they have any questions. Auditor Racinas?
I don't have any, thank you.
Superintendent?
No more questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bump, I see that we have Shannon Markle and we have Phil Nicholas in queue. Am I seeing this correctly? Well, I see Ms. Markle has been on for some time. Let me recognize her.
Yes, Governor. Actually, Shannon is a guy.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. My apologies.
No problem. I would like to read a statement, if I might. So we do, as I represent the motorized community, and we understand that, as you guys had mentioned before, that under the Wyoming Constitution and the state legislature directs, your board to manage the trust lands for these two key purposes. For some of the folks that are on the call today, I'm not sure if they're aware of those purposes. And one, as you have mentioned, is long-term growth and the value. And two is to have optimum sustainable revenue production. And along with the state lands and investment, is required by law to manage those trust lands to produce income to support public schools and other public institutions. And we recognize the difficult time that Wyoming is facing in the near future with revenue shortages and funding and budget cuts. And so, we'd encourage the board to consider ways to allow additional revenues to come from the lands that they manage and own. We're not really sure why the motorized community was completely left out of this lease and the discussion around it, especially now that the state is actually purchasing the land without restrictions are possible. As from my understanding, that the state's not going to purchase the land with any of the restrictions that were in the original sale offer. And we appreciate that the Pilot Hill Group has spent countless hours and several years taking their efforts to really kind of create an amazing opportunity. And that's, you know, of where we're at today. It will be a fantastic thing, I think, for the state as well as the communities of Cheyenne and Laramie. However, the dynamic has changed. And if the seller is going to exchange his land to be owned by the state, then, you know, we'd like to appeal to the state to allow for motorized use. And I was actually on the original recreation board for the Pilot Hill group and attended countless meetings and had hours and hours of discussions with several members. And there was continual refusal to allow even questions on the surveys that were presented to the community about motorized use. And my perception under that was that we were driving, you know, the public's results and the information in just one direction. And it was, even though there was a contingency in the sale, the county seemed resistant to want to go back to the seller to negotiate that term prior to moving forward. They also then refused to ask questions to see what kind of users would be interested from a government entity that's supposed to represent the people here in Albany County. We find it frustrating that we weren't included in the discussion. But we've welcomed the opportunity in the last several weeks to be able to at least have a voice, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. So we'd like to just discuss briefly some of the reasons for motorized use. So we can bring additional funding for our use that even non-motorized users will benefit from. Money for constructing trailheads, bathrooms, etc., education to users, environmental oversight by another state agency to help construct and maintain and patrol trails. We qualify to apply for the Wyoming State Trails for assistance to properly maintain the intended use and the integrity and value of the land. So through applying for grants through the Wyoming State Trails program to build trails, maintain them, increase access to even more users, and to also help patrol trails to maintain compliance. The motorized community is comprised of over thousands of users in Albany and Laramie County. The opportunity to use the land to educate our future generations of how to share and respect the land together is important to us. We know that there are many misconceptions from other user groups about motorized use and the impact that is created there. If the land is properly managed and sufficient miles of trails are available with proper funding to educate and patrol all users, the impact that most people are afraid of and really have seen one or two instances, as Mr. Nicholas has, you know, referred to several times about mud bogging. I'm not sure if any of you have actually walked this land, but there are very little and few places where there's even water that collects there. And to mitigate those areas is certainly should be considered. With proper funding and education for all of those users, we want to bring the opportunity to actually provide some oversight and some real funding that we believe that the county is going to need over a 25-year period, and to reduce the burden on the county, which also struggles to raise income. The aquifer protection. You know, motorized trails would be cleared through a state trails program, and we would ask for their help and specific impact studies in order to avoid any and to mitigate that risk of the aquifer protection. And as I'm sure that there are many examples around the state of Wyoming, work with state trails and understate parks, that they've been incredibly successful in mitigating some of these challenges that we might face. The noise. I forget who asked the question about, you know, what does this noise burden really mean? And nobody's defined it. However, again, I-80, bordering a significant portion of this land, creates an incredible amount of noise that you really can't get away from in all of Laramie. I've lived here my entire life, and it has just become part of the community. So any noise that happens to come from motorized users can also be mitigated with requirements of certain decibel meters and ratings that can be reduced with proper use, such as how the Forest Service actually looks at that. And you'll notice in other organized events that they do control noise in an effective way. The land, as you can see from the maps that have been provided, have 4 to 5 very significant ravines and drainages that also mitigate and reduce noise from certain user groups from each other. Now, I haven't been up on that land for probably over 20 years since the access was closed. And as Mr. Nicholas had mentioned, the fences, as they went up, I respect that. I don't know how a lot of these folks have actually been using the land, motorized, non-motorized users alike, but there's a lot of trespassing that takes place. And so what we'd like to be able to do is to work together as a group to address some of these issues. The user conflict in specifically over a 5,000 acre property with this unique topography can isolate one group from another very easily. As a lifelong Wyomingite, I'd hope that we would have mutual respect for one another. And through multi-group partnerships, we can actually provide a more sustainable access and improved user experience. I had read an article in the paper, and how factual it is, I'm not sure, but it indicated that the Pilot Hill group has planned to build out their trail system over 10 to 15 or 20 years. And I assume that they can't do that all right now because there's a lack of funding. And we all have experienced that when there is a lack of trails in an area that's open to the public, that users are going to create their own without oversight. And it's going to be incredibly hard for the county to patrol that area, as I'm sure they don't have plenty of sheriff's deputies with nothing else to do but to patrol the land that they're supposed to manage. So under in this user conflict, I think we can really mitigate this by figuring out a way to actually work together. The erosion argument with, again, the oversight and help through the state trails program, which is a continually funded pot of money by the motorized users, we can educate a larger volunteer group that can also help us to mitigate these issues. And I believe that the bike net property is shown tremendous promise in the amount of volunteers that the non-motorized community has been able to put together, and that's very successful. And but it's a lot to ask a small group of people like that to manage and help volunteer over a 5,000 acre property. And I'm sure that state parks can attest to the cost of maintaining that property and what it's going to take in order to do that. So the erosion component of it, I also feel, can be addressed and mitigated through proper management of the trails and construction. The accessibility for all. Treasurer Meyer has asked this question about access. And, as I grow older, I sometimes think that the things that I do, I might have to switch gears sometimes and maybe do something that has a little less impact on my body. However, I don't want that as, again, my intent to live here for the rest of my life. I don't want that to get in the way of my enjoyment of this property. And as much as I appreciate Ms. Kite's, recommendation and the board that we're going to have access to trails that are going to be appropriate for wheelchairs and things of that nature. Again, this property, the most boring part of it is on the trails that are being proposed. If you really want to enjoy the beauty and the serenity of what is up there, it is further on the hill in the ravines and the gullies that have this natural beauty to them. So I appreciate that, but I also want to have the ability when I'm 60 or 70 or 80 years old to be able to have a motorized vehicle take me to those places reasonably, and that I can do that on my own. So we would appreciate the opportunity for that. We do know that the board's responsibility isn't to create more access to the public. That's not in your mandate, and we do understand that. However, as Superintendent Barlow had mentioned, is that Those two things are not the only drivers. It's not just money, but it is public input. And we have created a survey in the last 4 days that has indicated 259 unique individual motorized users that support the use of motorized vehicles on this property. We've been able to raise $125,000 in cash and in-kind donations in the past 7 days to demonstrate our support. And we believe that given the opportunity and the time sufficient, that we are just at the tip of what we can actually be able to add in value to this lease. So what we would like to be able to do is be able to bring to the table an additional $15,000 a year to the state lands program and have the opportunity to improve operational budgets and the ability to better manage the lands. We're proposing, and there's another gentleman on here that probably knows much better than I some of the technical details and has submitted a separate lease, modified lease for your consideration. But we'd like to add $5 per acre for the motorized use component and to be able to work with the rest of the community and the Pilot Hill group. So we'd work with State Trails to help create a master plan for motorized use that will be compliant and potentially expand the Pilot Hill group's trail system as well for multi-use trails. Our hope is to see some single-use trails and some mixed-use trails, primarily based around what's best for the sustainability and safety of the people as well as for the land. We'd like to build trails alongside volunteer groups that we hope would be populated with motorized and non-motorized users. And with the funding from State Trails and the larger user base, that the trail systems could be constructed much faster than this 10 to 20-year plan that the pilot group has planned for. We believe that in absence of sufficient trails, that many different users will be inclined to build their own without the oversight needed to protect the land. Patrol of that trail system and oversight is again what Mr. Nicholas had referenced, is that when people are unchecked, whether they ride a dirt bike or a four-wheeler or a mountain bike, that they don't always take care of the land in the way that we would encourage them to do. And so some patrol is necessary for the trail system and the oversight. So this should go without saying, but we have a real concern that without a significant budget to establish for patrol and enforcement of the users, that neither Albany County nor the Pilot Hill group alone has the resources to pay for operations that will be required for proper oversight of this lease. We can actually add funds to help offset these costs. And I apologize, I have just a few more comments. The construction of the trailheads to serve the area that allow motorized use only, as well as multi-use trails. This may include bathrooms, parking areas, fencing, etc. As we have raised these in-kind and cash donations, our preference would be to submit a single modified lease agreement where we could coordinate with the Pilot Hill group and independently support and maintain a motorized trail system, as well as multi-use systems that we would help fund. We could also submit a separate lease for motorized use, where some sections are single use and other sections that would overlap and provide multiple use opportunities. We'd ask that the State Lands and Investment Board not restrict motorized use or restrict the type of electric vehicles to allow Albany County to amend their management plan and to allow for additional financial support and use by the residents. Our concerns under the current proposal are, number one, are going to be funding. And we do understand that the Pilot Hill group over the last several years has raised funds, and we would like the opportunity to be able to do the same and to prove to the state lands that we are a group that is worth being represented. We would like to, continue to add funding for parking lots and trailheads, the patrol, the ongoing overhead costs to maintain the value of the land consistent with your board's requirements. The access for our older community, as Chris had mentioned, that it was never the intent to reduce people's access. Even though there was no intent, it is an unintended consequence of what is happening right now. The false representations that have been made that there was continued efforts from day one to intentionally not pull motorized users has been an enormous challenge for us to have a voice or a seat at the table. The motorized users are a self-funded group within the state and supported by the Wyoming State Trails program. And there are continually funded pools of assets that can be applied for and used every year. I thank you for your time. And if there are any questions for me, I'd be happy to take them, but I would also like to be able to hear from Matt Burkhart when there's an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markle. Let me pause there to see Superintendent Balo or Auditor Racinas. Auditor Racinas.
Yes, very quickly, and thank you, Mr. Markle, for being here. My question was the survey that you said you sent out 4 days ago. Was that to statewide users or specific to Albany County and Laramie County users?
I can tell you that it was an unofficial survey, just an attempt to see how many people would support it. So how I came to it is I sent it out to my entire contact list in my phone and asked people to send it out to their contacts and their phones. And so in a matter of about our 24 to 48 hours, we have developed and are happy to share this with anybody, the list of users that supported that, and to attest to the uniqueness of those identified users.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, so is it, I guess, there's no clarity necessarily on where those responses are located or how many may be within striking distance of this project?
I can verify that more than 90% of the people live either in Laramie or Albany County.
Okay, thank you for that. And had you sent out any surveys to them in the prior 3 years during the timeline of the project?
No, my intent was to work with the Recreation Committee under the Pilot Hill Group to allow them to submit the surveys out to the general public, but that was not allowed and did not happen.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Auditor. Mr. Treasurer?
Well, I guess at this late hour, we've heard from minorities that seem to have been kind of stifled in the process from this particular testimony. We may get contradictory view from some of the other Pilot Hill people. It does seem like it's somewhere between another $10,000 to $20,000 that would go in the the revenue side for this particular piece of land. I've always believed in a multiple use concept of our state properties, and if we don't have to pass this today, I would like to learn more about it and see if these people can actually work together, even at this late date. It's not that late of a date, really. It might be late from their perspective, but not that late from our perspective.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Secretary.
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Markle, can you tell us a little bit about the Buck Sullivan Trail? I believe one of the earlier speakers had kind of described its location, and I became intrigued by this when it was mentioned in some written public comment that I had seen. And I can just tell you, right now, I appreciate what the Pilot Hill group has done in the land use plan, especially with regard to the northern portion. But I had looked at the Buck Sullivan Trail as a possible compromise or a place where we could, I guess, test the ability to have a limited kind and frequency of motorized traffic, to kind of incorporate both groups into the entire project. And I've looked at the maps, and it connects down there I-80 well southeast to the Sherman Hills Estates area, and I know that it then connects to Forest Service land. And so I was interested just kind of in your description of the location of that trail and the potential use by limited use, meaning conveyance, with four-wheelers mainly, across that trail in accessing the Forest Service without having to go on up to the summit and around. So that's just my way of telling folks on the call kind of what I'm thinking and what I might want some information on as we move forward with this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Markle, or I see Mr. Burkhart is on with his hand raised. I also note that Senator Nicholas retired, and Senator Rosas are in queue, and I see Mr. Markle has just raised his hand again. So Ben, whomever you want. I think Mr. Markle is probably the one directly asked the question. So.
Yes, sir. In response to your question about the Buck Sullivan Trail, it's a little difficult for me to talk intelligently about the individual trails or use that we're discussing at this point in time. I think that particular area of the property seems to be the furthest away from where most of the trails through the Pilot Hill group have been designated. And as we've seen in some of the prior examples, or the map that's actually maybe even still displayed on your screens, that appears to be a good area for motorized use. And something that I've noticed over my lifetime and experience is that, you know, if you provide enough and an adequate trail system that's enjoyable and interesting, whether you're on a mountain bike or hiking or side by side, that each group has its own unique and interesting, you know, components to what they find, you know, fun in a trail system. Some of it's quiet enjoyment. Some of it is, you know, crawling over a rock ledge. Some of it is just walking a dog or riding your mountain bike at a higher rate of speed going downhill because it's fun. So I believe that it makes sense that on that southern end of the property is where we would like to work with State Trails to come up with a plan to create a number of miles of trail that actually encourage the people to stay on the trail. Because if we allow just one up and back road, there would likely not be enough interest maintained in one particular trail that would entice and encourage people on their own to stay on that system. And so we would like the opportunity to work with State Trails to actually develop a system to intelligently answer your question, and then be able to prove the sustainability of that trail system with all of the mitigation of the risks that we've mentioned. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Markle. And I believe Mr. Burkhart, from what the Secretary is sharing with me, might have also a perspective on this.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the State Board of Land Commissioners. Would like to talk specifically about the Buck Sullivan Trail, and then if I may read some comments that I have regarding this special use lease and the opportunities that it provides our community. The Buck Sullivan Trail, or maybe road, is a existing 2-track that extends from the southwestern part of the property near where I-80 comes very close to it, up to the Forest Service property on the southwest side. That is currently a named road. It's noted in the Albany County GIS system as an existing road. The use of that trail, as Shannon said, would provide for motorized access through the Pilot Hill property up to existing ORV and motorized route opportunities on the Medicine Bow National Forest. However, the extent to which that road provides an enjoyable user experience, I believe is highly debatable. And as Shannon stated, having a trail system that is properly designed, even potentially around a main thoroughfare, discourages users from pioneering new trails or getting off of the trails. Just like any type of users, it's about the experience. It's about providing for enjoyment, and using the Buck Sullivan, the existing 2-track, would provide for a core access through the Pilot Hill parcel up to opportunities on the forest, as well as perhaps a good starting point for a sustainable trail system developed on the Pilot Hill property. And so the motorized user community, it's about the experience. It's about the types of trails and the length of trails that can provide users enough captivation that trail system keeps them on the trail, keeps them enjoyed, and that they can enjoy that trail with their families. That is something specifically that this parcel can offer, which is a real community need, is the ability for family ORV recreation. Should this use be allowed and developed on the parcel in conjunction with state trails in a sustainable fashion, those trails could be enrolled in the Wyoming State Trails Inventory and be open to motorized users of all ages. Family recreation would be directly supported by that. Currently, operators that do not possess a motor vehicle operator's license are not allowed to operate ORVs on Forest Service roads, only on designated trails. The availability of the Buck Sullivan, that access, if it was designated a trail, would limit the family opportunities, because once that trail reaches the national forest, the opportunity for our younger ORV riders to recreate responsibly ends, just due to the way that the Forest Service manages their routes and that the statute governing ORV use is written. Therefore, a trail system on the Pilot Hill property, perhaps centered around this route and developed to provide a trail experience on the Pilot Hill property, would then be open to ORV users of of all ages that have to recreate responsibly with properly registered ORVs.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhardt. So I have a number of people who are up, and what I'm showing is first probably Senator Nicholas, retired, then Chief Justice Kite, retired, and then Sarah Brown Matthews and Leah Burgess. Can you do that in that order?
Mr. Chairman, Phil Nicholas.
Phil, are you on? One more time, Senator Nicholas, are you on? Hearing none, I'm going to move to Chief Justice Kite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take much of your time. I think there's two things really that are pointed out by these prior comments. I think what you're hearing is just a real honest, heartfelt disagreement between the motorized users who love their sport as much as the mountain bikers and the horseback riders and everybody else. And it's a call you're going to have to make, because this community effort, I think as it's been described to you, is underlain completely with the concept that there would not be motorized use on this property for all the reasons that we've discussed. And we all have our personal anecdotal experiences about how motorized recreation impacts other kinds of recreation. That's just a subjective, as I say, honest disagreement. There is, it's interesting to me that we talk about trying to increase the amount of money that will be generated by this project. And I may be corrected by Sarah on some dollars and cents, but the Pilot Hill project is paying way over the going rate for recreation on actually what's being charged on the schoolyard, because of the need to protect the wildlife management area. I think it's $5.63 that we're paying for that. That includes the concept that it's going to be restricted more greatly than the other areas. So it is, the project itself is generating more money than it would have been as a grazing lease, and than it would have been as any other kind of recreation lease. The success of the schoolyard trails is, if you have been out there, it's really pretty dramatic. And the idea that they could have done that and created that area with at the same time having motorized vehicles to me at least, is obvious that could not have occurred. So I also understand, this might not be the exact right number, that there's 135 miles of available access for motorized users on the Forest Service. That's dwarfs what Pilot Hill would provide. And I guess if I understood properly the last speaker, the desire is to have the Forest Service requirements that you have a licensed vehicle operator not apply in Pilot Hill. And that raises so many issues. I don't think we have time to talk about it today, but I think you're just going to have to make the call, because I don't think these two parties can agree, and it's not from lack of good faith on both sides. Oh. It's just inconsistent with the way the community sees this project, and that's all I have. And if Sarah wants to correct the dollars, and that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I have Leah Burgess. Is that who's next, Ben, or you run the?
Mr. Chairman, Phil Nicholas is back on.
Okay, Senator Nicholas. Senator Nicholas. Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
move to the next.
Next would be Sarah Brown.
Can you hear me now,
Oh.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
I've got an interesting setting on my computer that I'll have to pay attention to in the future. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I wanted to address the issues that have been brought up, and all of these folks have been my constituents for many years, for over 20 years. And they're all great people. They all well-intended. I'll always be sad that I didn't accomplish the first exchange, because the first exchange that I proposed, which would involve the Y-Cross Ranch, would have extended from I-80 all the way to 9th Street. The aquifer area that needs protection does not end at the private land line that you see on this map that's up. The aquifer needing protection goes all the way to 9th Street up Rogers Canyon Road. And I am still in contact with, and will remain in contact with, the Samuelson family and Warren Livestock. And each time that there's an opportunity where they need to, or are willing to sell land, or they have in holdings that they want to acquire, my intention is to come back to you and say, could we seek more land and extend this park area really along the whole aquifer protection preserve, the entire viewscape? Because what Shannon has described is true. There's a greater need in this community, and I think a need that will pay more than normal use fees that you receive on some of your in holdings to create this park all the way to 9th Street. But and I think if Shannon works with me and the Samuelson family, and they really believe that more land is needed, and that there's certainly more land that needs protection, and this ought to extend all the way to North 9th Street. But members of the commission, I guess I'm the one person that have had permission to be on this land for the last 15 years. I've been on every road up there on my vehicles, on my mountain bike, and hiking. And I've enjoyed the privilege that my friends have given me to be up on that property, and I want that privilege to go to others. But as we sat down, if I had put in and authorized motor vehicles, again, I started this project 15 years ago. I have a very strong understanding of what the community has. And had I put in motorized vehicles, we wouldn't be here today, because the neighborhoods would have been they would have been here complaining. The city would have had their own issues. And what you have is a very tight compromise that was required to get a whole bunch of constituents to agree that this is the way we reach out to you all to extend school trust lands. And then we promise to pay more than what the use payments would be of the in holdings that are being released. The use folks that have committed a substantial amount per year would not have committed that money had you all put in motorized roads. The reason they've committed their money there is to keep this as a preserve. Now, Shannon wants to, and he believes that there's a need for more land, come talk to me. Because over time, there will be an opportunity. I think what's going to happen is, as the community grows north, and as soon as there's a very important set of corrals that are north of town, but as soon as those sheep pens are eliminated, there will be no longer a use for the grazing, and there'll be an opportunity to expand it. And then when we expand the areas going north, there will be opportunity for driving. But I'll tell you that this land is so sensitive. When a car drives over this area, the grass is laid down for the whole summer. It's just incompatible with having vehicles in there. I watched it when we had vehicles in there. It wasn't good. In addition, when you sit down and if you're in the schoolyard or you're on Jacoby Ridge, if there's a headlight coming off the top of the mountain, you can see it from the top all the way down. While it may seem like this is a very large area, it's really, when you look at it from the town looking up, it's your backyard, it's over the aquifer, and you can see the entire area in one scan of your eyes. And what the folks that, and I think the major part of the community wants, is to preserve it the way it's been. They don't want headlights coming off. They don't want sound coming off. They want to preserve it the way it is. And that's the way we reach the support that brings us here today. And my dream will continue to be that we expand this all the way to 9th Street. I think it may be more appropriate for state parks. We'll decide. If we have the opportunity, we'll be there. But I'll tell you that the folks that are here today have been working with me, not for 3 years, more like 15 years. The first meetings I think I described to you were at the beginning of Governor Mead's governorship, and they were downstairs where I'm at right now today. And there was I had a whole house full of people. That's when it began. And that's been a long time, over 10 years ago. And it was before then that we began the idea of approaching the Samuelsons with this opportunity. And it really came about when the aquifer became identified as such an important asset. And we've always known the viewscape is important. But we reach you here today for this particular parcel. And if the motorized community believes and wants to accept the same challenge that these folks are, we don't have to stop here. We should take this further north and protect the entire aquifer of the community, the entire viewscape, and then there will be plenty of acres, but this is smaller than you think. And I promise you that if you've been up there, if you're there with a truck driving around, or you're there with an ATV or motor vehicles, you don't have the same experience for the people that are there. It's too wide open. It's very flat. It's just incompatible. It's the same issue, by the way, that we have with cross-country skiers wanting to have areas of enjoyment without snow machines. And this is something that I've been quite familiar with. And when I sat about to create this particular area, I took all those experiences together. Now, with respect to the issue of e-bikes, and I'm speaking of the kind that you must pedal in order to have traction, all it does is gives you an assist. And wheelchairs, I believe those fall within the agreement as authorization. But if there's great concern, I think it's a friendly amendment to say motorized vehicles does not exclude that type of an e-bike, which only provides assistance to your pedal, or for motorized wheelchairs. That's a friendly amendment. It wouldn't hurt anything. Bringing in motorized vehicles does, and it's not additive. You don't add the money to the pocket. What you do is you lose the support of everyone else. And if the motorized community wants, and I hope they do, and if they want to hang in here over the next 10 years, we'll get this expanded with the support of the Slib board and others, and we'll find a way to accommodate them. But that's not here nor there here. And to come in at this late day and rain on these people's parade is not fair. I've been here, and Shannon knows me. I don't think Shannon's ever been in my office and said, Phil, how do we get more land for that? But Shannon knows where I am, and he could be in my office tomorrow, and we will begin planning and finding the way, but it will take more support because to do this requires revenue. And if we do it with state land exchanges, we know there's a lot of parcels out there that are isolated, that provide no benefit. And if we can offer greater income, then there's more opportunity for this. But please don't let folks come in and say, look, I wish I'd have had the idea, or I can add a few more bucks, destroy what has been a long plan. This is a good plan and it's suitable. And as I say, if other people want the same opportunity, then come work for it. I'm right there because I think there's more land that must be protected for this community to protect our aquifer. And if we do that, it will save this land board millions and millions of dollars, because if we pollute that aquifer, you will want to be the one to be called upon to build all of the equipment to filtrate and process that water, which will be hundreds of millions of dollars. And so there is a great opportunity going forward. And I challenge everybody that wants to see more opportunities to come talk to me and work just the way these folks have worked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Ben, I see Leah Burgess, and think it'd be great to recognize her. What I do want to do is to make sure we don't get into, I think most of these issues have been put forward. So I really want to try to keep us, if there are new items to add to the discussion, that'd be great. I think most of these issues have been laid before the feet. So with that, Leah, would you like to address?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leah Burgess with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. I will be brief. I just wanted to represent another constituent who don't have a voice, and that is the wildlife. This property, particularly the area that the plan identifies as a potential wildlife habitat management area, is crucial winter range for pronghorn. It may be the less interesting part of the property, as has been mentioned, but very important for wildlife. They're being crowded out from the west and from the south. And so that's, there's a lot of thinking behind the areas that have been identified in the plan. And there's a reason why the plan does include other values that were identified by the public, including wildlife habitat, open space, aquifer protection. We've been focusing on recreation use, but this is a special use lease that tries to factor in all those other components too. So I just wanted to, bring wildlife into the discussion as well. It's not just about types of recreation use. And just wanted to make a side note, according to Mr. Samuelson, who's kind of talking offline, when he did have to fence the property after he acquired it and there was a lot of motorized use, once he did fence it, the wildlife returned to the property. I just wanted to share that anecdote, and I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a round robin here. I think Sarah Brown Matthews wanted to speak, and I'm gonna let her. With the comment, Sarah, that I really hope that there are new materials. It's not just a point counterpoint. So, and please feel free. And then what I'll do is I'll go through my board, and if there are additional issues to be brought up, we can do that at that point. But I thank everybody who has spoken so far.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would only add that according to the Albany County GIS, Buck Sullivan Springs Road is listed as private for public safety only. We, in our investigation in options, we did explore that area. We do know that we don't have legal access to it off either I-80 or the U.S. Forest Service property because of the location of the road access both through the Forest Service and off of I-80. And I would add that we also have raised over $1 million plus in funds that would have to be, many of them would have to be returned because we did put in the grants and in the requests for individual donations that this would be non-motorized. We have Marilyn Kite was correct. We do have a additional fee on the area that we're trying to protect for wildlife habitat, $5.63. So we would have to dissolve that. So even with the $5 additional fee, there would actually be a loss in the lease revenue to the state if we were to go with that direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Markle, you do have your hand raised with the same admonition that new material. You've taken your hand down or put it back up. He's want to give you a chance to speak, please.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can.
Okay, thank you. So I will try not to reiterate things that have already been brought up. So I appreciate trying to keep the meeting to a reasonable length. You know, I think the fundamental challenge that's coming forward, and I'm not sure based on what Ms. Kite had to say or anybody else that's, you know, saying that, I'm not sure if they're pulling back out of the lease if you guys allow that part of it. It sounds like the last speaker had talked about defunding their lease, which I think is a mistake. It seems as though I do understand that there's money put in for different uses. We were able to, I believe, obtain accurate information about how they constructed the value of that proposed lease to the state. And from my understanding, the entire habitat management area there's additional funds being allocated for would not fully be reduced by that entire amount due to us adding value back to the lease. So I suppose it would be up to the Pilot Hill group to determine whether, you know, what their access, you know, and value of that access is actually worth. You know, I can tell you that there are, you know, probably 10 people that I could call today that if they have the opportunity to pay $50,000 a year to have a lease and access from the state of Wyoming to have recreational use or hunting or other types of things, that would be a very attainable number to pull together in a very short period of time. But that's not the intent, I don't believe, of the board. It's just, again, to create money. But it is one of those mandates. And so I guess I would just encourage the Pilot Hill group not to play a defensive role and say, I'm going to take all of my money and go home, but it's to actually then, you know, begin a conversation with other user groups that they intentionally ignored and chose not to work with when they were raising their capital and their funding. I can't control their messaging of how they raised funds. And if they chose to raise funds purely on the idea that it was non-motorized, it seems as though that was probably not a really great decision. And I apologize for our late in regard to Phil's, you know, comments, is that we have no intention of disrupting this process. We just want to come in and actually add more value. But it comes at a price that people have to be willing to play nice together and learn how to work together instead of always fight and be on the opposite sides of the issues. And I believe that compromise in any legislative process is sort of where everybody's supposed to win. We all get a little bit of something that we want, and we all give a little something that we don't. And that's all that we're proposing, is that we can come in and work with that. We hope that the Pilot Hill group would maintain the value of that, but we can't control, you know, what their donors were promised and how they raised those funds. Maybe if the issue would have been broadened, they would have found it easier to raise more money than what we're talking about today. So we'd like that opportunity to be able to do that. And in regard to having future, you know, potential use, I don't know what to say about acquiring more land all the way to 9th Street, as though I realize how long this process takes. I would like to enjoy it during my lifetime. If that's a possibility, I'm happy to work with Phil and whoever else to continue to acquire that land, because I also believe that it's worth protecting. I'm not sure about the environmental expertise, and we hear about aquifer protection, but the reality of it is that most everybody on this call is not an environmental engineer, and that we haven't had an opportunity to study and design trails around areas to protect those, which is quite possible to do. And if it's not, then we'll find different areas to do that. But given the chance to produce something that is environmentally sustainable is a value. And we can create that value to the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon, sorry, Mr. Markle. And now I'm going to go kind of around the board. Board members, you know, I'm particularly mindful of a precedent that I'm concerned about here. When people approach the board with a special use lease, it doesn't seem that we are accustomed to then dissecting that lease and explaining how they should run it somewhat differently. I think of my friends up in Lynch who have an oil field service business, and you know, I'm not sure we would subject them to the same kinds of questions about providing public access to their buildings and so on and so forth. I think the nature of a special use lease is as it is presented, and I think that the issues that have been raised here can be considered, but by the parties that are seeking the lease and those that are seeking access. That's my view, and I don't know if it's helpful or not. But with that, let me pass this around, Mr. Secretary. No questions, Mr. Treasurer.
I guess this would be a question for Mr. Markle. There's a discussion about access to the Forest Service there of 135 miles. Is the two primary reasons why you'd like some access to the Pilot Hill area? Is it essentially for ease of access to that 135 miles, and then a differentiation between the age of the people that could use the recreational off-road vehicles?
In regard to the Forest Service access, we haven't had the opportunity to engage the Forest Service at this point. Our hope is that we would begin to work with them as they revise, you know, plans in the future, with the anticipated, you know, Pilot Hill project. The last time that plan revision was made, this wasn't on the table or being discussed. So I think that they also have some work to do and are likely concerned about the increased usage of the land. In regard to the access component, we know that there will be increased in use or interest in using from the Cheyenne area as well as from Laramie. And so we would encourage and try to attain some parking area on the top of the mountain within the Forest Service area, at least for access to a parking area, in order to engage more users for that. And I often think even a downhill mountain biker, you know, oftentimes parks at the top of the hill and they ride down and they shuttle back. So things of that will likely be of similar use to motorized users as non. I hope that answers your question.
Well, let me be a little more specific then. I guess how do people currently access the 135 miles of trails within the Medicine Bow area?
I apologize. There is a trailhead of sorts above Albany. And you have to understand that the 135 miles that is probably on the discussion that we're talking about today is not all motorized use trails. The Forest Service has adopted a plan that includes a lot of normal, very highly used roads they've called a trail. And so think of RV campers and trucks and all kind of firewood gatherers using the same trail as an ATV or a dirt bike or an electric bike. So to gain access to that, we have to drive 35 miles one direction. And the appeal to land that is closer to town is that, for example, I could take my children out to this land and in 15 minutes be ready to go spend an hour with them doing something and be home in time for dinner. That increases our ability to use it over what's allowed to the west. And keep in mind, there are lots and lots of bicycle trails at Kurt Gowdy State Park that are less than 6 miles from this trail, this Pilot Hill program that we're talking about currently. So it's not about having enough use at this point, it's different kind of use, if that addresses your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Auditor Racines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question and then some generalized comments. My question is probably for Deputy Crowder. Could you help me understand what a 5-year rental review looks like and what can and can't be changed or contemplated in that sort of review?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Madam Auditor, each special use lease is subject to rental reviews every 5 years, meaning that prior to its 5-year anniversary date, our appraisers look at the rent that's currently being assessed to the lessee and compares it to comparables if they can find it, and impacts if they've changed, if they've changed, and makes an adjustment to the rent at that time. Each lease goes through that every 5 years. They don't change any lease terms at that point. If a lease term does need to be changed, we bring it back to the board as an amendment.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, just some generalized thoughts, and I will try to be concise as well. I just keep being reminded that the board looked at this issue very closely with this amount of money coming in from the lease and approved that purchase going forward. I don't want to take away from anyone's testimony today because it is all very valid and justified. But I really do have faith in the process that has happened up to this far. And I have been in my position less than any of you, about 18 months. And I have had this has probably been the number one thing I've been contacted about and had people stop by my office and express opinions and on very contentious issues, different people who did not agree with each other on different aspects of this land or moving forward, evaluations, et cetera, et cetera. And the first time I've ever heard about motorized use was at the final vote that we were going to take to approve this lease. Again, not invalidating those viewpoints, but in a lot of ways, I think I very much respect the process that has been taken. And I think that I'm not sure that this can be contemplated now without deconstructing the 3 years worth of work, and in some folks' case, many more years worth of work that has gone into this up to this stage. So that's sort of where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Auditor. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think along the same line of sentiments as the auditor, one thing that I've lauded about the discussions up to this point is that we've stayed really focused on making sure that people enjoy this land for different reasons. I've been very deferent to the amount of public input that the number of opportunities to provide public input. I've taken great care to read either a synopsis or specific comments from that. And I too am a little bit discouraged that we haven't had some of these sort of conflicting conversations, or at least a knowledge that that there was some unrest or attempts at compromise out there. I am also troubled by I guess let me back up and say that gives me a little pause to say I'll accept what's in front of me and move forward without knowing a little bit more, and to use the auditor's words, without kind of deconstructing what's taken place over the last 3 years. You know, while as a board, I think it's important for us to be deferent to the process that has taken place with the Pilot Hill folks and the community. I also recognize that we have a pretty profound responsibility as a board to make this decision and to ensure, you know, for the next 25 years and from year to year that that we continue to maximize the use of this land for all folks. So I guess, you know, another thing that troubles me a little bit about this is that what I'm hearing is not only from and I hate to say this, but there are sides, it appears, and that the battle line, so to speak, is drawn at, you know, not only can we not agree to disagree, but we just disagree. And it seems to me like there has got to be some room between motorized use, non-motorized use, future plans, multiple use, certain sections for some compromise somewhere or some kind of plan going forward. So I guess I would be just interested, Deputy Director, in learning sort of or hearing an update on timelines that we have, concerns with extending said timeline on approving this land, and then also you know, going back to my earlier question about what options do we have to make sure that maybe not today or with an initial agreement, but in the future, do we have some assurances, or can we put some assurances in place that that let us know that all sides are being considered and that planning and funding is coming from multiple sources? I'm uncomfortable with you know, some of the well, I'll end there and just leave it at those two questions for you, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent. Very good question. If we table this lease discussion again, we anticipate closing on the property by the end of the month. I'm not sure when, if we'll have another special meeting that we can piggyback on like we are today, but your next regular meeting is August 6th. So there's an opportunity that we would own the property and not have a lease on it, and more importantly, not have a recreational plan on it. So currently there are 2-track trails that traverse the property, and they do it in a very big 4-wheel drive truck type manner. So that if the trail is open, as it would currently be under the board's existing rules, they are established trails, the public could access that property, attempt to drive those trails and possibly cause resource damage or make it through successfully. That's up in the air, I suppose. So you would have a piece of property without a lease on it and without restrictions for responsible recreational use. That would be the risk. To your second point, as I stated before, you could place a requirement within the lease provisions that would require the lessee to hold public comment periods, or to somehow seek comment from the public to ensure that multiple use was occurring in a responsible manner pursuant to the intent of the property. I will also reiterate what a lot of other folks have already said, is there are a lot of compatible uses on this property currently in front of you, or within the lease provisions currently in front of you. And that is something that we consistently look for. The way to maximize revenue from the property is to find as many compatible uses on it as possible and not just ride one horse, I guess. I'll note that it's been stated, should motorized vehicles be used within the habitat designated area, that possibly that funding would be reduced. That would come from the habitat protection area. It's up to you to decide how that would work, but just to give you the facts, currently we are, as been stated, charging $5.63 per acre for that habitat area. That total is $17,317.88. So should all that funding disappear and be replaced by motorized recreational use funding, you would have a loss of $2,317.88 in this list. So just giving you some facts there.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Okay, when we, we've heard a lot of folks today talk about the expansion to the north, which is great. I don't want to say that we're in the business or should be in the business of saying you must agree on how that goes forward. You must work together if you do go forward with that. But I guess, could you just, and I know this is on the spot, Deputy, but is that land available for exchange in the next 10 to 15 years, just kind of from a very 50,000 foot view? Are there like major roadblocks or restrictions that you see to sort of expanding this plan, or expanding some compromise, expanding access in the future?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, that's a great question. The biggest hurdle we have as far as real estate is willing buyer, willing seller situations. So we would have to find state trust land that we would like to dispose of. We do need to find buyers for those parcels. And then you'd also have to have a willing seller. And in this case, Mr. Samuelson, willing to go into another process like this with us.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry,
yes, Director.
If I could also follow up on the answer to the superintendent's concern about being made aware of additional and optional funding sources for these sorts of things, such as the, I think, funds that were offered by the off-road folks. And I just like to say that these are relatively new developments that have just recently been proposed to us. I believe Mr. Markle even talked about submitting a proposed amended special lease. We did not receive that until 8 a.m. this morning. So if there's some concern that perhaps we haven't been forthright or provided information in a timely way to this board, I apologize for that, but when all these things are a little bit on the last minute side, we can't possibly know them all. But Superintendent, we will certainly make sure that you are aware of what we know when we know it. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director. That was a question I was going to ask you, and I'm still struggling a little bit because the applicant is the Albany County Board of Commissioners. And my presumption is if there was a public process and they are the applicant, they're the ones that are responsible for being inclusive in that discussion. And having worked through all of that, it appears to me that they have proposed a lease, and we are in effect in the position of second guessing their process, saying it wasn't complete enough, that they didn't take adequate public comment, and then criticizing their approach, and I am concerned about continuing to delay because, you know, the Albany County Commissioners are the ones effectively prosecuting this lease, and yet they're not here to be able to address this on an ad hoc basis, and so I'm really worried about the process being derailed. So my question to you, Director, was, and maybe it's to Deputy Director Crowder, and I think the auditor kind of got to that, but there is adequate opportunity to redress this. So if a road compatible road plan can be developed, submitted, you know, I think there is a certain amount of intransigence on both parties. To the superintendent's point, I understand that. But the commissioners ultimately are elected officials. They're the ones that ultimately who prosecute this lease. And if they choose to amend that lease, they would probably have to go through a process, take public comment, consider uses, et cetera, and try to come up with a plan that they could modify this special use lease at a future date. Is that an appropriate characterization of the process that could be used going forward?
Mr. Chairman and Deputy Director, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there are opportunities to amend lease terms moving forward if that, in fact, the opportunity and the desire presents itself. But I would caution or suggest to the board that I believe it would be inappropriate to insert mandatory terms into this special use lease because the county has not had the ability to say yes or no. I mean, what's before the board is this special use lease with these terms that have been vetted by the Attorney General's office and the county attorney, and absent some sort of additional concession or agreement by the county, this would be the special use lease that you're looking at today. Again, as you noted, this sort of competing amended alternative special use lease that may have been presented by the off-road folks. The Attorney General's office hasn't had a chance to look at it. I don't know if Albany County is still the lessee or if now it's the off-road people. We just have no idea, and that has certainly not been vetted by our office. So yes, changes can be made in the future based on willing folks and their desire to make changes to that. But what's here before the board is this lease right here, right now, that the parties have agreed to.
So, Madam Director, I think you put a little bit of a point on the point I was making, and you know, there does seem to be a disagreement between some of the people that have come for off-road and the Pilot Hill group, but the commissioners are the ones that are seeking this lease, and they're the ones that are ultimately responsible to the public. And should public want to amend this lease and bring it to the attention of the commissioners, it would certainly be within their prerogative to say, we want to look at whether we can amend this appropriately. Is that a correct comment? Wouldn't you agree?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It would be up to the Albany County Commissioners to bring back a suggested revision, or if the board at some point would want to make a revision, to talk to the Albany County folks to see if that's something that they would consider doing. Again, you have two parties to the lease. Both parties would have to agree, but that's certainly the situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Director. Are there...
Mr. Chairman, if I could interrupt a minute. Commissioner
yes,
Jones is on the line if you have any questions for her.
I'm sorry, Deputy Director Crowder, who?
Commissioner Terry Jones is on the phone from Albany County if you had questions for her.
Oh, I do see, there she is. Terry, please feel free, Commissioner Chairman Jones, please feel free to address the board.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to answer the questions, and then I began to try to get acknowledged, and for some reason I was having difficulty. So I would like to take the questions that you had and try to answer them.
That sounds great, and please feel free.
Superintendent Barlow, did you have some questions concerning the county commissioners and what our stance was on acquiring information from the motorized vehicle people?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Commissioner Jones.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Chairman or Commissioner Jones, I do not have specific questions at this time. They have been adequately answered by Deputy Director Crowder and Director Scoggin.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Superintendent. Please proceed, Commissioner Jones.
In all of the public hearings we had, there was certainly questions that were asked about motorized vehicles. And overwhelmingly in all of our surveys, the answer was that people did not want motorized vehicles. This group was included. Mr. Markle attended some of the public hearings and public workshops. And he knows very well, and I don't mean to be real pointed to you, Shannon, I apologize for that, but they were included and they could have made public comment at any time during any of our workshops. They were not left out of the process.
So Commissioner Jones, I very much appreciate that. I guess one question I would have is if there were a way, it seems to me that Mr. Markle has presented some reasonable comments here today, some suggestions. We're obviously faced with what we have in front of us. If the Board of Commissioners proceeds and Mr. Markle could provide with, due respect, a roading plan that would make some accommodations so that they wouldn't necessarily compete with other users to the point where other users would be excluded or whatever concerns might arise. Would the commission, is the commission just absolutely opposed, or would they be willing to modify their special use plan in the years to come, considering the facts that arise down the line?
Well, I certainly can't speak for commissions in the future. However, this whole process has gone along under the respect for Mr. Samuelson asking for no motorized vehicles. We will also jeopardize our relationship in this project with the Wyoming Game and Fish, because a lot of this is for protection of the animals and their being able to just go about natural life without having loud noises disturbing them. And there is horseback riding on this land also, and motorized vehicles are a real challenge when you're horseback. So I can't say the answer is no, but we went through this process looking at no motorized vehicles for the neighbors and the people using the land's enjoyment. And certainly multi-use does not mean all use. And I believe that at some point we need to do something for motorized vehicles, but I do not believe this land is the place to put motorized vehicles. It is so easily scarred and damaged. We've got to be very, very careful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Auditor, any questions?
I guess I would just express one final thought. Thank you. I think there was some scenario proposed where we would close on the land without a lease. I would feel extremely uncomfortable doing that because I think it does put the landowner in a horrifically uncomfortable situation to hope or trust that maybe we honor a contingency that he only proceeded with the sale under that contingency. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Auditor. Mr. Treasurer.
Commissioner Jones, Senator Nicholas or previous Senator Nicholas said that a friendly amendment may be to allow e-bikes or e-ADA transportation. And I'm kind of paraphrasing that. There is one area there in our paperwork which says that a lease shall maintain as much as reasonable the lease in its current natural state, consistent with allowing public access to non-motorized recreation on the site. I was thinking that we could include after site a comma, non-motorized may mean e-bikes and e-ADA transportation. A couple of references were drawn in I think in either page 73 or 75 in the land use plan, where they envisioned e-bikes in conjunction with the Forest Service. I think this language would make it clear, if it was included, that you could do that in the future and use e-bikes, and it wouldn't be in conflict with the non-motorized language in the lease. And I'm wondering what, from your perspective, whether that would also be considered a friendly amendment as was represented by Mr. Nicholas.
Treasurer Myers, I believe that e-bikes and motorized wheelchairs are certainly welcomed. It's the internal combustion engines that I was referring to, and Nick was negligent in saying the internal combustion engines. But the e-bikes that you have to pedal and motorized wheelchairs would certainly be welcome.
And Chairman, Commissioner Jones, I did use the word may, so you guys have the opportunity to define what kind of e-bikes and what kind of disability or impaired associated transportation that might be defined in your rules or in your land use plan. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Secretary. Okay. Commissioner Jones, I guess mindful of the point that the Director Scoggins made about making sure that these documents have been fully vetted and apprised. I come back to my earlier question, which is as amendments to this are necessary, I'm going to ask you and then I'm going to ask the Director, if there are adjustments that need to be made to this to accommodate e-bikes of a certain type and so on, just knowledgeable of the fact that it's very hard to define these things, and I think it takes time to really properly score them for the lease. Is that something that the Commission, you believe, would entertain?
Absolutely, we would entertain that.
Okay. And Director, if they saw a need to amend this lease, would that be something we could take at a future date?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, we would be willing to consider any and all clarifying amendments to the lease itself.
Okay. Well, thank you, members of the board, and thank you, Commissioner Jones. Thanks all of those who have spoken today. I'm certainly willing to take your direction if we should continue testimony, but I think we have the issues laid before us, and I'm prepared to move if you are. So, hearing no comment, I would entertain a motion to accept the Director's recommendation, should that seem the appropriate thing to do.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion.
Thank you, Auditor, for making that motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
Thank you, Superintendent. That motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
I'll recognize the superintendent and then the treasurer.
Thank you, Mr.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, I appreciate your leadership as chairman and just really underscoring the value of the local process that brings this matter to us today. And in no uncertain terms, you know, as a commission, is our job to usurp that process, but to really look at it from a different and equally as critical perspective. So I appreciate the opportunity to do that. You know, I just want to say, I guess give my premature nod of support before we take a vote, but also just point out that you know, I remain uncomfortable with just considerable and what appear to be really valid concerns that came before this board and before the staff just within the last 24 hours. And I just would really encourage that local process to continue, the local conversation to continue, and just the recognition and the respect for all of the different uses that can do and should continue to take place on Wyoming land. So with that, it's an honor to second the motion, and I am supportive of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
As this recommendation reads that we approve the above described application, and in that above described application was the language that I talked to Commissioner Jones about. You know, I guess I'm not sure when we're going to see this again if we don't amend that above described application today, and so I would like to amend that in that area that I described, that after non-motorized recreation on this site, and after the comma that we insert in parentheses, non-motorized may mean e-bank bikes and e-ADA transportation, comma, and then that would go on as the language was, reasonable motorized access and so on. I would ask for a second on that, just because I think that it's necessary to make sure that there isn't any conflict in the future, to make sure that you know, those activities are permitted, both for disabled and necessarily not totally disabled, but some of us that might be a little bit physically impaired that need the assistance of an e-bike or whatever to get up the hill and to see the vistas when we're up there, that may not be able to get up there any other way without causing severe cardio impact.
So it's been moved by the treasurer. Yes, Auditor Racines.
Mr. Chairman, depending on the will of the superintendent, I'm happy to just accept that as a friendly amendment versus having to vote on it separately, and would thank the treasurer for it.
Mr. Chairman and Auditor, I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, yeah, motion has been accepted into the mover and the seconder of the original motion. I'm just, for a point of clarification, I'm going to look to the Attorney General. Do we find problems with any of that? And understand my idea here is not to defeat the intent. It's just simply to make sure that we aren't getting into a situation we don't want to be.
Mr. Chair, and at this time, I think I would defer to Jim Peters, who is on the phone, who was working with the county in getting this lease together. So Jim, if you're...
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jim, please.
This is Jim Peters at the Attorney General's office. And I can chime in my discussions with County Attorney Peg Trent. The e-bike and motorized wheelchairs did not come up. It sounds from Commissioner Jones that they would be agreeable to that amendment. Ultimately, I'm not sure, as was stated earlier today, that the e-bike or the motorized wheelchairs fall under the non-motorized provision in the lease. So I'm not sure that it is absolutely necessary. But if this board chose to make an amendment, I would want to make sure that the county commissioners were agreeable to that amendment as a whole before approving that lease without full agreement from the other party to the lease.
And Mr. Chair, just stepping in, I think that the board could approve the lease with that language, and then it would go back to the county and they could determine whether they accepted it or not. Then if it was a big enough issue that they didn't, we would be back in our situation where we don't have a lease. So that's sort of the place where we sit right now. I think that amendment, the board is entitled to put that amendment in. And then it would go back to the county to see whether or not they would accept it with that change. If they do, we can sign and have the lease. And if they don't, we can see what next steps need to be taken.
Very good. Mr. Treasurer.
I would say that, to the extent that there's, language that has that intent that isn't exactly like this, I certainly think that you have the flexibility between your office and the county attorney's office, to do the necessary wordsmithing as far as the intent is reasonably obtained.
Okay, thanks. Superintendent, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder, given the formality that needs to take place in order to just legitimize this amendment, if it wouldn't be a good idea, Mr. Chairman, for us to vote on the amendment rather than just change the wording so that we have a vote on the amendment and a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. And I don't need to be too technical about this, but currently what we have in front of us is a motion that was passed by the commissioners, so we would be final today with the option for the commissioners to amend the language coming forward. The alternative, if we accept this language, is they'll have to accept it, and we wouldn't have a lease until they accepted it, and then presumably we accept their changed motion. Is that correct?
And Mr. Chair, I think that we wouldn't need, if the county commissioners just agreed with the language that this board had approved, we wouldn't need to come back to you to sort of accept their acceptance. They would just accept it, they'd sign it, and that would be the lease.
Okay.
So what you're approving is the lease with the amended language, and as long as that language is accepted, that lease has been approved by the board.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent.
I apologize for not being clear. My question was really a matter of procedure today to vote on the amendment and then vote on the full motion rather than just sort of changing horses midstream. But Mr. Chairman, I would defer for sure.
Okay. Well, what I see at this point is a motion that's been amended with both the first and the seconder agreeing to that. If either the first or the seconder wanted to withdraw that, I guess it would change the motion back to the original. But I think we have a clear procedure ahead of us. If we pass this with the language in place and the commission then accepts that, it's a done deal. If on the alternative, they change language and come back, we'd have to consider that. Do either the first or the seconder want to withdraw their support for the friendly motion? No. So we have the motion on the table as amended by the treasurer. And so the question's been called. All in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
So, Madam Chair, that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone, for the participation you've had in this. Director, do we have any more matters before the State Board of Land Commissioners?
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners today.
Okay, thank you all. What I'm going to recommend is that we adjourn and that we then reconvene in about 5 or 10 minutes as the State Board of Loans and Investments. Thank you, and we are adjourned. Racinas and Superintendent are available. This is sort of your on-deck warning. Ah, there's the auditor. And I'll expect to see the superintendent here fairly quickly. Then is she on? She is. All right. I'm going to call us to order as the State Board of Loans and Investments. And I see that we have a quorum. I do not actually see the superintendent, but I'm given to believe from Ben that she is on.
Mr. Chairman, she's on. She just appears to be away from her computer.
Okay. Well, Madam Director, let's proceed, and what I was hoping you might be able to do is just, since this is a new program, kind of outline a little bit of the process and how you've proceeded through this. And thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So the one and only item on the board's agenda for today is J1, which is to consider 27 funding applications for Chapter 39 coronavirus relief grants. And just to provide the board with a little background, the Coronavirus Relief Grant, or CRG, program was created during the 2020 special session of the Wyoming Legislature. Legislation granted administration and rulemaking authority for the CRG program to the State Loan and Investment Board. The legislation authorizes the board to issue grants to eligible applicants for costs related to the COVID-19 health crisis. All grants issued by the board must meet all applicable federal eligibility. As per the CARES Act, relief funds may only be used on expenditures that, 1, are necessary and incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19, 2, are not accounted for in the most recently approved government or entity budget as of March 27, 2020, and 3, are incurred during the period that begins on March 1, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. This new program, the CRG program, has 3 categories of eligible applicants. The first category, cities, towns, counties, and other political subdivisions. The second category, tribal councils, after they've exhausted the relief funds provided directly by the Treasury, U.S. Treasury. And 3, Wyoming healthcare providers, rural healthcare districts, hospital districts, and healthcare facilities. Now, the Wyoming state legislation requires certain criteria to be used to evaluate each submitted application for the CRG program funding. And those include, similarly, whether the expenditure is an appropriate use of the fund and in compliance with the CARES Act, whether the expenditures were incurred and or continue to be incurred as a direct response of combating COVID-19 in Wyoming, whether the expenditure is related to the economic impact of the COVID-19 public health emergency, and finally, whether the expenditure is in compliance with state law. I will note that the state legislation requires that the Attorney General's office is tasked with review of all CRG program expenditure disbursements for board-approved grants. Because the board was tasked through the state legislation to administer this new program, the board promulgated and adopted Chapter 39 emergency rules, the provisions of which are based on guidance provided by the U.S. Treasury Department and supplemented by the requirements of the authorizing state legislation. The rules are drafted to strictly comply with both federal and state law. Importantly, consistent with the Office of State Land's existing grant and loan programs, OSLI developed an application and review process to make funding recommendations to the board. Because the CARES Act requires that monies not spent in conformance with the federal legislation be repaid to the U.S. Treasury, OSLI has worked diligently with the Attorney General's office to process applications in order to present them for board review. To date, OSLI has hosted 2 webinars for potential eligible applicants under the program. We also included members of the Attorney General's office in the webinar to assist with answering questions and provide tips with respect to the types of information required to make funding eligibility determinations. Now, despite our best efforts, there has been some misunderstanding about the program and what it covers. In the webinar, we did try to educate applicants about some of the key information required for a more timely turnaround of the funding application. And specifically, we tried to highlight the term necessary. We stressed that the definition is important and noted that OSLI would likely require narratives discussing this term in order to check that box to make sure that the request falls under the program's allowances. We also addressed the requirement that the expenses be required to address COVID-19 right now, today, as the pandemic is going on, not future 2 years from now, 5 years from now. We also stressed that the money had to be spent by December 30th. And this is important because one of the misunderstandings concerned capital construction projects. We received and had a lot of inquiry about, can we build new hospitals? Can we build new facilities? And that sort of requirement that the funds be expended by December 30 kind of puts the halt on a lot of that. Not all of it, but on a lot of that. So perhaps one of the most challenging requests we've had under the program relates to payroll reimbursement. And OSLI must ensure that all claims fall within a certain bucket of eligible employees and expenses. So we have to make sure that if it's an existing employee, that they are doing things separate and apart that are different from their normal job description that are related to COVID-19, or if it's a new position for which they're seeking reimbursement, they have to be able to show that this person was hired specifically to address COVID-19 related issues. We have done our best to make telephone calls, to follow up with applicants. We've requested support documentation to ensure that the payroll requests are valid and reimbursable. And as you might imagine, we've seen the whole gamut. We've seen applications for reimbursement for swimming pool directors and gymnastic instructors. And while on its face, they seem like they wouldn't possibly qualify, it still requires us to kind of drill down into the facts to see specifically what these folks were doing. Were they COVID related? You know, was it separate and apart from their normal job description? So, you know, we don't want to just rubber stamp things. We want to make sure that, in fact, these are qualifying events and expenses. In our seeking documentation to support some of these things, we've had a lot of pushback. There have been suggestions that we've been unreasonable in what we've asked. In some instances, we've just asked for a narrative. Explain to us how this is COVID related so we can, again, check that box. The board's entitled to know that and needs to know that in order to make reasoned funding decisions. Other challenges we've had are, frankly, applications that are wish lists. People have a whole laundry list of things that they believe should be paid for, and so they'll just give us a very vague application, and it's the old throw it at the wall and see what sticks situation. Those take a lot of time to drill down into the facts to see, is there a way to fund part of this? What are they talking about when they're talking about a new HVAC system? All of those things require diligence. So to the extent that there's a misunderstanding that OSLI is slow, or that somehow the Attorney General's office has been slow, is simply not the case. We regularly meet with our AG reps in roundtable discussions to vet and push through all those things that we possibly can. So to the extent that there have been allegations that OSLI has moved the ball or been obstructionist or required reams and reams of paper in support of these requests, simply not true. We're just trying to get to the bottom of the request to make sure we can make a reasoned and informed decision on whether the requested funding is in fact eligible in order to prevent future repayment for missteps. So with that, as we continue the program, we believe our vetting process will become faster and faster as we're going to see some of the same items come before us, and we'll know how better to utilize them. We're not perfect. We're doing the best we can to move forward with these in a timely manner. And again, we'll continue to work with the applicants to process as quickly as we can. So with that said, I will direct the board to J1.
Madam Director, I just, I wanted to compliment your team for doing that, and it has been frustrating, I think, for a number of people. I will say that my colleagues as governors around the country have been pushing to say, tell me what part of our budget is not affected by COVID-19. So we need to be able to replace those revenues. That has specifically been precluded. I can't pay any of my staff for the duties that they normally do. But I think the example you're giving me is if I have to hire somebody to come in and do extra sanitizing, that might qualify. Or if somebody has to be remote, have remote access, say they're quarantined or something like that, that might qualify. Those are the kinds of things I think you're talking about. And for the normal citizen, certainly for me, it's been very frustrating because you're doing this to protect us, to protect the states and make them whole, and yet you won't let us be made whole. It's only stuff that is related in that very specific period of time to extra activities that are there. So I have to say your job and the Attorney General's job has not been easy. And I think the other thing that often frustrates that process is the fact that there are a number of rumors. There have been varying degrees of facts that have been evolving over time, facts for frequently asked questions. There has been Treasury guidance that's been anecdotal and Treasury guidance that's been written. It's been a very shifting set of circumstances from the federal level that we are all trying to react to. And I just want to compliment you. And I would imagine if I were a town or a city that I would be very irritated by this entire process, and I think that's understandable. But please, if you are irritated, understand this is because of the circumstances. And some people will say, well, let's just do it and we'll pay the fine later. And I know the auditor and I have spoken about what that means, and I'm not sure that 5 years from now, I want somebody to be saying, oh, we have $500 million to pay back. So I think the diligence here is warranted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently in our office, I believe we have, including what we're here today, 36 total applications. And today, we are pleased to present 27 funding recommendations, 19 of which are full funding recommendations for $4,599,719, 6 partial funding recommendations for $1,689,443, and 2 no funding recommendations for about $2.7 million. Just for the purposes of the record, we note that we have provided the board with information on these funding recommendations prior to the meeting today. We've also briefed the board individually. As with our MRG program, I generally offer to propose a consent list. I think we could do that here if the board is inclined for 1A, which would be the 19 full funding recommendations, unless the board would like to go through those individually, but I will represent that we have been through them with the Attorney General's office, and I think we've satisfied ourselves that those likely meet the coronavirus relief grant program requirements.
So what is the pleasure of the board? Would you complete, Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move the consent list of the full funding items. And Director, did you want to read those off? You want me to read them off, or how do you want to proceed?
Mr. Treasurer, either way, I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
You would like to?
I'll try it here. Application number 3 for $278,250,000 Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. Application number 4, $40,000 for City of Lander. Application number 5, $14,359 Laramie County Fire District number 2. Application 7, $240,085 for Sweetwater County. Application number 8, $227,531 for Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. Application number 10, $116,512, Riverton Memorial Hospital LLC, DBA Sage West Healthcare. Application 11, $226,093, Riverton Memorial Hospital LLC, DBA Sage West Healthcare. Application 12, $124,339, Riverton Memorial Hospital LLC, DBA Sage West Healthcare. Application number 16, $350,000, Memorial County of Carbon County. Application 18, $248,594, Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. Application number 27. Make sure I got that right. Is it application 26 or 27? 26, right? For Powell for $17,830 for Powell Hospital District. Application number 27 for $100,000 for Powell Hospital District. Application 28 for $425,000 for Powell Hospital District. Application 29 for $19,584 for Powell Hospital District. Application 30 for $42,421.06 for Powell Hospital District. Application 31 for $4,799.92 to Powell Hospital District. Application number 36 for $12,903 to Teton County Weed and Pest Control District. And that's the size of it, for a total of $2,488,300.98.
Mr. Chairman, we have two additional that we were able to bring forward from when we issued the initial spreadsheet. One was for Teton County Hospital District, DBA St. John's Health, for $2,099,891, and City of Powell, is that correct? $11,527. And so the updated list of the full funding is in the amended Board Matter J1 that was posted last night. But the way that the treasurer read them is largely correct. It may have been rounded up. With the total, with the addition of the last two, $4,599,719.
That was number 33 and 34, those two. Okay.
I believe that's correct, Mr. Treasurer.
So, Mr. Treasurer, that is your motion for the consent list.
It is, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded, the Secretary. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the consent list as enumerated by the Treasurer, please thumbs up. I have from the Superintendent and Auditor Racines thumbs up. And aye, so that's unanimous. So I would entertain a motion to accept the Director's recommendations on the items on the consent. I guess we have to vote. Oh, we did. No, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So I'd entertain a motion on the items on the consent list for the if someone was inclined to make that motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to recognize the auditor. Yeah. And so I'm assuming you're a second.
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary is a second. Auditor, that is your motion. Any discussion? Any discussion? Auditor, did you have a question? No? Superintendent? No? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye or thumbs up. 2 thumbs up on the screen, ayes here, we're unanimous. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just as a clarification and preference of the board moving forward, does the board want us to provide copies of each and every application? Is it more helpful to just have the partial and the no funding? We're trying to figure out information-wise how the board would like the information presented. As you can imagine, we don't want to tear down tree after tree with reams of paper, but we are certainly willing to do that, or we can put it up electronically for with a link for access. It's whatever your preference is moving forward.
Sure. Let me ask my fellow members. My own view is I think electronically is great. When we come to the matters on the board, it's nice for me to be able to page back and forth. But Mr. Secretary, any view?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Mr. or Madam Auditor, I'll do this in order. Madam Auditor, any preference?
Mr. Chairman, I think electronically for this project and distribution where we're trying to move pretty quickly is fine with me.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer.
I think electronically is fine. And well, I haven't gotten any calls from any of these people, but I guess what they probably ask me is when are we going to, find out when we're going to get our funding. But I guess I could always just say call the director. But if there's any other information that would help us in constituent and fielding constituent calls, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. We're happy to help.
Thanks, Madam Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and agree electronic is best, and just would underscore my commitment to turning these over as quickly as possible so we can get this funding out into communities and get this work underway.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is letter B, which are the partial funding recommendations. There's a variety of reasons why they are partial and not full. Some of it is we wanted to put forward an amount that we knew we could approve today to get the ball rolling. Some of them may have items that are still pending. There may also be items for which we've determined that they are likely not covered under the program. So with that, we'll start with Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County, and I'll defer to Beth Blackwell to provide a little color on that partial funding recommendation.
Director, our Chairman, members of the board, our first application is from Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. They've requested $672,894. We are recommending $233,725 of their request. Their request includes payroll expenses related to door monitors, medical assistants, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, registered nurses and a physician, as well as lab equipment and supplies. Working with the AG's office, it was determined that the costs requested from June 8th through December 31st related to payroll, we're just not sure if those are necessary costs at this point. So we would need some additional information to support that. Additionally, the other item that was denied was the incident command cost. So they created an incident command committee with members of their staff, and essentially it appears maybe that their duties were similar to what they originally were. So we would need additional information to determine that these jobs had been substantially changed and were substantially dedicated to addressing the COVID-19 situation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bump, if anybody's got their hand raised, you'll, I'm sure, let me know, correct? You have one hand raised.
Mr. Chairman, Marion Orr. Mayor Orr,
Hi, thank you. Good morning.
good morning.
Thank you very much. First, I really want to thank everybody at the Office of State Land Investment and Board and the AG's office. I know that this is certainly a huge task that you are having to undergo, and I really appreciate your comments, Mr. Chairman, Governor, on the frustrations for cities, towns, and counties. Obviously, we need to be very good stewards with these funds. I would not want a future administration to have to wonder what it was that we all did. We do want to be very compliant and understand that. So that being said, I want you all to know that a good 10 days before the president declared a national emergency, I was in communication with my mayor counterparts from around the country. And I kind of saw this train coming down the tracks probably before many of the mayors in Wyoming did. And I met with all of my department directors a full week before that March 15th, March 16th date. And I said, I think we've got something really big coming. I need you to keep track of the time that this pandemic is going to cost you and your staff. And I also need you to track any funding that's going to be directed towards addressing this issue, not knowing, of course, back then how completely traumatic it would be. So our treasurer set up a special account line item. So every sanitizer that was purchased, everything, we all have that in one accounting. We also did have staff dedicate and take a look at their hours. And what I want to speak to very quickly regarding this specific request when it comes to personnel, we did not have the opportunity to hire additional people to take care of the pandemic. And in fact, I had to let 17 people go and not fill.
Madam Mayor, let me. I think we're on the Sweetwater.
Oh, you.
Right
Oh,
now.
sorry, I missed out then.
I apologize.
Okay.
So we'll call you back as soon as we get to Cheyenne. And thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, with respect to Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County, we have recommended the $233,725 at this time. We're not foreclosing their ability to come back to us and provide additional information concerning the items that we do not believe are covered or for which we don't have enough information to make the call at this point. Our efforts at this point are to move forward with what we do know to try to get the money out there.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yep. You know, on hospitals, from what I've heard is that even though these people's jobs were relatively the same, they couldn't do them because they had all of the elective surgeries and stuff were pretty much stopped, and the rest of their jobs, what they would normally do, it ceased to exist. So the only job that they actually had left was to work on COVID to the greatest extent, even though it was essentially the same job description of what they had before. And so how do we address that? Because I think we have to take that into account. And I don't know how we've taken that into account, and I'd just like some clarity on that.
So let me let Brandy address that, if that's okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Treasurer, I think the governor did a good job of sort of summing up the issues that we have here in terms of trying to follow the guidance and make sure that we are funding things appropriately, but also that we are recognizing those situations. So what we know from the CARES Act as it relates to payroll is that, one, it has to be the class of employees that the guidance talks about, which are public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, or similar employees whose services are substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID public health emergency, and that had to be unbudgeted. And then it has to be spent by December. But the two that we really sort of are looking at when we talk about payroll are those two. So what happens is that if you look at whether or not they're meeting that first requirement. And then what you say is, well, was it unbudgeted? Because even if their positions were budgeted, like you said, they were doing something substantially different. And the guidance talks about a substantially different use includes, but not necessarily limited to, where you've diverted your corrections facility staff to enable them to enforce social distancing or additional cleaning. They talk about changing foot patrol officers, police officers, to enforcing stay-at-home orders, which wouldn't necessarily be relevant to us, and teachers. We do start getting into some questions and some issues when we get to healthcare. If you are a nurse in a surgical ward, and now all of a sudden you're being a nurse in the emergency room, is that the same as what you were budgeted for? And some of those questions are why we ask for the narratives and why we ask for the additional information. And that's where we're really relying on those entities to say, listen, this person was budgeted to come in and do cardiac surgery, but what we had them doing instead is taking temperatures at the door because we needed to have a place where we pre-screened everybody for COVID. And so they were doing that job instead, and it was necessary, right? It wasn't just we were paying these people, so we put them to other tasks, but they were performing work which was necessary to mitigating or responding to the COVID emergency. And so within that, and this is where one of the parts that I think we talk about needing the more information is, we're asking for that information from these folks. We're asking for that narrative. And at some level, we're going to have to rely a little bit on those entities saying to us, we believe it was necessary. But what we're trying to do for this board is to give you enough information so that you can look at those justifications and make that determination for yourself. Because while we want to rely on the entities, at the end of the day, the state is going to be responsible for these funds. And you are the ones who have the responsibility to say, these were necessary expenses, and it's unfortunate it sort of rides on your shoulders. And so what OSLI is trying to do, what we're trying to do, is make sure that we have enough information so that when we come to you, we can say, here's the information, and necessary is going to be hard, I think. It's hard for us to figure it out. Is this necessary? Were these services that were dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID? And are they substantially different than what people are doing? And I use myself as an example. I'm employed by the Attorney General's office, and one of my jobs is to advise clients. It's to manage attorneys. In the last several months, my job has shifted significantly to handling issues related to COVID or to CARES, where I'm spending more than 100 hours a month on those issues. Is that substantially different than what I'm supposed to be doing? Because I'm still advising clients. And so some of those are difficult questions. And at some level, it's going to be a matter for this board and the comfort level that you have that these were necessary, and that the new jobs that these people were performing were substantially different enough from what they were budgeted for, that you feel comfortable saying, yeah, that looks like it was necessary, and that it was unbudgeted. So as we go forward, please know that when we say we need more information, that's what we're trying to get at, is that information. Now, some of these projects we're getting at other information, like, are you really going to have this done by December 30th, which we have some questions about. But for the most part, when we talk about payroll, when we talk about some of these shifting employees to new positions, that's really what we're getting at. Do they fit within that public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, and somewhere employees whose services were substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID-19? And if they were budgeted, if they were existing employees, have their duties changed enough, right? Are they not doing what you paid them for, but they're doing something to respond to COVID? And so those are the questions that we have. And when Director Scoggin says we're reaching out to them for more information because we need it, it's because we do feel like we need it to bring it to you to say, you know, it's up to you, but we feel comfortable saying it's necessary. At the end of the day, it's this board's decision as to whether it's necessary. And on these ones, I think what we're saying is we don't have enough right now to say that to you. And maybe those entities can offer that today to your satisfaction. But those really are the questions that we have as we do this, which is what makes it a little bit of a tedious process, to be honest with you.
Yeah, follow up, Mr. Treasurer? Just to say, I know it's always necessary to listen to your counsel.
Yeah, so Brandy, I just want to follow up a little bit on that, and maybe others do too. But the nature of that doesn't have to be exhaustive. If it's at least this is the way I perceive it, and it's informed by the fact that in my conversations with Senator Enzi right after it was passed, he said, we did these things so that people wouldn't just fluff their budgets, but because we wanted to make sure that there was some justification for the use of the CARES Act. But we fully anticipate there'll be lots of creative accounting. And Senator Barrasso also opined and said, look, this has got to be used. So the idea that I take away from those two is that a narrative that says, we had to redeploy people to a new area to take care of COVID because we didn't want to put people, that might be actually adequate enough, whereas, having 45 reams of paper describing every second of every day that these people did something is not necessary. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
And Mr. Chair, that's exactly right, because the reams of paper don't really help us as much as the narrative does. And this is what we've been saying to the state agencies as well. What we need is your narrative. Why did you think this was necessary to change these people? What were they doing that was mitigating or responding to the COVID emergency? And how was it different than what they were doing? So it's the narrative to say, and I use the cardiac nurse again. We took our cardiac nurses and we put them down to take temperatures in the ER room, right? That's a pretty simple explanation. We had to redeploy our sheriffs who would normally be watching the jail, and now they had to sanitize and take temperatures and do a bunch of additional COVID-related work. And so, those are the things that will be helpful as we're looking at, were they, changed their jobs to respond. And so, so what we need is the narrative. We don't need all the timesheets. I hope they have them in case there's an audit.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're looking for at all. What we are looking for is that narrative, and maybe it is going to be depending on how many employees you have, and if you can categorize them, or if you have to say, listen, we took this group of people and we had them doing this, and we took this group of people and we had them doing this, or smaller cities, towns, and counties can probably say, Joe Smith, he was doing this and now he's doing this. And so some of that, we're trying to work with people to make sure that we're getting the information that we need. And I say we, that's a very royal we. Director Scoggin is trying to work with people to make sure that, we're getting the information we need, but not overburdening them with so much that it would be difficult to, every timesheet of everybody that works. We don't need that. In fact, when we do get that, you start looking at it and be like, well, this doesn't actually look. That almost leads to too much review, but it's also too difficult for all of us administratively to do that. We just are not going to be in a position to take every job description, compare it to what they did pre-COVID and post-COVID. Like, that's just not a reasonable expectation. So at some level, we'll rely on them and those narratives, except for ones that we look at and say, well, this does just look facially sort of troubling, and then we're going to maybe ask for some additional information.
Okay, thank you. Ben, I see Tiffany Marshall and Eric Boley, and also Marion Orr, but we'll be taking Marion Orr when we get to Cheyenne, Mayor Orr. So, Tiffany, do you have a comment?
Yeah, hi. So I'm Tiffany Marshall, the Executive Director of the Memorial Hospital Foundation. And I first want to say thank you guys so much for approving all of those applications that you put in the consent agenda. We were part of that, and we are so excited that we're going to be able to better meet the needs of our community. So first off, I, again, just want to say thank you for all of your time and effort in dedicating all this chaotic coronavirus relief fund guidelines and things. Secondly, I just wanted to briefly touch on, or I guess really ask if there's any questions that I can answer regarding the payroll. We sure appreciate the Slib board recommending some of the funding requests that we submitted, but I was wondering if there's any additional information that you guys would like to see or hear from for those additional dollars that weren't included. I know that we talked about, or you guys had just briefly talked about taking those positions and dedicating them specifically to COVID and those initiatives from their daily jobs. And we sent that outline of the different people that were reassigned to COVID specific areas. And I just wanted to see if you needed more information on that, or what other information we can provide to help understand where these payroll expense requests are coming from.
Well, thank you, Tiffany, and our hearts are certainly with your community over the past couple of days with that news that you. So.
It's been a rough couple days for us over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask members of the board. What I'd like to do specifically for Tiffany's offer is to ask members of the board if they have any particular questions, and then I don't know, Beth, if there would be anything that would follow up on this. And so let me start with the superintendent. Any questions?
No additional questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Sorry, I had it on the wrong screen. How about Auditor Racinas?
Mr. Chairman, this is actually more of a question for staff, but may provide value to some of the applicants who are receiving partial funding recommendations. My understanding is that in some or maybe many cases, this is simply a question of timing, and that there just simply hasn't been time to go through all of these. I know you all have been working around the clock to push through as many as you can, as fast as you can, and I know you will continue to do that. And with that process, I would think that some of the partial funding recommendations become more clear, whether they be funded with more information available, or whether it be determined that they're not appropriate. So maybe just a question on maybe a confirmation of that, if my understanding is correct. And then I'm not sure if there's an overarching plan as to how often we might be holding these meetings to push that funding out.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, with respect to how often we intend to hold special meetings or other regular meetings of the Slib, it will depend upon the number of additional applications that we receive. When we get them, we immediately go to work, and as soon as we have what we feel are enough to go forward, like in this case, we had a number of applications, we will schedule a special meeting if a regular meeting isn't right around the corner. Even if we have to convene by telephone conference or something a little less formal, but that's still available for public participation, we're certainly open to doing that. With respect to your other question about partial funding, it's my understanding that some of these, where they did not receive full funding, it's a matter of we don't have all the information yet. So we wanted to put forward the amount that we were comfortable with, but we still may need additional information in some instances, particularly with respect to payroll reimbursement. That takes a little bit more time. And then you'll see with the non-funding or the no funding request, we actually have enough information, I think, to make those calls. However, with that said, should we receive additional information, even on the no funding, that would move our needle, we're certainly willing to reconsider it. But in some cases, like with Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County on their payroll reimbursement. It may just be a need for additional information, additional phone conversations with the applicant.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Treasurer? Nothing? Mr. Secretary? Tiffany, I'm gonna ask Beth. I think most of the items that are not in the funded list really just require some further information. But Beth, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, essentially that is the case. Specifically, the payroll from June 8th to the end of the year, we'll just need some more information. You know, as things are progressing, are those people still doing those duties? That kind of information. And then related to the incident command, we just need some more information related to how their duties were substantially dedicated to COVID. I think we've worked with the AG's office to come up with these dollar amounts, so I don't know if Brandy has any additional information on those.
So this is the time, Mr. Chair, this is the time when I say, again, Pat Miller and Jim Peters are on the phone, and they are the ones who have been, when I say the royal we, I really do mean it. They've been the ones who have been working with OSLI on these. And so if there's additional questions related to any particular funding request, they would probably be in the best position to answer it.
And so, at the risk of really extending this, I guess at a high level, what I'm perceiving from this, and this is kind of an ad hoc decision on my part, but I'll look to the other board members. These are not sort of one and done kinds of situations. As more material, more information becomes available, they can certainly come up for later interpretation. And would that be consistent with my fellow members on the screen? We're getting that as a consensus notion here. I don't know, Tiffany, if that helps.
Yeah, we just are, we want to be able to provide you with any and everything that you guys would like to see, but we definitely don't want to give you information overload because I know that we want to be respectful of your time. So we're just trying to find a really good happy medium and way to keep our hospital safe, our patients safe, our community safe, while not busting our budget that we didn't account for.
Certainly understand that, and what I want to say is that for everybody on the line here with the partial funding and maybe perhaps even the no funding, we certainly will continue to entertain them as more information becomes available. So, is there any further? I guess my recommendation on this then is to do one of two things. We can move on to the next item, which might be the right thing, and then come back and look at these each in turn and vote on them, so that we have a full sense of these, considering the fact this is our first time with this program, so that we have a sense of the range of the issues that we're seeing. Fair enough. Anything more on Sweetwater Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County? Hearing none, let's move to the City of Cheyenne. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Oh, pardon me for 1 second. I see Eric Boley had something he wanted to add to this too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Martin, it's good to talk to you today. And I'm going to have comments on quite a few of these requests, but on this particular one, I think it's pretty self-evident. Incident command is something that we've all been dealing with around the state, from a state level to a hospital level. I think they've justified the need for this funding. It's not something that we normally budget for in our hospitals, nor is it something that is a normal part of people's daily duties. And as you're aware, this is something that's going to continue to go on. We're hearing from HHS and from CDC that probably through the end of the year, but I don't know what more they could give you that would be necessary to justify the fact that incident command is not something that is normal or ordinary, and folks are pulled from all different places to take care of this pandemic, and it's been all hands on deck. And so I would highly recommend that you consider at least funding the incident command portion of this, and then Sweetwater can provide you some more information on the other payroll issues. With that, I'd answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Boley. Any questions for Director Boley? Duly note your comments, and let's move on to the City of Cheyenne. I see Mayor Orr is still on. I think Mike O'Donnell, the counsel for the city, also was teed up. So,
Mr. Chairman, with respect to the City of Cheyenne payroll reimbursement application, as you can see, $879,944 as of today. We're going to go ahead and recommend the $12,000. This is a work in progress, and I will stress that we have been trying to go through the information that they have subsequently provided to us. I also know that Brandy and her folks have had follow-up discussions recently with Mr. O'Donnell to get some further clarification. I think this is just a matter of sitting down, going through it, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, so we can bring more to the board at the next meeting. This is just a case of we did not have enough time to go through it all, and we are learning and understanding some of their positions on some of the requests that they've made only as of yesterday afternoon. So this isn't a final number. This is a very preliminary number with what we're comfortable with recommending today, realizing that we have a lot of work to do with the City of Cheyenne.
very good. Are there any questions for the staff from the board? Hearing none. Mayor Orr, sorry that I recognized you prematurely, but please feel free to address the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Marion Orr, the mayor of the City of Cheyenne. Basically, what I'll just say is really, Treasurer Meyer really hit the nail on the head, and I think the hospitals have experienced that too. As I was saying, that we did not go out and hire additional people. In fact, we had to let people go and give people new job descriptions. For instance, my public information officer and his team went from working on a complete redesign of our website to putting that off for 4 months and having to then, we served as the public information office for City County Health and the City of Cheyenne. So everybody's jobs changed. The city treasurer had to completely redo our budget because we are so heavily reliant fiscally on sales and use tax versus the county, which is property tax, that we had to do a complete overhaul. So did every director. So we spent an enormous amount of time really changing up what our daily functions kind of look like, even down to our swimming pools. Yep, we're not giving swimming lessons, but we had to do a redesign of the lockers to make sure when the kids came in, they were socially distanced and putting up, plexiglass when necessary. So, and again, being probably the largest city employee within the state, I know it's probably very cumbersome, and our application was, it was many reams. We killed a few trees, and we apologize for that. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. O'Donnell, who really led our team of 3 through this application process. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate your comments. Mr. O'Donnell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for this audience. We are in critical times, as we all know. And one of the things that we are facing right now is, as Director Scoggin noted, the difficulty of trying to figure out how to implement the CARES Act, the distribution of funds. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I've got something up on my screen that I would like to read to you. It is 3 sentences from the Department of the Treasury that is in a frequently asked questions that was issued on July 8th, 2020. And it specifically addresses the reimbursement of payroll costs. With your permission, I will read you these 3 sentences because I think they're very, very important to the types of decisions you need to make. May I do so?
Sure. And if you, I don't know, Ben, if he wants to put it up on screen, is there a way for him to be able to do that? No. Okay. Please go ahead and read.
All right, I'm sorry we can't do a screen share, Mr. Chairman. This is directly from the Frequently Asked Questions, Department of Treasury, July 8th. As a matter of administrative convenience, in light of the emergency nature of this program, a state, territory, local, or tribal government may presume, please remember that word, may presume, that payroll costs for public health and public safety employees are payments for services substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency, unless the chief executive or equivalent, that would be the mayor of the city of Cheyenne, of the relevant government, determines that specific circumstances indicate otherwise. So there's a presumption that payroll costs are attributable to COVID as determined by the chief executive. The language goes on to say, costs incurred for substantially different use include, but are not necessarily limited to, costs of personnel and services that were budgeted for in the most recently approved budget, but which, due entirely to the COVID-19 public health emergency, have been diverted to substantially different functions. That is the direct quote, Mr. Chairman, from the Department of the Treasury just a week or so ago. It was in that light that we have been working with the Office of State Lands for, a couple of months now on an ongoing basis. We thought we had reached an understanding with OSLI that the information the city of Cheyenne was providing for payroll reimbursement complied with those directives, and that we were appropriately submitting the documents that were needed. We learned very late last week, and then I learned, frankly, in a conversation yesterday with the Attorney General's office, that the AG's office reads the language differently. And here's the nub of the difference between the reading of this language. As I was informed yesterday, the Attorney General's office reads the language substantially dedicated to as meaning an individual must be substantially dedicated to addressing COVID. The reading that I take from the Treasury's guidance and from the legislative guidance that we've received, frankly, from the Wyoming legislative leadership, is that it does not take an individual to be substantially dedicated to COVID. Rather, it's whether that individual's duties changed such that they became substantially dedicated to addressing COVID. We, the city of Cheyenne, initially submitted a fairly abbreviated application at the request of OSLI, trying not to kill too many trees and holding our substantiation in reserve. Late last week on Friday, we learned that the Attorney General's office had weighed in and asked for significant additional information. We spent the weekend and Monday of this week accumulating and printing over 600 pages of documents that have now been submitted to OSLI. They went in on Tuesday and met the deadline that had been imposed upon us. What that substantiation shows, and frankly what our narrative shows, which is about a 10-page narrative, is the monumental effort undertaken by the city of Cheyenne, and as described by the mayor, was to essentially shift city government from its normal operations to addressing an international pandemic. It required repurposing approximately 180 employees across city government to new tasks. They weren't all full-time tasks. In fact, almost none of them were full-time. Most of them were part-time. And as the mayor noted, beginning in March, we began collecting the data for the new purposed activities that people were engaged in that were directed toward COVID. Our application now, this $880,000, is a reflection of all of that work and of the guidance we received from the Treasury Department and the Wyoming legislative leadership. There is, and I hope you've had a chance to see our narrative, there is a fail-safe that we have in place as well. In our initial approach with OSLI, the request was, as I've noted, for a rather abbreviated application to be followed up by a more serious vetting at the time of invoicing, so that if the grant was approved, the money would not be distributed until such time as invoices are submitted by the city and an opportunity exists for State Lands and the city to go through those invoices to confirm that they conform to the Treasury Department guidelines. My suggestion to you, Mr. Chairman and members of Slib, is this. Rather than approve a extremely small number as is being recommended currently by State Lands, that you approve the grant in the amount we seek, with the understanding that we will be working with State Lands going forward as we submit invoices to document our linkage between COVID and the payroll expenses for which we seek reimbursement. The only caution I have in that request is this, that we need to resolve this tension between the interpretation by the Attorney General's office and the interpretation that I give to the direction from the Department of Treasury. It is not the direction from Treasury or the Attorney General's office to scrutinize necessity. That is something that is determined by the chief executive of the local government, the mayor, and has been determined by her in this submission. That is how that presumption arises that was mentioned in Treasury's FAQ. What we need to do now, and Governor, I think I'm echoing your words as you were speaking just a moment ago, I think we've made the showing that entitles the city of Cheyenne to this grant. And we're happy to continue to work with State Lands to flesh out anything further, but we want to be sure that an unreasonable hurdle is not placed in the way of Cheyenne, or frankly, any other municipality in the state of Wyoming, to obtaining these funds. We all know that the money has to get distributed and spent in less than 6 months. The pressure is on, and we really, really appreciate if you would vote in favor of this grant. Thank you, and of course, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. I think in your testimony you talked about an imposed deadline, and I wanted to better understand. Is that a deadline relative to a particular meeting? Is it a deadline relative to this program? Is it an arbitrary deadline? Director, any particular thoughts on that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Most of the other applicants had prior deadlines to that. We became aware that the city of Cheyenne had this payroll reimbursement application request. When we initially got it, we did not believe that there was enough information in order to be able to opine upon that. Then there was apparently some discussion about, were they going to be able to make this meeting? And they didn't understand, and they didn't want to be copying reams and reams of paper and that whole situation. So what I had said was, if you can bring us some supporting documentation by noon on Tuesday, we would do our best to get through as much as we could before close of business Wednesday and put forward as much as we could of their request today, so that they weren't going home empty-handed, but we would at least be able to vet what we could. As you might imagine, with the large amount here, there were quite a few positions and quite a bit of documentation. We did our best to get through what we could. And it's my understanding the Attorney General's office called Mr. O'Donnell and asked him, would you like us to just hold this back, or should we go forward with what we can? We were originally told, go ahead and bring forward the 12,000. And so that's what we were doing today, realizing that we have a lot of work to do to move forward and figure out what we believe is covered and what is not. And I believe that there is as Mr. O'Donnell indicated, a discrepancy with respect to interpretation of the U.S. Treasury guidance. And so I believe that Brandy may have a different view of that.
Mr. Chair.
Brandy, go ahead, please.
At this moment, I wouldn't say I have a different view, but let me say this, that in speaking with Mr. O'Donnell yesterday, we have always sort of looked at this as, and when you read the guidance and you sort of get into it and you're trying to figure out, and we really haven't addressed payroll necessarily yet as just a pure payroll matter. So, we've always just sort of looked at it as those employees who were substantially dedicated, right? It talks about classes of employees, you know, and Mr. O'Donnell is exactly correct when he reads to you the guidance, and I think some of it we read to you earlier as well. But it talks about you can presume that these classes of employees are substantially dedicated, and we've always sort of looked at that as, is that position substantially dedicated? And in speaking with Mr. O'Donnell yesterday, what it became clear is that it isn't the position itself. It is all the time that any person has spent providing services that are directly related to the mitigation or response to COVID. And so, for example, and I think Mr. O'Donnell would acknowledge, we don't have anybody whose position was substantially dedicated. Rather, what we had is people who spent time.
Expanded.
Right, who spent time. And it's not something we had considered yet. So let me say this, at this point in time, I have neither the authorization to give you our position on that as the Attorney General's office. It is something that we are considering because, you know, as you know from the state, we did the same thing with our payroll, and so it's an interesting position. So I think that one sits, you know, as a question. And here's where I think that we look at it is that it sort of indicates, and I'll go to one of the facts. It's on page 9 for those that are following the guidance at home. And it talks about, provides that funding may be used to meet payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, and similar employees whose services are substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency. May fund payments be used to cover such an employee's entire payroll cost or just the portion of time spent mitigating or responding to the health emergency? And the answer to that question is, as a matter of administrative convenience, the entire payroll cost of an employee whose time is substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency is eligible, provided that such payroll costs are incurred by December 30th, 2020. An employer may also track time spent by employees related to COVID-19 and apply federal payments on that basis, but would need to do so consistently within the relevant agency or department. So when we look at that, we think, yeah, maybe that is what it means. And here's where we get back to the fact of, we're provided this money, told spend it, but don't spend it wrong or we're going to come back and get it. We'll provide you just a little bit of guidance and then a bunch of contradictory and confusing facts. And we're trying to work through all that. So what I can say today is, I don't know that we've landed on our position on that we are considering it based on Mr. O'Donnell's arguments and statements. The other thing that I think I would say, however, that we do firmly disagree with is this. When the guidance talks about who gets to decide, unless the chief executive or equivalent of the relevant government determines the specific circumstances, that is the chief executive of the state, because these funds were given to the state. And so while this is where I say, well, I think we have to rely on our cities, towns, and counties and what they say to us, they don't actually make that determination. The state makes that determination, and I'll go to the last fact in that July 8th, is that if the government has transferred funds to another entity from which entity would the Treasury Department seek to recoup the funds if they have not been used in a manner consistent with this section. The Treasury Department would seek to recoup the funds from the government that received the payment directly from Treasury. State, territorial, local, tribal governments receiving funds from Treasury should ensure that funds are transferred to other entities, whether pursuant to a grant program or otherwise, are used in accordance with Section 601D of the Social Security Act as implemented by the guidance. So while I appreciate that the city of Cheyenne is suggesting that they get to make that determination, I would say that they do get to make that determination, but you also get to look at that determination and decide for yourself, given that the money is going to ultimately come from the state, whether or not you're comfortable with it. And so within the city of Cheyenne's request, let me just say, I appreciate what they're saying and what they're doing, but I would note that some of these things are, their pool maintenance person had to cleanse and sanitize the pool. I have a hard time understanding how that's different than what the pool sanitation guy was doing normally. And this is another reason why I don't know that we want to get into the reams and reams of paper, because these are the questions that start coming up. Aren't we doing that during flu season anyway? Are we doing that during cold season? Is this something that actually is specific to COVID? Now, creating reopening plans, things of that nature that wouldn't normally be within their job description, sure. But within that, there are some things, and I don't know if they actually counted these, but for example, the botanic garden workers, the office workers were repurposed to doing horticulture. They were helping maintain the facility while you didn't have volunteers. Is that unnecessary? You know, are those the category of workers providing services that are necessary? So I don't know where the board comes down on all of that. I do think that at this meeting, and I think that Mr. O'Donnell and the city would like an answer from this board, and certainly you're entitled to do that. But I think there are some unanswered questions. I understand their need to get funding and their desire to have this money awarded to them. But we also do have a meeting, I believe, on August 8th? 6th.
Right.
And I would suggest that maybe the better part is to let us work through some of these issues so that we can come back to you with something different or better than what we have at this moment.
So Brandy, let me follow up on that, and I do want to recognize if anybody on the board has a question for this. This is sort of the meat of the conversation. If I understand the thesis that's put forward by Mr. O'Donnell, there's this is on the facts where it says, unless the chief executive or equivalent of the relevant government determines that specific circumstances indicate otherwise. And I think what he's suggesting there is that the executive can make broad determinations on these things, and if so, perhaps every mayor in the state ought to say that everything we did. I have to say, as a state, we've tried that, and it hasn't worked. But I do think that there is a challenge there in the language, which is this is a very complicated piece of legislation that is meant to defeat what it was intended to do. So it is absolutely ridiculous. But I do think, nonetheless, Mr. O'Donnell makes a reasonable point there. And then the second piece of the thesis is, so let's go with that. Let's just distribute the money, and then we can talk about it after the fact. And Auditor Racines, I know you and I have talked a bit about concerns about what audits might mean, and I'll note that we did catch a case of fraud in the business program, you know, I think diligence is probably warranted. I didn't know if you wanted to have a moment to talk about that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, not to belabor it, but except I would like to belabor it a little bit. I would correct you and say suspected fraud.
No, I wasn't saying that. You're right.
So a couple of thoughts. I mean, I don't think Mr. O'Donnell's request by itself is unreasonable, but I still have a huge amount of questions. And I have the FAQs pulled up as well. And the line he points out is specific to public health and public safety employees, which are certainly not, or at least I don't consider them to be all employees of an organization. And again, not wanting to get into the weeds, but just throwing out a question I have, he mentioned that the treasurer had to, because of this situation, up in the budget and tear it apart and start over. So, I mean, a couple of questions there. You know, is her payroll for the entire year included? How much time was spent on that efforts? And having been a CFO myself, in front of the Wyoming legislature, the CFO's job is to have to completely tear apart the budget due to a variety of scenarios in our fluctuating revenue stream. So the question you're getting at is, why are we being such, so hard-nosed about, wanting to pushing these monies out when we all know we do need to spend it quickly, and there's quite a bit of rush and need to do that. And there will be federal audits surrounding this, and we will have to pay back what is spent incorrectly. That's not to sound scary or be fear-based, but I can assure everyone the federal government will force you to pay back monies that were spent incorrectly. And then I've heard some folks say, well, we just won't, or we'll push back, or we will say we spent it correctly. So what the federal government then can do is withhold payments of other funds to the state. And currently they're putting about $1 billion a year into our coffers. So that concept of just saying, yeah, well, we'll just, we'll tell them what we think when they come to try to take the money back is a good one, but it doesn't necessarily shake out. And I'm not sure if the city of Cheyenne has had the chance to read the reporting and retention guidelines that have come out in the last week surrounding these funds, but I do want to emphasize they, even more than the guidance that has been released, make it explicitly clear that the state, as the prime recipient, that's the term used in the guidelines, has 100% responsibility to make sure every dollar is spent correctly, and will have 100% responsibility to pay back those dollars that were not funded correctly. So, and it's always the nature of the accountant in the room to be kind of the wet blanket, which certainly needs to be balanced out. But setting up a battle about paying back these funds in 3 or 4 or 5 years is certainly not what our hurting cities and towns need right now. So while the temptation is great to push out money as quickly as possible, I think this step of making sure it comports is critical. Just nationally, from my colleagues, the discussions that we're having, payroll is the hottest, squishiest issue. So just know that the discussions we're having here today are certainly what everyone is doing, particularly around what employees qualify, what is substantially dedicated, and then there's a substantial discussion around what hazard pay is appropriate or not. So that's probably enough for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Are there any questions? Mr. Treasurer and Mr. O'Donnell, I recognize you have your hand up. So
a clarification on something that you said, and it was whether you could take the whole salary or proportional. And the way I understood it was either or. If you took anybody's whole salary, then it precluded you from taking a partial of anybody else's. So you had it one way or the other. You had to either take proportional across everybody and no whole, or you could only take the whole salaries and your proportional ones, you'd have to leave those on the table.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, I believe that's correct way. Like you choose your path, and then you've got to stick to it within the department or the agency. So that you can't say, oh, I want this person's whole salary because they're substantially dedicated, but I want, I'm going to do it a different way on this one.
Mr. Chairman, I think that probably the best way to do it is do it all proportional. Then you've got your documentation and your supporting documentation on it from the get-go, and your audits might be a little bit easier if you did get audited, because you'd have your documentation there, rather than trying to say, well, we're 51% substantially in this area, so we're going to take it all. you might get into trouble in those areas, because if you end up being 49%, then you lose it all. So, that's just a commentary.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Treasurer, those are the issues I think we are still working on, that I don't know that we have an answer. Well, what I do know is we don't have an answer for you today on that on our position. So I think the point is out there and the question is out there. And I go back to the part where I can't say today what our position on this is as an office. We just, like I said, in talking with Mr. O'Donnell yesterday at about 3:30 is when this was raised, and it, we've talked about it, but we certainly have not come to any sort of position as to whether, we just haven't thought about it yet. And I'm sorry about that, Governor, but.
No, I think all of this guidance has been evolving, and one of the areas, and I want to recognize Mr. O'Donnell a second. I also note that Tiffany from Sweetwater points out that she appreciates Mr. O'Donnell's discussion. She had the same understanding. But one of the difficulties with projecting what your payroll is going to look like is that out of the act, it says are necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, which certainly implies that you've got to have some sense of necessary expenditures and that they are incurred, not that they prospectively could be incurred should the conditions continue to prevail, which is certainly logical. So I think it's a problematic kind of judgment area. And I think to Mr. O'Donnell's point, I think he makes some very good points, but others may be looking at this differently, and it'd be nicer to have a leveler playing field so that all of our communities kind of get the same handling. Let me, Mr. Treasurer, let me have Mr. O'Donnell, give him a chance, and then I'll have you, and then Mr. Secretary. Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much appreciated. I just wanted to provide a little bit of comfort to Auditor Racines on one of the points she was making. The City of Cheyenne completely concurs that it would not be appropriate to distribute this money and then hope and pray and fight 4 or 5 years down the line whether or not it was distributed appropriately. That is sound policy, and that is this should be decided at the time of distribution of funds if we have all concurred that the act has been complied with. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands that. That's why I mentioned the fail-safe that we've got built into this approach with OSLI, which is even if you approve the grant today, no funds will be distributed until such time as the City of Cheyenne presents invoices to OSLI and we go through a vetting process then. And so that's what I'm hopeful would provide Auditor Racines some comfort. We will address these issues at the time of distribution of funds and not build a hope and a prayer for the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Mr. Treasurer, you.
That brought up a different question, is that you're looking at changing the process to allow the OSLI to be the arbiter and the board just to approve a pot of money. So as you go through, that sounds like, Mr. Chairman, a lot like we handled a large project loan program, on this one. But I wanted the question I had though was on the language that you said is that it's incurred because of the COVID-19. Now, does it go on to say incurred because of the COVID-19 in the treatment of specifically, or is it just because the COVID-19 actually exists? I mean, I'm wondering what some clarity about how broad that is, because I think you could look at the treasurer's budgeting thing and say that, yeah, if he had
do overtime, you could say, yeah, that's proportional, that's more than what he would normally do, then that would fall under it. But necessarily, if he just did his 40 hours a week, that he'd have to be there, he was just doing his job. But if he actually had to do overtime, then that would take that into account. So that's the type of, I mean, I think the broad brush would allow for the treasurer, but I think it would have to be over and above.
Brandy.
And Mr. Chair, and Mr. Treasurer, and to be perfectly honest with you, that is sort of how we have been looking at payroll is, what did you pay in overtime? What did you pay hazard pay for those employees that were qualifying employees for hazard pay? And so this concept that Mr. O'Donnell brings up is new to us, and so that is why we're thinking about it and saying, well, can you actually go in? But to your point too, right? Like, was the treasurer's work, the 40 hours a week, their job, or was it something that was substantially different? Those are, again, these are hard questions, I think. So,
and Mr. Chairman, if I might,
yes,
propose a suggestion. It's been suggested that OSLI and the city sit down together and go through these one at a time. And as we noted, recently, we've sort of learned their position and their interpretation on some of the guidance that our folks with the AG's office just simply haven't had a chance to really think through and come to a position on. So my thought is that we will commit to working with the city ASAP, because we know this is very important to them, and this is a large dollar figure. And we are happy to sit down with them. We'll get a meeting, and we'll just sit down, we'll go through it one at a time, and then hopefully by then, the Attorney General's office may have a better feel for where they want to land on some of these things. And I certainly appreciate Mr. O'Donnell and his position and his urgency to get some resolution to this. And I certainly don't want to be the roadblock to hold it up. In fact, just the opposite. And some of the requests, it may just be a simple narrative, a clarification of how this is related to COVID, rather than us going, this doesn't even seem right. And I think we can make decisions more quickly if we're sitting across the table from each other, one at a time. Oh, okay, we understand your position on this. It took how many days, Brandy, for us to realize that the city and OSLI and the AG may have had a different viewpoint on the guidance. We didn't understand that till yesterday at 3:30 in the afternoon. So that makes it difficult to come to further resolution, but I will commit to working with the city and getting through this as quickly as possible.
Well, and I appreciate that, Director, and I do think that one has to recognize the fact this program is new. It was kind of crafted during a legislative session. The rules came out. We were trying to do our best. And it is kind of bootstrapping, and you have evolving guidance coming from Treasury. Clearly, a lot of judgment to be made in this process. And if I understand Mr. O'Donnell correctly, functionally this would be relatively the same. You know, the one would say pass the grant, and then we'll go through invoice by invoice, and the other would say, let's pass this, and we can still talk about the additional expenditures, and particularly, you know, how they're invoiced. And so that was part of the reason I was suggesting this isn't a one and done kind of thing. That these can continue to evolve. Personally, I want to make sure that the rules are understood kind of for everybody. Because I don't think we're going to have any difficulty getting this out of the door. I do think our process needs to speed up, but functionally, I think giving a little bit of time to coming to clearer understandings, informed by others that have some interpretations on this, can be very helpful to us all. Mr. Treasurer.
One other thing that I suggested yesterday is that once we do get that, the department, basically creates templates for the different people, whether it's the court system or whether it's the cities or whether it's the hospitals. And we may find templates in other states that have already been created and take a look and see what they've done, and then we'd get that uniformity and we'd get that clarity, and then that would be a lot easier for the next person walking in through the door. So I think this process that we're gonna go through the city of Cheyenne, I applaud you guys for wanting to take the time to do this, because I think you can make everybody else's life a lot easier. So thank you, Mayor Orr, and thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You know, I might just offer, I don't know that there are a whole lot of lessons learned throughout this pandemic, but I might offer one, and that is to say that the CARES Act funding that's related to education was, it's not exactly a direct comparison, but it was released very, very quickly, and it was kind of get the money out and let's figure out the rules later. And as a result, states, including Wyoming, have had to ask school districts to rework their distribution formula at the local level a minimum of 3 times. And also plan for contingency formulas should we get further guidance. And that's not to say that we may get further guidance, we may not in this respect. But I say that to just really thank the Office of State Lands, this board, as well as the Attorney General's office for taking some time up front to work with local entities so that, number one, and most importantly, our state's not in a payback situation on the audit end, but number two, to really you know, hopefully save local entities some rework in getting this right. So with that, I'd also thank the local entities for bearing with us, that this is not, you know, a matter of the state wanting to be more restrictive or hold tight onto the purse strings or money, but it's really to etch out a process that will be helpful for everyone in the future, and again, avoid a payback and avoid rework. So I guess I would just offer that as maybe a tiny lesson learned on the education front.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, Auditor, any other comments? No other comments. I see Mr. O'Donnell has his hand up again.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to jump in front of the auditor. Madam Auditor, did you wish to go first?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. One last point, Mr. Chairman, was this. One of the reasons why it's important to the city of Cheyenne to try to convince you to award the grant today is we are dealing with a limited pool of money. And I don't know how to say this in a kind way. There is a race among municipalities in the state of Wyoming to get to the funding before it runs out. And I worry that if we can't get the grant approved today, the city of Cheyenne becomes significantly disadvantaged, because this is a large request. And if we fall back in the queue because of a desire to have an ongoing conversation, we could end up not being able to recover that to which we would otherwise have been able to recover. And I wanted to express that concern to you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Auditor, I'm sorry I didn't see you before.
No problem. Just following up on what the superintendent said, I think from the business side of things, that is very, very much what happened with the payroll protection program as well. It became very clear that shoving the money out the door before anyone thought about how it looked on the back end is creating substantial problems now. And I also think our the business relief stipend passed by the legislature, you know, we took a week or 2 extra in getting that out from what was desired, and that's really paying dividends right now and how smoothly it's going. And Mr. O'Donnell, I do sympathize with the rush, but recognizing that we have another meeting in less than 3 weeks, I'm confident that there will be more than plenty of money left by then. And speaking to the overall theory, I think it's far more efficient, and I recognize that a lot of City of Cheyenne's time gets caught up in this process. I feel like it's far more efficient for the AG's office in the City of Cheyenne, where we have a very comprehensive, large request with lots of different types of, to really hammer those out, what we think is okay, what we don't think is okay, where we're going to say yes, where we're going to say no. That seems drastically more efficient than approving a bunch of grants for a bunch of entities and then you know, working through each invoice on the back end, where particularly these first ones where we're doing in public meetings, then applicants that apply later, they're hearing the same thing. They're hearing us say the same thing to each entity. And that just seems more efficient to work through that back and forth very vigorously once. And then as these other requests come in down the road, then we have that course charted out and we have ready answers on a lot of those things. You know, and one final point, my other concern in getting this money out, I do have concerns if we start just saying we're going to give you, we're going to allot, you know, we're going to allocate this pot of money to you. We don't know necessarily if that pot of money has been spent or not. And that could put us in a position where then we're at the end of the year and we haven't been able to spend all the funds because it's caught up in allocations. Now, one entity is not going to make or break that discussion, but it is sometimes very, even though entities need money a lot, it is sometimes very, very difficult to get those invoices in a timely manner. From our cities, towns, counties, special districts, hospitals. It is a constant struggle. And so I'm just mindful of that would very, very much muddy up our statewide view of how much money we have to spend.
And thank you, Auditor. Are there other comments on this application? Other comments? Hearing none, here's the way I would kind of look at this. I think I'm mindful of Mr. O'Donnell's comments, and I think of you know, kind of a place marker of where these funds could go, and certainly opportunity to discuss them. If I were a mayor or if I were a town administrator, I would be worried hearing the legislature make rumblings about where they would like to spend this, that they have a chance to be able to at least put forward their concerns. And I want to state emphatically, our desire here is to make sure that towns and counties can be made as whole as we can make them, and that we will work with alacrity to make that happen. I don't know if it probably isn't exactly what you wanted to hear, Mr. O'Donnell, and we'll see what happens when we come back to voting. But from my sense, absolutely heard on what's necessary, what you'd like to see, absolutely heard on willingness to work through the process. And then to the auditor's point, being robust on this on the front end certainly may obviate some of the issues we have on the back end. If there is nothing else before this, let's move to the next matter, which I think is the town of Shoshone.
Mr. Chairman, I would yield the floor to Beth Blackwell to describe the town of Shoshone's project.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the town of Shoshone has requested $25,000 to address technology and firewall needs related to conducting their public meetings and to meet the public meeting requirements. Through the review of this information, we feel like it's appropriate to fund the firewall and some of the technology. However, there's $7,603 worth of this request that's really not explained sufficiently for us to recommend approval of that portion.
Okay, and again, Beth, I know the work that you're doing on this, and maybe we shouldn't submit a COVID request for that. But
Room in Evans.
the point I guess you're making is that there's still room to consider those as well.
Yes, sir, just if we get some additional information, some explanation as to what those additional costs are,
Okay.
we could work with them.
Any questions from the board? Any questions, any comments the town of Shoshone would like to make? Hearing none, I think the next matter also comes from the town of Shoshone, so.
Mr. Chairman, we have a hand up.
Oh, we have a hand up?
Had a hand up.
Oh,
Apologize.
okay. Well, if it's something about the town of Shoshone, let's go through this other matter, and then we'll make sure that that hand bend comes back up if you want to. Thanks.
Shoshone's second request is for $268,707. We're recommending $254,902 of that request. The request includes purchasing and remodeling of a building and medical equipment. The only items that were determined ineligible of this request are equipment for the therapy clinic, and that's a total of $13,805.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Mr. Secretary.
Are they going to staff this? How are they going to pay for staffing of a healthcare clinic? And is this like a new thing, renovate this building and make it a healthcare clinic? I mean, what comes after this money goes and they renovate it? Who are the providers?
They're working with the hospital in Thermopolis, I believe, to help determine. I know the individuals from Thermopolis Hospital came down and helped the town decide what they needed. How do we deal with what we have? Because, you know, they're kind of in the middle of Riverton and Thermopolis, but they didn't have anything in town to help their community. So with the help of the hospital in Thermopolis, this is what they determined was the best course of action. My understanding is, you know, they'll share physicians with that hospital.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, we have a hand up. Thank you, Ben.
Mr. Chairman, Joel Highsmith.
Mr. Highsmith, thank you for raising your hand.
Yes, Joel Highsmith, Mayor Shoshone. I'm here with Chris Conjay, our acting town clerk. What we did, we reached out early on to Hot Springs County, and they have offered to staff the clinic with rotating between nurses, physicians, MDs, and also provide clerical staff for that. Start operating 2 days a week. But anyway, that's how we're doing that. We do have in our budget, we will incur some insurance costs and utilities cost. Chris, would you like to add a little to that?
That's pretty much it. Our estimated total expenditure per year is about $7,400 to facilitate the building, with the cost of liability insurance for the healthcare providers being provided by Hot Springs Memorial Hospital.
Okay, Mr. Secretary?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious where it's going to be, and I apologize. I'm looking through the information and I just can't find where the clinic's actually going to be in Shoshone. I'm assuming it's not new construction, given the price.
It'll be located in the town of Shoshone. I believe it's an existing building that they're purchasing, and then they're going to renovate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your comments. Oh, I see, Mr. Mayor, you wanted to hands up again. Okay, yeah. All right. Thanks. Next.
Application number 5 is from South Lincoln Hospital District. They're requesting $6,572,860. We are recommending $971,419 of that request. The request includes payroll expenses, equipment, sanitation, specifically the items that were determined not to fund at this time were related to the communication system, HVAC, the telehealth, beds, water filtration, the floor and construction. Generally, it appears that we just need some additional information to support those items. We need to know how they are necessary, as well as how they correlate to the COVID.
Okay, thank you, Beth. Questions from the board? Yes.
Just to clarify, when we say money has to be spent, not just encumbered, but these projects have to be done.
Yes, sir. And so I know at the town of Shoshone, they have a contractor who has committed to being able to get this project complete in the time frame. Yeah, that makes it a little difficult. And with these funds, it's a little shorter. They have about 2 less weeks because we have to have an adequate time within my office to process their pay request to get the money out the door before the end of the year. So per our rules, they have until December 15th to get their reimbursements into my office for reimbursement.
Well, nothing like putting a little more urgency on the process. Thank you. Since we kind of went back to Shoshone and not, did I see that Mayor Highsmith, I think he put his hand up and then took it down and then put it up again. Mayor, if you want to, you can have the floor here if you have more comments to make.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, this is Chris Kojai. I was just commenting on the completion of the project. It's mainly the remodel is going to be erecting some walls, so it's going to be a fairly fast-paced remodel as opposed to a completely full remodel work required.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for your tolerance of the process that is new. So, I see both Sarah Hoff and Director Boley, and I think you have some familiarity with the South Lincoln County District. Mr. Boley.
Mr. Chairman, this is Eric Boley, President of the Wyoming Hospital Association, and you are correct. South Lincoln Medical Center is near and dear to my heart. I was there for 20 years. It might be better to listen to the hospital first, and then I just have some general comments. I defer to them first, if that's okay, Governor.
Okay. And while you're thinking about that, Eric, also think a little bit about some of the broadband and telehealth initiatives that we might be doing in other aspects of this as well. With that, Sarah Hoff, would you like to address the board? I think you're still muted, Sarah, if you're trying to speak. You may still be muted, and your microphone on Zoom looks like it's open, but there may be something on your computer. I see. Superintendent, did you wave? Okay. Then is she ready to go? Sarah, do you have Ms. Hoff? Do you have any? We can't hear you here, so Mr. Boley, I may. Oh, wait a minute. So Ben, do you see her chat? 701-260-0198 is the number to connect. I need to connect through my phone.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I apologize. Sarah is here with me, and this is Carl Sundberg. I'm the CEO of South Lincoln Hospital District. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate the time to address the committee. It's been a value to us to listen to the pathways that things are going down and kind of the forum and pros of this. I understand the position of the agency working through all of these requests, and it's good to hear that we'll have an opportunity to provide some additional information. If I may, perhaps just provide some additional clarity of this request. I know it's a very large request, and I know that there could perceive to be somewhat of a wish list thrown in here. I want to reassure both the board and all of those listening that this is not a broad wish list. We've done extensive work through our incident command structure, through all of our various different meetings, listening to our physicians, and initially when all of this started, trying to prepare ourselves. And as we, of course, tried to prepare ourselves, we realized a significant number of major challenges that we will face in trying to address this. I would say South Lincoln and Kemmer area have been lucky that we have thus far not seen the spike of COVID that many other areas have seen. And we have realized firsthand how quickly in a clinic or elsewhere this can spread throughout your staff. At one of our clinics, we shut down a clinic for 2 weeks straight because of one staff member who went to a bar, got sick, came in, and exposed all of our staff. And out of that one event, out of 13 staff, we had 9 who were positive for COVID and were isolated. And so the physical layout of things, as well as HVAC systems and all of those types of things, play into this. When South Lincoln was built such a long time ago, and the last major construction and remodeling project that included a lot of the technologies was back in the 1980s, and much of the infrastructure and the actual design of the building was in the 1960s. And so as we look at even just the physical capabilities and layout of the facility, we're not prepared to have this many isolation rooms. And in order to create an isolation room, even an extra isolation room and isolation room in our emergency room, because we don't have one at all right now, it requires additional air handling. And changing the air handling, our HVAC, the controlling systems that go along with that, are so out of date and so aged, they can't handle the modern systems. They won't even integrate. The filtration that goes off of our HVAC systems wasn't designed to have the consistent and the modern hospital HVAC HEPA filtration that should be integrated into this for particulate containment. When you start talking about adding additional air handling for creating a negative pressure environment that you want with COVID, our chiller is so out of date that it won't handle the additional airflow load. And so when we started looking at these things, it's like one thing creates another problem. And so creating isolation and workflow out of our emergency room creates the need to direct flow through a different entrance and a different door. And so these things compound upon one another. So for the sake of expedience, I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to, in general, we're reviewing each of these different items, we wanted to give a complete picture of everything that we believe is going to have to be done at South Lincoln to try and mitigate our risks as we anticipate in the fall, and as the World Health Organization and as you know, many other agencies are identifying, a resurgence of COVID as we enter into a really hot season for a lot of respiratory illnesses. And we anticipate having that. Kemmer hasn't seen that yet, but we are seeing greater numbers than ever flowing through our community, going out to the outdoors, going out and going camping. And we're just starting to see cases now. We've just had our second, and I believe it's only going to be a matter of time before we really see an influx. So we're certainly have some urgency around getting these things done. We know that construction is a concern, and the timeline to get this done is a concern. We have that same concern because of the timing of anticipating the additional inpatient need. I would let the board know that we have reevaluated even the timeline for all of the various different construction projects and would be prioritizing all of our inpatient units and ER and the nursing home impacts to try and contain this, those areas and be ready come the peak season for this to resurge. We've done a very good job of accounting for and separating out the various different areas. It was mentioned that we had put some staff costs in here, some payroll costs in here, and I don't believe that's an accurate request. I don't think we actually requested to have any payroll costs. We've done accounting for those types of activities through other funding sources. So that may be something we need to correct in the assumptions. If there was any labor costs, it would be directly related to the activities of construction. We have retained, since we submitted data, a construction manager and a group of 12 committed labor, or I guess 3 crews of 4 staff who would be working on various different aspects of the project simultaneously to move through these projects as quickly as possible. Because of the nature of these, we don't have to have a licensed contractor. A lot of this work would be able to be done in-house. We're not doing outside the facility construction. It would be literally moving or adding walls or removing walls inside the facility, so we don't have to worry about weather concerns and those types of things. Certainly HVAC and other things have to be done before we get into weather, but all of that would be able to be handled, and we are 100% confident, and we have the commitments from construction staff and crews to be able to get these items completed. And then the last thing I would say is that we acknowledge there probably are some items like IT related items and other things on here that may not be allowed, and we would certainly understand that, but we wanted to make sure that there was a complete accounting of what we anticipate having to do and having to purchase, and then working backwards from that to make sure that we have all the right funding resources. I would certainly be welcome to answer any questions, or would let Eric comment based on the board's needs.
Thank you, Mr. Sundberg. Mr. Treasurer.
I guess one of the concerns that I have is some of the things that have been left off the payment schedule. That will they interfere with the start of the project, or should they be done concurrently? And that's a question to the folks in South Lincoln, and then a question to the staff is that if those things are put in, can they be paid later? So those are the questions I've got.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we can't pay for things after December 30th. So,
right.
Oh, okay.
My question is that if they're starting their construction and they have to do something with the HVAC or any electrical or something that's left off what you decided to pay for today, can they be reimbursed before the December 30th?
I believe if it's in addition to what has been awarded, they would have to come back and ask for those additional funds, because we can't just increase their grant because they had additional costs. It would have to be something we'd bring in front of the board to increase that grant, similar to what we've done with SRF loans or emergency MRG projects that have come in over budget. The bids were higher than the money that they requested. They would have to come in and get that money from you all.
Thanks,
Mr.
Treasurer.
I'll try to slow down here. Okay, let me get the dominoes falling so you understand which one's the first one. The first one is they've got, you know, the money that they have now, and it doesn't have the HVAC in it. And I'm assuming it doesn't have some of the electrical associated with the HVAC in it. But when you're doing the construction, you have to pull the wires, you have to do the plumbing for the HVAC and the things that are associated with it. I'm asking whether or not at a subsequent date before December 30th, can you have a grant that would pay for those and reimburse those expenses, or does everything have to be in the grant? That, okay, can we answer that question?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Can we add things to a project that has been approved? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
This is a difficult one, because if it's something that has to be done to complete the project, I would say yes. However, if it's something completely not addressed within this application, say we funded an HVAC system and now they want to do a negative pressure room with those funds, that would be a no, because what we had presented to the board, we had vetted that application and those project types and activities that were related to that application. So, you know, if there was something that needed to be done, they could come to the office, explain their situation. We could work with the AG to say, yeah, that falls within the scope or the realm of this project, and you have adequate funds to do that. Does that answer your question?
It would be a whole new grant if it was something separate from what they haven't explained to you.
Correct.
Okay.
And if it's the same project, but the project had cost overruns, we would have to come back to you just to add to that one grant. We don't have the authority to increase the awarded amount.
I'm glad we had the flexibility in that, but I think they explained the HVAC that isn't funded, I think, but I don't know how much detail you need.
So this is...
Go ahead, please.
Sorry, this is Carl Sundberg again. Mr. Treasurer, I think there was part of the question in there for me to answer. Specifically, the part of the question I heard was, can we get started? Is there stuff that would preclude us from starting some of these other items that hasn't been approved? And I guess I haven't heard clarity of what all is included in that $900,000 to be able to, in terms of what projects and things were approved in that $900,000, to be able to answer that question specifically. So I would need to know that to be able to answer the question more fully. But I guess the spirit of the question is, if I'm answering the spirit of the question, yes, there are several of these things that would not be able to be done and are codependent on one another. One example of that, for example, is I have to be able to create a space downstairs for the physical therapy department to move, so that I can create the space where medical records can move to, and that actually is a, you know, patient payments office and stuff, and would have the ability for patients to still come in and make payments on their accounts. Certainly we want them to be able to make those payments, but I can't expand my lab in order to have the right testing capabilities for the facility unless I can move medical records. And I can't move medical records unless I can move my physical therapy department. And I can't create negative pressure rooms if I don't have the right airflows to be able to support the HVAC system after the fact. Otherwise, I might create a situation where I'm sending hot air out of the facility, and I'm not able to adequately heat the facility in the wintertime after I've created the negative pressure rooms. And so these things, yes, codepend on one another, and it can't be just one thing or another.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I can provide some detail as to what that $900,000 971,000 covered. $79,794.28 will go to housekeeping and sanitation. $747,403 will go to radiology equipment. $118,035.12 will go to cardiac monitors. $26,185.21 will go to the cafeteria equipment. And if Carl would like an explanation as to the HVAC, why that was denied, we just need some additional assurances that that project can be complete before the end of the year.
Okay. That's absolutely able to be done. Okay.
Mr. Sundberg, just a clarification, it's absolutely able to be finished, or you can provide some clarifications to how quickly it can get done?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have secured Holbrook as a vendor to come in and install that. This was a system that we knew eventually was going to have to be replaced, but it's been one of those things we haven't been able to budget to be done. So we had already started looking at what we would have to do to replace the chiller, certainly based on its age. That was last year that we were already looking at that. However, when the COVID emergency has come up, certainly it's expedited the need to try and do that as we look to try and create the negative pressure rooms necessary to be able to care for patients. And I know there may be, I don't know if there's any sort of perceptions about Kemmer's capability to care for these patients, but we have done a lot over the past several years to create capacity to care for a higher complexity of patient, higher acuity of patient. We have full-time 24/7, 365 respiratory therapy coverage. We have a pulmonologist. We have the vapotherm units to be able to, which has been shown to be one of the best units to do this, or to take care of COVID patients. We have multiple ventilators. We have those types of things. What we don't have is the isolation capabilities. What we don't have is some of the supporting infrastructure to be able to do that. So I would submit that yes, we can create all of the work that we have committed within this grant to be done by December 31st. And I can provide whatever information to the board or whoever would need that information to be able to certify that. I think I can provide letters from contractors. I can provide a letter from our facilities director or the contracts manager or the construction manager that we've secured in order to be able to give those assurances that we've done our due diligence and we know we have the designs and the approvals to move forward and get this done in the time frame that we have to get it done by December 15th.
Sure. So the challenge is, one of the things, and Brandy, correct me if I'm wrong, we can't be building things in anticipation that we might have to deal with a crisis. So I only mention that to be cautious about your language. And the other thing is, my concern is even if we have assurances that we'll be complete by year end, if we are not complete by year end, we won't have funding available to meet that. So I think that's a contingency that people should be considering. And so given all of that, I wanted to ask if does having something more concrete put together by the August 6th meeting, which functionally means what, a week, 2 weeks before?
Preferably 2 weeks before.
Preferably.
But, I think our rules require applications to be turned in for that meeting only 10 days prior to the 10 business days. So 2 weeks we could deal with.
Would that put you, if you heard Beth's testimony on that, would that put you too far behind on your schedule?
I don't believe so. we're proceeding with a lot of the planning and things anyway. Despite that, I'm already making investments in architectural planning and those types of things. I would certainly want to hear at the August 6th meeting that we are approved. Despite that, we're getting things lined up to be able to begin construction anyway. Obviously, if we aren't funded, we'll have to put the brakes on all of that. However, I can provide whatever information is needed to be able to substantiate that.
Thank you, Mr. Sundberg. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Auditor.
I apologize if this was said and I missed it, but the conversation around the HVAC system contemplates isolation rooms. What is the timeline for those, but does not pay for the construction of those isolation rooms? I don't think from my, so I guess my question is, what is the timeline for bringing that to fruition, and what is the financing situation of that?
So the request, Auditor, the request, and I believe that question was directed at me. Okay. So the isolation rooms were requested as far as construction as part of the overall funding request. There was a request for some reconfiguration of our emergency room to be able to create an isolation room in there, as well as in our acute care department. The total of those was approximately $300,000 between the ICU, the acute care, and the emergency room areas. And the HVAC was a separate line item, but it is incorporated into those costs because it's an essential part of creating those negative pressure systems.
Thank you for that explanation. I have them marked now.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions, clarifications? Mr. Boley, I think you still have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Eric. So I do have a few comments. We, just so you know, we sat through both of the training sessions that were provided by the Slib board, and this is a pretty important topic that I think we need to come to a resolution on. And I disagree a little bit with Carl. I think a decision today helps them a lot. There are a lot of hoops to jump through when it comes to licensure and to construction projects with healthcare facilities. And the longer we delay a decision, the harder it's going to be to complete these projects. The other thing I think that we're missing out here on is the fact that all this is going to be done as a reimbursement. That's what we've been instructed. And so the hospital is going to have to outlay the cash and then come back and get reimbursed for what they're doing. And I think a lot of them, and you're going to see several projects like this coming through, but they realize that they may be on the hook at the end, but these are important things that we're doing to take care of the current pandemic. This isn't planning for the future. We're in the heat of it, and we're going to be there through the end of the year and probably into next year. But we're doing all these things to take care of the current pandemic. And so as I look at the list of things, you know, there are some high dollar items, the HVAC system alone for their facility, the chiller, those are huge capital outlays that they're going to put the money out and they get reimbursed for. The construction projects, again, they're going to come back to the Slib board, but they do need some assurances that they have approval that if they can get it done, they'll get reimbursed for those things. So I really think that anything we can do to expedite this and move it forward instead of waiting 3 more weeks is only going to give them a better chance of succeeding. And with that, I'd answer any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bowley. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, you know, just looking at this, you guys are asking for about 6.6 million, and you're getting a little less than $1 million. I'm not sure how much of that you can actually take on yourself if it's a partial
partial funding. And I'm assuming at some point in time, you know, you've got to get over a certain amount, or the whole thing is a no-go. And I'm just wondering what that amount might be, if you've contemplated that, or if you could scale the project back in any way. I'm just curious in that regard.
Mr. Treasurer, thank you for the question, and I do want to address Eric's comments and make sure I provide some clarity to the board. That I do agree with Eric that absolutely the 3 weeks that it's going to take to put all this information, go back, wait to get an answer. I can start doing some things, but then to flow right into your question, Mr. Treasurer, ultimately, we've looked at the bottom line as far as what are we going to have to do to get some of this. I can scale some of the project back. In fact, just this morning, I was talking to our maintenance manager. By doing some of this in-house, are probably going to be able to cut our costs as far as construction costs back. But our bottom line on this is about $5 million. If I can't get over that $5 million, other than the equipment and some of the equipment, and I do appreciate the approval of and the recommendation for the approval of the 900 and change for the equipment. But beyond that, essentially, we won't be able to do any of these projects. I won't have isolation rooms, and I will be continuing to decrease my capacity to care for this community. We simply won't have it. And I think it's going to hamstring us in terms of our ability to address this current pandemic. It will absolutely preclude us from being able to move forward. I know this is a big request, and I know there's a lot on here, but I do not believe that, and I do believe that we can provide documentation and substantiate each and every one of these requests as being related to COVID. And if there is additional information that's needed, I'll provide that as quickly as possible in order to be able to have this reconsidered. But I would agree with Eric that if we can get a decision today, we would need that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sundberg. And so if I understand you correctly, it's a no-go if we can't get to $5 million today.
Well, certainly we would want to take on the equipment that's already been approved, and we would take whatever can be approved. But for the rest of the projects, if I can't get to $5 million, I have to pull it off of our planning. We could certainly wait the 3 weeks for the additional hearing if that's what it took to get the additional money approved. But the other construction projects are going to have to be a no-go altogether if we can't get to at least a $5 million number.
Okay. Well, thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? So, board, what I wanted to do is go to the St. John's Health, Teton County Hospital, go through that, and then maybe just take a little bit of a break, and then come back and walk through these after we've had a chance. I really want to thank those who have participated so far, and I just really appreciate the thought and care and effort that has gone into these. I do see, Ben, that there's a Jen Simon who has a hand up.
Yes, this is Mr. Chairman, Governor Gordon. My name's Jennifer Simon with the Teton County Hospital District, DBA St. John's Health. Our CEO, CFO, and board chairwoman were with you this morning, but had to leave for their monthly board meeting. So I just wanted to be here to answer any questions that may come up as a result of this application.
Okay, well, thanks. Let me, let Beth walk through it and then, thanks.
Our next application is from Teton County Hospital District, doing business as St. John's Health. They've requested $2,176,000. We are recommending $200,000 of that request. The request includes pandemic-related equipment, additional staffing, and a site rental / renovation of that location. What is being recommended for approval today is the equipment. The reason for the denial of the other items is the additional staff. We're just not sure. It's unknown whether it was a necessity, it's necessary. And then related to the site rental and remodel, there just wasn't enough information related to that request to make a determination.
Okay. Questions for the staff and the board? Hearing none. Jen, I think you've heard the questions. Is there any additional color that you want to put on it? I know you are experiencing a bit of a surge. You've had certainly tons of people coming through, starting with antler season and really just carrying on through. Any additional comment you want to provide is certainly welcome.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Governor Gordon, I appreciate that. You have struck right at the heart of my comments, which is that we've already seen some rebound in tourism. Our hotel rooms, according to our Chamber of Commerce, are at 90% occupancy. The parks, as you know, are open, which is great, but they have limited services, which does drive additional traffic to our community. Actually, while you were speaking, two things happened. I received numbers about the number of people residing in the town of Jackson. So that is people who are here for 10 days or more. That is up more than 20% year over year. So residents in the town of Jackson are at 123% compared to last year. Teton County, our long-term rentals are full. The real estate market is actually quite hot. And that's all really important. We obviously want to protect local and state sales tax, lodging tax dollars. We want to balance the economy and public health. But the truth of the matter is our hospital capacity obviously remains the same, which is why we have submitted this application, because we are seeing public health impacts. Just this morning, 4 businesses put out press releases about closures due to confirmed COVID cases. You may already know that the Four Seasons, which is one of the state's largest properties, has confirmed cases of COVID. We have documented community spread. At our screening tent, we saw a significant rise in the number of positive tests just yesterday, and we fully expect that those numbers will continue to rise. So our application is really about a need for a second site, for additional doctors, nurses, and administrative staff. These are new staff who are not in our budget. This is a new site that was not in our budget. Currently, as you know, we have a canvas tent in our parking lot, and that has worked very well, but that is not a solution for the remainder of 2020. And our need to do additional testing and start to segregate is real and is growing as a need. So in terms of new, necessary, unexpected, and dealing with the current pandemic, we feel very strongly that these are urgent needs for us. That will help us as a healthcare facility continue to perform elective procedures. That in turn helps us to maintain our own financial health. And again, I'm sorry that our CEO and CFO are in our monthly board meeting right now, because they can certainly get down in the weeds on expenditures. But we wanted you to have a sense of the context. We can provide any documentation about salaries, timeline for remodel, and when that all will happen. It is imminent and ongoing. And whatever you need to satisfy the information that OSLI and that the Slib and the Attorney General's office needs, we can certainly provide. We really appreciate everything that you all are doing to support our rural healthcare system. And I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Jen. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Madam Auditor.
Thanks for being here, Jen. I'm just looking through the information and refreshing my memory. Help me understand, this additional site won't add beds, correct? But it's more like a separate clinic where you can do testing and or isolate other patients? Or can you talk just a little bit about what that separate location looks like?
Mr. Chairman, Auditor Racines, that's a great question. I appreciate it. It is a clinic right now. It is a clinic that we do not own. And so it would have some remodeling done to it so that we could have patients. It would not, to your question, add beds to our facility or our licensure. One of the things we're really interested in doing is making sure that anyone who is COVID positive, who can be segregated and does not have significant symptoms or is asymptomatic, hopefully does not really set foot in our hospital if we can avoid it. We'd like to segregate as much as possible. You've seen other countries in particular be very successful with that approach. So we're looking very hard at how we can make that work. Does that answer your question, Auditor?
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? Okay, and I know people have been on the phone for a very long time. What I'd like to do is take probably 20 minutes or so, half an hour, if that's okay with my fellow board members. Gives us a chance to think a little bit, and we'll come back and deal with these matters and then the two remaining, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Is that okay with my fellow board members? Auditor Racines? Superintendent? Okay, thank you and apologies again. We'll be back right around 1:45. you're back. The secretary is back. I don't know if Auditor Racinas is back. I see something blinking there. There she is. I'm sure the treasurer will be with us here shortly, but with respect to the people who are on the phone, I just thank you very much for that moment. Here's what I perceive our process might be going forward, and I'm certainly open to any suggestions on this. We reviewed the 6 items for partial funding and got some further clarity, I think, on what these are, both in terms of answering questions of ours and in terms of answering questions of the applicants in terms of what's necessary. I don't think that they all have the same range of issues in terms of the funding components, so these may be dealt with on a piecemeal basis. I did say, and I do believe this to be the case, that these are all, I guess, still in play. So while we may need to apply an additional grant, it's not like we've in any way discouraged people from further refining these proposals. And at the same time, I also want to acknowledge that time is of the essence, and we've had a chance to think a little bit about what language we might have that's contingent for granting some of these. Members of the board, my sense is we might just walk through these one by one. We've heard the testimony. If there's any additional question that a person has, further clarification on them, we can certainly do that, but I don't want to kind of redo the whole conversation we had before. And then I'm going to recommend we walk through all 6 of these, get those done, and then take the 2 that were recommended for no funding, and then hopefully be done sometime before midnight, well before midnight, if that works for you all. Assuming it does, let's pick up the matter of Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. And Beth, just to refresh what we are funding and what we aren't on a large scale.
Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County requested $672,894. We're recommending $233,725. What we're denying is payroll requests between June 8th and December 31st, as well as the incident command. So we are paying for salaries and that kind of stuff prior to June 8th.
Okay. And I guess this was one that I think Mr. Boley put in some additional comments, and I see Eric has his hand raised. Eric, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor. I just didn't have a chance to comment on the St. John's request. And as I look at the Treasury guidance, what they have requested the funding for to set up an off-site location 100% meets the guidance. And I would encourage the Slib board to authorize that expenditure. They've done a tremendous job in Teton County and have been very thoughtful in their approach to dealing with the pandemic. And as you're aware, things really surged up there early on, and they've done a great job of containing it. But if there is an application that is before you that meets the guidance of the Treasury, that is one of them. It's clearly outlined and defined in the Treasury guidance, and I would just encourage full funding for that particular project too. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. And I see Tiffany has or had her hand up. if Tiffany wants to address us, that's fine.
Hi, I'm sorry, I double clicked. As far as our payroll through June through December, my biggest concern is for our door monitors, which wasn't budgeted. Can I get some guidance or information on how you would like to see that moving forward? Are you looking for some information from maybe the CDC or WHO talking about how this pandemic and how we have to continue on for, the next couple months? Or are you looking for us to maybe submit a request for reimbursement like monthly or every other month or so? Or I'm just trying to see, I just want to make sure that we're getting you the information that you would like to move forward with it, that would help us, our hospital, and help you guys better understand what those needs are.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Jim or Pat would probably be the best individuals to address that question.
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat from the Attorney General's office.
Thank you, Pat. Please go ahead.
So we may be able, as a matter of our rules, to go ahead and fund future payroll and then approve it as it comes in, as they submit invoices, similar to what Mr. O'Donnell recommended. It would really be up to this board whether they wanted to encumber funds that have not yet been expended, or if they would prefer to see those periodically brought back in order to keep the funds unencumbered and ungranted in case there are other urgent requests that pop up in the meantime.
So, Pat, just because I think you broke up a little bit and maybe I didn't understand, you're suggesting that there might be two options. One would be to go ahead and encumber the monies, and the other would, in either event, they're going to have submissions of reimbursement. And the other alternative then would be to do it on a piecemeal basis, just coming back periodically. Those were the two choices, and you don't have a problem with either one?
That's correct. I think our rules and the statutes allow us to do that for your option.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
This is a question for staff. On that payroll, was everything else approved and vetted about that payroll? Was it just the funding of future expenses that was in question, or was there additional information to be gathered on the appropriateness of the charge?
I would once again defer to Pat on that, or Jim.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Jim Peters at the AG's office. The funds or the payroll expenses going through December was one of the items. The only other item that was recommended for no funding at this time was for the incident command. But we believe that is something that if we received some additional information on, that certainly could move forward to be a funding at a later time. Not necessarily a determination that it is ineligible.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up. Is the incident, are the incident command expenditures, are they in the past or future, or a combination of both?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, they are a combination of both.
So, Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up, there's still additional information needed about those expenses, not just the question of timing.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, we believe a little bit more information is necessary to determine whether they are eligible.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Secretary.
So when we say encumber and then get invoices, what does that really mean? I mean, can we informally
can we informally could put a placeholder and say, we're gonna investigate these requests further and do all the due diligence, and you're not gonna lose your place in the queue. Informally, we make a list. And then if they're ineligible, they fall off. But to encumber, I just don't want that to mean we approve it and then submit us the invoices and then we gotta claw it back or figure out how to undo something we wish we wouldn't have done.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I think that when we say encumber, maybe that isn't the right word. I think that we look at this like we look at most of the grant programs. You're actually approving the spending as it's presented, knowing that it may come in the future, but as long as it's what we anticipate those expenses are, they would be paid when they come through as receipts. And so and this is one of the problems with sort of the future payrolls, we don't really know what it's gonna look like, right? So you're kind of saying, well, if it looks like this, sure, but if it looks like something else, then I think we'd have to come back to you just in the same way as cost overruns or something else would come back. I think what people want is some assurance that those funds are going to be available for them later in the year, and that's why they're asking for it, but it does create some issues.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, just to follow up to that, if we wait for an invoice, does that mean that they had to commence the work to get an accurate figure? Because as far as I know, I don't know how much went into coming up with the dollar requests. Are they just kind of wags, or what are they? So they commit to doing something that they don't have the money for, thinking we're going to pay an invoice that comes later, and then they're left holding the bag if we say no in part or in full. And if that's possible, I'm kind of uncomfortable with that. I'd be more comfortable with some informal thing where you keep their place in line while you investigate and do the follow-up that we've talked about. And then as they're approved, we'll be back in less than a month.
3 weeks.
Yeah, no, I think you raise a very good point, Mr. Secretary. Sort of either way, it's kind of bad. One is, if somebody's anticipating they have the money there and we figure out some way to claw it back, then that tears the rug out from under them too.
But, and just a quick comment on that, I think if you hold their place though,
right.
we're not gonna give that money to someone else. If they are ultimately eligible, we're setting that aside, but we're not giving it out.
Right. Mr. Treasurer.
Well, the problem exists with that if you, at the end of the year, unless we want to meet on the 31st of December to approve stuff, you're probably going to have to allow some pre-authorization because the bills are going to come in the 15th. You guys are going to sieve through them before the end of the year and mark them yes or no. And unless we want to, like I say, unless you want to come back at the end of the year, you're going to have some encumbrance.
Right. Well, and I guess from my perspective, I'd kind of like to keep, and I'm thinking of this in spreadsheet form, sort of a place mark, if you will. Here we are. That allows us to sort of assess a running obligation, for lack of a better phrase. What we've already encumbered, which would be what we pass, and then what we've actually paid out. If that is that or Amanda? Yeah. Okay.
I think that's, Mr. Chairman, that's doable. What will happen is we can just provide that at each meeting.
Right.
Here's what's been approved, here's what they've spent, here's what's remaining, and then have maybe lower on that list, here's what's pending, and here's what we have place marked or set aside for these entities. One of the things that I will have my staff doing with these funds, like we do with all of our other funds, especially MRG funds, is contacting our entities on a regular basis to make sure they're using their funds in a timely fashion and that they're used by the deadline. So we experienced the benefit of that June with extra money from MRG. So a lot of times on our entities to really get them going. So I think that'll.
Okay. And just for information's point, I'm thinking off the top of my head, it's that first week of December where we have a Slib. That would be the absolute ultimate last gasp. Okay. All right. Auditor or superintendent, any further discussion? Well, I would be happy to entertain a motion. It'll be the first of these types of motions, so I think you can take all kinds of creative liberties. So I see the auditor is ready to step forward.
Mr. Chairman, I might make a stab at something which I am completely unmarried to, so feel free to reject it, or the attorneys can rein on it as well. But the concept I'm going for is some sort of conditional approval by us up to the requested amount, pending approval of the legality by the AG and state lands. Because no matter how we structure this, as we meet, monthly or every 2 to 3 weeks, the sensitivity of the timeliness of each of these requests is going to be varied. For example, Carbon County's payroll from December, they don't need to know today whether they're going to get December's payroll paid, although it is very important, right? Whereas, for example, the Lincoln County issue that we need to take up, the timeline to the next meeting for them actually is pretty impactful to that overall project. So let me take a stab at this, and then everyone can correct me or again just reject it. But I would again, just to start for discussion purposes, I would move that the board approve funding to Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County up to their full requested amount, pending approval of the conformity of their expenditures with all applicable laws and regulations by the Attorney General and the Office of State Lands. So just to put a little more color on that, Mr. Chairman, I guess my point would be, if the AG and State Lands gets additional information and they say, hey, we're comfortable paying future payroll, and hey, we've received additional information about your incident command and we think that's great, then those requests are approved by us without having to come back to another meeting. Now, alternatively, say they approved the payroll and said, you know what, we could never get enough information about incident command, or we don't think that's a proper expenditure, then we would only approve up to the amount less that. And of course, the hospital could always come back to this board and plead their case. But I'm presenting that as an option to have things keep moving while in the time frame while we're not meeting.
Okay, that's a motion that's been put forward. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Is there discussion? Auditor, one question I have, personally, I'm struggling with promising payroll to the end of the year when there may be other things that come up. That's not to say that I don't think it's valuable, and it's not to say that we wouldn't consider it on an ongoing basis, but I am, we just don't know what the shape of challenges might be coming, and I think it would be a plausible argument on the part of a recipient to say, but you promised that we would have that payroll. So that would be my only concern.
Mr. Chairman, I tend to agree with you on that. And again, where I was just taking a first stab at it, but we do have a motion on the table. which I suppose I could withdraw at this time. But the
Or you
amount,
could amend and see if the second would take it too.
okay, so, well, let me try that. And again, I apologize for thinking in public, but I would then amend my motion to go ahead and authorize up to $414,336 with the same contingency pending approval of the conformity with all applicable laws and regulations by the Attorney General and the Office of State Lands. And so that would encompass whatever is considered appropriate from the payroll up through June and the incident command center. Now that also might be too muddy because I think Mr. Peters indicated that some of the incident command was in the future as well. So I'm not sure I got us anywhere.
And Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I believe that amount for the incident command in the future is already broken out in that future request. The separate amount for the incident command that has already occurred through now, I believe, is contained in that separate incident command amount, if that makes sense.
So, Mr. Chairman, no, I'm still muddy. The $180,611 is all future dollars, and the past dollars are already considered in the recommended amount?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, the $180,611 was March through July. The $258,558 is June through the end of the year, and that includes incident command from June through the end of the year.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, then I think the second version of my motion, let's go with that if the second is amenable to that.
I think he is, yes. Treasurer supports your motion. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? We'll go to a vote then. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thumbs up. That carries. Motion carries. Next item. Sorry. I think your microphone may off.
All right.
Check.
The next,
Oh, there we
okay,
are.
now it's working, sorry. Yeah, okay. The next grant is for the city of Cheyenne. They requested $879,000, $944. This request includes payroll expenses,
So, Mr. Peters, if you heard Beth, she was deferring to you on the ineligible expenditures. Or maybe her microphone is working now.
Testing? Yeah.
Okay.
Who knows what's going on? I would ask that. Ineligible expenses.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat from the AG's office. I couldn't hear Beth. If she could repeat that into her microphone.
This is getting exciting, yeah.
Do I need?
Oh. Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't know what's happening with the microphone. So I think this is the discussion that we have for quite a while with the request, and we will, and this is where Director has volunteered to get with the cities to have those conversations.
We're having some technical difficulties.
Mr.
All of these need to be off.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll just come here. So I think we're on the City of Cheyenne's request for funding, and the portion of that that wasn't funded is the portion that we are looking to get more information as to those employees and sort of the narrative of why it was necessary to change those duties. And this is the request, and this is also one in which the Attorney General's office is still sort of working on the legal analysis of how to calculate this. And so I think that at this time, to go forward with the 12,000 and then come back on the 8th or the 6th, I guess, with the rest.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I have, to get that $12,000, how many bills did you go through to obtain $12,000?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, I think Pat could probably address this better, but those related to firefighters who are paid overtime, or they had to bring other firefighters in while some were quarantined because of COVID. So they were sort of a category of wages that we could look at and know that it was appropriate payroll.
I was trying to get a proportion so we could say that, you know, give them 500,000 and up to 500,000, and as you guys, you know, determined that they were eligible, you could check them off. I'm uncomfortable with giving them all of it, because I think you're going to find, you know, probably quite a large amount that necessarily don't hit the categories that you think until you get a determination. But that's a lot of money to be hanging out there on the limb, so to speak, and I'd like to get as much flexibility into it as we could, but I didn't get too much from that $12,000. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Who is that? Is that Pat?
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chairman. This is Pat Miller from the AG's office. I did pour through as much of the materials that Cheyenne provided as possible, and we were not able to separate out into categories because we know there are some that are eligible. For example, the city engineer's office was completely retasked to work on COVID-related things, and we agree that that's eligible, but we were unable to locate a spreadsheet breaking down where all of the costs listed in the request were from, what department they were from. So we would be certainly willing to work with the city to come up with that information, but we are unable to provide any more breakdown than we currently have, which is from timesheets of firefighters.
Okay. Thank you. I would enter, I think this is kind of Mr. Secretary, Mr. Treasurer, Auditor, and Superintendent. I sort of think this is where that concept of the placeholder, it's not an encumbrance, but it is saying we'll in some way acknowledge the amount pending the other aspects. And so I guess I'd ask that be that's part of what we do here, and then I would entertain a motion as to.
Well, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, Mr. Treasurer.
I guess I'd just take a swag at it and say $500,000 as a placeholder.
$500,000 as a placeholder, okay. Very good, and that doesn't preclude the city of Cheyenne from
Getting
justifying more. It just sort of says we're holding this for consideration as we go forward. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to second that because I think he was reading my mind.
Okay. Okay. So that's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Next matter is the town of Shoshone.
All right, let's see if this works. The town of Shoshone has requested $25,000 for a firewall and technology to allow them to host virtual meetings. We are recommending approval of $17,397. The $7,603 that is not being recommended for approval were just unexplained expenses. We could not confirm whether they were eligible or not.
Okay. Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Again, given that I hear from staff that those may be eligible expenses, it's not that they know what they are and know that they don't comport with guidelines. I would make a similar motion that we approve up to $25,000 pending approval of the conformity with all applicable laws and regulations by the AG and the Office of State Lands.
That motion's been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
That motion carries as well. Thank you.
Our next application is also from the town of Shoshone. It's a request for $268,707. We're recommending $254,902. This request is to purchase and remodel a building as well as purchase medical equipment to put in that building. The $13,805 that is not being recommended for approval is equipment for the therapy clinic.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Secretary.
Just to recap, there's no question on this one. I mean, this is, I thought this was the clean one. I was glad I asked the question.
As clean as it gets. They say they can do it, so we believe in them.
All right.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I've got the secretary first, sorry.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. I would move that we approve $254,902 for the town of Shoshone for the healthcare clinic.
And Madam Auditor, do I record you as a second on that? Okay. Thank you. And I also have the superintendent. So, any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, thumbs up or an aye? Aye. That motion carries. Next item.
The next application is from South Lincoln Hospital District. They requested $6,572,860. We're recommending $971,419. This includes expenses for equipment and sanitation. The items that were disallowed or not recommended for approval was a communication system, HVAC, telehealth, autoclave, beds, water filtration, flooring, and construction.
Thank you, members. Just a thought on this one. If we were to include the HVAC, a pretty substantial item, it would be nice to think about making that contingent on proof from the contractor, either some sort of contractual agreement that would be completed and dealt with before year end. I'm just saying as a part of any potential motion, if that were part of it, I think that might be a helpful contingency to have in that. And I also note that there may be other items that will, like the telehealth piece and others that may be available elsewhere. Those are my comments, but members, Mr. Treasurer.
The telehealth part might be available elsewhere, another grant or in camera or what? I'm trying to understand.
Mr. Treasurer, I think there are a couple of other efforts afoot that may include some additional support for telehealth. That the Health Task Force and Mr. Boley may know something about it, but I think the Health Task Force and others are considering, the things that might be helpful to hospitals in advancing telehealth.
I don't know, I guess the guy had a bottom line of 5 million. That kind of lets me know that, there's about 1.6 million out there that necessarily are more wants than needs in this. So I'm inclined to go to the 5 million, and with the same language that we had, that it has to be, and I don't know why it wouldn't be connected, because we've approved these remodels, at least in 2 other areas. They're for substantially less money, but I think they're in different situations too. So I'm trying to figure out why we wouldn't approve this remodel, especially the HVAC. Telehealth might be in that 1.6 million. There's probably a lot of things in there. Maybe it's the flooring. Maybe I don't know what it is in that area.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, related to the HVAC, there are concerns about being able to complete it by the end of the year. The communication system, we do not have an adequate explanation as to why it's a necessity.
Yeah.
The telehealth, once again, we just don't have an adequate explanation as to why it's a necessity. The autoclave, the invoice says that delivery may not occur for 12 months. The water filtration, once again, an inadequate explanation of the necessity, as well as the flooring. And then with the construction, we just didn't receive adequate assurance that it could be completed within the required time frame by the end of the year.
Yeah. I guess I look at the HVAC, I look at the isolation rooms, those things I think are necessary. If they can't, in cutting it back by 1.6 million, I think the things that can't get there before the end of the year,
those are the ones that'll probably fall off the list in that 1.6 million. They're gonna have to get the HVAC in. That just, you can't do one without the other. You gotta connect the dots on those type of things. So, I would guess they'd have to have a penalty clause in it on the HVAC, that the guy's gonna have to hold them harmless. They have to realize that they're at risk, I would say. But why we're stopping at this one when we've done the other ones? You know, if they could get it done by the end of the year, then we probably shouldn't be holding them up, because we take 3 more weeks off. It's only gonna be harder to have them get it done by the end of the year. Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I'm not sure if that's the form of a motion, is it? So the motion was for 5 million? Okay. And that, with the standard language that the auditor. The standard language of the auditor and for the contingency? Yeah. And that still means that there may be some scrutiny by the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second, but was the further contingency that they also have to provide more or better assurance about the timeline, which is a little bit different than the contingency we've placed on the others?
Yes, and auditor, you know, my particular thing was actually holding the contractor to it. And it's one thing to have an assurance, but to make sure that the contractor was held to that timeline. Yeah. Mr. Secretary.
And I think it's a good idea, but let's think about this a little bit, so that it has some type of teeth, because if the hospital district, if the project isn't completed and they tried to hold the contractor, you know, to the end of the year completion date, but they don't have the money to pay for this. They look to us to pay for it, but we don't have the money because we later were audited or whatever. How do we protect everybody involved contractually from a motion or from this board's actions or from State Lands Investment to say, go forth? But how do we hold, I mean, there's got to be a hold harmless in there on their contract with the contractor, but we can't micromanage that to the extent to protect ourselves ultimately. So somehow we have to figure out a way that's on them to do that. And if they don't have the right contract language, they can't come back to us and say, we didn't complete it, we don't have the money. And then we say, well, it's an ineligible project because it wasn't completed. We don't have the money. I mean, especially now. So I'm a little concerned with just saying, it's a great beginning of the conversation, but to say you got to hold the contractor's feet to the fire, that doesn't.
No, I guess not. What I guess I'm saying, Mr. Secretary, is if there's a demonstration that is something that the Attorney General sees as enforceable, that the contract obliges them to finish the project by the end of the year, and they can demonstrate that to the Attorney General's satisfaction, then at least you can say, you don't get any more money, Mr. Contractor, you didn't finish according to the terms of this contract. And we can put that money elsewhere.
But, okay, so we're gonna, as part of this, we'll just make sure that the local entity has the right, we're gonna review their contracts, I assume, for that language, because it's just gonna roll downhill if this doesn't happen the right way.
Right, well, and that's why I wanted to introduce the concept, but then I want to go further into this application. So Brandy, were you wanting to respond?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, we're back to having the mics that aren't working.
Sorry.
Maybe the mics are trying to tell us something. Mr. Chair.
I'm just tired.
So what I think maybe we were thinking, and Pat can correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe we could put something into the project agreement, because all of these will have agreements, that says that in order to get the funding in the first place, they have to provide us with assurance from the contractor that they can be done by December. And so I'm not sure we want to start getting ourselves involved with their contracts, but we can do what we need to, I guess, or what the hospital needs us to. But that would be the concern. What we could do is condition it on them finding a contractor who can assure that it will be done by December. I think that would be the board's role.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't suggest you get involved with their contract. I suggest we have some type of language when we give this grant money out that says, just so you know, this is on you to get this done. It's our language in our approval of their application that will protect us, and then hopefully they carry that forward in their own contracts. I can see a train wreck coming.
Yeah, thanks. And I want to look at a couple of these items. The CT scanner, the request is meant to address the need and timely, accurately diagnose COVID-19 patients. I'm unclear if a CT scanner is a proper methodology for diagnosing COVID in patients. So I struggle a little bit with that. It would be a great way for any hospital to get a new CT scanner if that were the case. The cardiac monitors, I can see some value there, but it's really talking about standardizing our fleet of continuous cardiac patient monitors throughout the facilities. So presumably those could be used for heart patients as well. And I struggle a little bit, but I'm not trying to be ultra critical. I'm just saying the challenge of trying to sort of make sure this is COVID related. Telehealth we've talked about a little bit. The autoclave, certainly there's value in that. With the remodeling of the kitchen space and the new booths and things like that, I think there's some argument that could be made that some of that's valuable, but I guess I'm just sort of thinking about how this all goes together, and I can think of the conversation that we had about how these pieces fit together, and I certainly respect that, but at the same time, I'm not sure that can be supported as directly related to COVID. So, Brandy, I guess from my standpoint, in terms of having the confidence to be able to move forward without having further hiccups in this, I'm not sure the motion actually does. I mean, it's no offense against the motion, but I think there's still some significant gaps potentially here.
Mr. Chair, I think that's a valid concern, and this is one of those reasons why a lot of these we just need more information, and we need to go back to them so that we can answer some of these questions. And so while I know that we want to try to be able to get this out and to get them into a position to get it, it may just be worth waiting until the next meeting so we can get that information.
Okay. And Ben, do we have comments I get from Beth that maybe.
Mr. Chairman, you,
Yep. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, one of the things I wanted to address specifically was the question about the CT scanner and some of those. I appreciate the motion that was put forward, and I understand the discussion of needing to provide the additional information and the assurances from the contractor that they can complete the work in the timely manner. I feel confident that we could satisfy the Attorney General and the State Lands Office with those answers and with that additional information. As it particularly pertains to the CT scanner, the challenge with the CT is one of the first things our pulmonologist asked for was an updated CT scanner. The views, we're a 16-view CT scanner. It is about as out-of-date technology as you can have, and it doesn't provide adequate, I guess, viewing of COVID-19 patients. So we literally do not have, and a CT scanner is one of the first diagnostic tests that they will run, is a CT scan on a patient to be able to make sure that they, as far as how widespread is it, how significant is the illness, that sort of thing. So, and this is a pulmonologist who actually spends a significant amount of time down in California. So he essentially works a one week on, 1 week off, and then his weeks off, he's here in Kemmer. But he's in LA, and he's dealing with COVID patients all the time. And this was one of the first things he advised that we make sure that we update. Similarly, with the ECG monitors, it has less to do with the fact that we can standardize, and I know we inserted that language, and that makes it easier for nursing. However, our current ECG monitoring doesn't have the notification capabilities back to the nurse's desk. So somebody has to be in those rooms monitoring that equipment on an ongoing basis. In a remote location like Kemmer, we don't have the staff to be able to do that. And so it becomes a challenge to address, making sure that patients are safe while they're admitted, because you have to go in and out of those rooms in the isolation, and you need good monitoring and reporting back to the desk. A lot of other hospitals have these types of systems already integrated. Kemmer is not one of those places that has done that. I would yield back my comment.
Well, thank you very much. Interestingly enough, I was wondering about ventilators.
We currently have in service 3 ventilators that we can use on the floor. Most from what I have seen, ventilated patients are essentially they're a high risk for passing. I would anticipate for us, we're going to be keeping more patients who are going to be on Vapotherm, which is a primary intervention for COVID patients, not really that is used prior to somebody going on a ventilator. In the case that somebody's going on a ventilator, our hope would be that we're transferring that patient, assuming that we have transfer capabilities. But we do have ventilation capabilities. We do have an ICU. We do have the ability to keep those patients with telecritical care. And so to the extent that we would have the ability to keep those patients, we have the ventilators that we will need at this moment.
Okay, and Mr. Sundberg, I guess the point I was making, I don't disagree with the motion. I just think there may still be some obstacles, and what I was concerned about was the cascading nature of what you're considering here. And if there is a hiccup in that process, will you be able to complete
the projects?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I believe what I can say is this. We have already begun many of these planning steps. We have a contractor who was on site today and gave us a verbal commitment that he could get this work done by December 15th, as did the construction manager, who honestly is somebody who we're contracting with who has more than 25 years of experience with this specific facility. Mr. Boley would probably recognize the name Harvey Jackson, who knows this facility inside and out. And I have a tendency to believe that if he's telling me he can get this thing done by December 15th, there's probably nobody better in this world to be able to give that assessment. Eric could certainly comment on that, but if there's hiccups that come up, we've allowed time within our timeline already to be able to address those hiccups.
And I appreciate it from a timing standpoint. I guess I was saying if one of these were to be denied, would that imperil the project?
It would depend on which one were to be denied. For example, if the physical therapy space were to be denied, it creates a trickle down of not being able to complete the lab, the pharmacy, reconstruction to be able to, or really it impedes the lab and all the stuff that has to be done to get the lab done, right? So the physical therapy is kind of step one, and being able to move that information or that team over into the medical record space, it does begin a trickle down of not being able to do some of these other projects. So I would hate to see a codependent project denied like that physical therapy space, because it would create a trickle down of not being able to do others. I suppose the other option would be we would have to be out of our own pocket doing the physical therapy space and not being reimbursed with that, which I think we could probably create an ability within the hospital to fund that if that's what it took to complete that project. I would rather go down that road, to be very frank, than to have the whole thing denied.
Okay. All right. And I think Mr. Boley has his hand raised, and I also see that does Sarah Hoff have comments to make?
Yeah, that's me with Carl here at South Lincoln. Also, I just want to mention that Zoom was disconnecting. I think it is back on, but we were off there for a second. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Governor.
Zoom is tired of us too. Please go ahead, Mr. Boley.
Mr. Chairman, Governor, just a couple quick comments. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think one of the assurances that you have in place is the fact that any of these projects that are approved, the impetus to get it done is there already. They will not receive any funding from Slib until they submit receipts for reimbursement. And the onus and the pressure is on them to get these projects completed by the end of December. And so I think it's great that we're talking about maybe building things into the contracts or how the money is distributed. But I think the thing to realize is that the CARES funding will not go out until they've submitted receipts for something they've already paid for. And so I think the criteria or the what's the word I'm looking for? I'll use impetus again, but to get it done is there already. In this particular case, I think that there are some really important pieces that need to be done, and they are all codependent. The chiller, the water, the HVAC system, the ICU beds, they all tie together into treating the current COVID patients. And so, again, I just stand in support and offer that for your consideration. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Boley. I guess my concern, and I think we all want to get this done, but as we've seen with the Life Resource Center, where we wanted to get it done like a year ago, things came up, delayed the process. And to your point, if that money goes away on December 31st, and there's still $4 million pending to finish the project out and no funding to do it, that could be really problematic. And I guess that's a little bit what we're trying to probe here. And I do think that this is all things in the universe are connected to each other, but at some point there's a division that has to be arrived at for what's really connected here. And I'm not making that judgment. I'm just pointing out that there may be others in the process who may not look at it exactly the same way. So that was my concern, and why I appreciate the comments, was just to make sure that should we pass this and everybody get going, that there not be an unexpected unpleasantness down the road.
Mr. Chairman, just one final comment. I would tell you that that the person they have in charge of this project that will be doing a lot of the in-house work, he's done a lot over there over the years, and I do have a lot of confidence in the fact that they're doing a lot internally as opposed to relying on outside services. Should probably help to ensure that the project is completed on time.
Yeah, very good. Auditor or superintendent? Any questions, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Secretary? Any further questions? So I think we do have a motion and a second before us. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, could we just restate, and we've had a lot of discussion since the motion was heard. Could we restate what the contingencies were on it?
Sure. If Beth's microphone works.
The contingencies that I have that the funding would be up to $5 million, dependent on approval and by the AG as well as OSLI, in addition to providing a better assurance of the timeline. Those are the two. Yeah,
and I guess, Beth, my sense, an auditor, I'm not the one making this motion, but my sense is it's got to be more than, Mr. Secretary, you think you can get it done by the end of the year, don't you? Can you give me better assurance of that? I really would, I guess I'd like to have some real demonstration, something with teeth in it, is what I was thinking of.
Mr. Chairman, do you have any suggestions potentially for wording on that motion? Or
not being an attorney auditor, I'm going to refer to Brandy. If there was a demonstration of a contractual obligation or something like that, is really what I was looking at.
Mr. Chair, I would defer to Pat or Jim if I told them they're on this.
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat Miller. My suggestion would be pending a contractually binding agreement by the contractor, and we could potentially also require the hospital to have funds on hand in case it's not finished.
You broke up a little bit, but I think we know what you're suggesting. So could you state it again, just so we're really clear?
Pending a contractually binding agreement by the contractor to finish by December 30th. And then we could additionally require the hospital to have a certain amount of funds on hand to finish the project in the event that the contractor is unable to complete by that time, or that the contractor would be required to complete on time.
Okay. Auditor, does that make sense?
It does, and then he also mentioned, the additional money on hand to potentially finish the project. Because one more note on all the things that could go wrong, which hopefully don't. Not only do we have a road to nowhere at that point if the project is half done and no one has any money, we also have the opportunity cost that money plus the money we lose could have gone somewhere else. So I think the stronger we can make that language, the better.
Okay. Is that it? relatively clear then to members of the board?
Is there such a thing as performance insurance? I know there's E&O insurance for you professionals, but I don't know if there's performance insurance for contractors. You have performance bonding, yeah. If the penalties have to be, you know, $5 million for everybody to come out even here. Liquidating damages, yeah.
Okay. So auditor, who made that? I think it was the secretary who made that motion, and the auditor seconded it. The treasurer made the motion? That's right, okay.
Yeah.
So,
If my second agrees everything that we stated as far as the assurances, and your standard language, I think, in there, and then I guess it's approved by the Attorney General's office and OSLI as far as the structure and whether we can rely on the assurances, and then we necessarily have a go then. Is that how you see it?
that's, yeah, I wanted something that we had that was binding.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Or at least a demonstration of. We don't have to have it for ourselves. It's a demonstration of. So Beth, do you have it's been massaged enough. I'd like to know what it says.
Okay, so this is what I have. That the board will approve up to $5 million if determined eligible by the AG and the OSLI. They will provide additional assurances of the timeline by providing a contractual binding agreement by the contractor to finish by December 30th. Additionally, the hospital will have money on hand to finish projects. We don't know how much money though. Do we want to put a dollar amount there, or?
I think you're talking about finishing the project, so. Sure, motion, sir.
Let me use the microphone. We need to explore the amount of money that you guys are thinking about having on hand. This is the difference between the $5 million and the $672, or would it be that? I guess my question is there a clawback if we move forward with $3.5 million and they don't make completion date? Is that $3.5 million that's clawed back?
Mr. Chairman, my sense is this, and this is operational. So the hypothetical you put forward, we've authorized $5 million. Only $3 million of it is used by December 30th, and it's gone. My sense is that the hospital has two choices: to finish the project and pay for it on their own, or it doesn't get finished and it stands as a bridge to nowhere, to use the auditor's comment. The question in my mind is, if we want to have enough money left to finish the project, let's say you get to the $3 million figure and you have banked $2 million to make up to $5 million, is I guess where I'm at. Or you have obligations you can demonstrate that you can get to the finish. And that's probably something we will work on as the year goes by, because we'll have expenditures, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So as long as South Lincoln understands that, I think we're.
And that's what I wanted to make sure that they understood, that it was the difference between what was actually encumbered and spent or reimbursed, and the 5 million that we're obligating there. So once it gets to the 5 million, then they're
on their own.
Then they're on their own.
Right.
All right. Okay, but it's only that difference. Okay, so.
Right.
That's,
And
yeah.
the other complicating factor, and I'm just thinking aloud, and I apologize to everybody because I know these are not happy, pretty moments for Slib activity, but my sense is, let's say out of that 3 million, and I'm just going to use simple math, 1 million is not approved, then that just reduces the whole figure.
It goes from 5 to 4.
Goes from 5 to 4.
I guess my question related to your discussion now is, are there specific items you don't want to fund? I mean, because we're leaving $1.6 million between what was originally requested and what you're recommending. So I don't know if you want to specify what parts of this project have to be done, or if you want to leave that up to the hospital to figure out if they're only going to do a $5 million project and not the $6.2 million project that they had planned, what items are they not going to include in that project? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, and I think that's kind of the determination as you move forward in there. You're probably going to look at some of these and pull them off and say these aren't allowable expenses, and then they know that that's going to have to come out of their pocket. You know, as I said, if you don't allow, you know, $100,000 of the construction to move a room or something, then they have to come up with $100,000 in construction. But just they're about $700,000 short from what I entered, from what just my thumbnail sketch about what I would consider necessarily allowable things if the construction is 100% allowable. You know, so we have a hand up over there.
Yes. Okay, yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Yeah, please, feel free to address. Thanks.
Sorry, this is Carl Thunberg again. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I appreciate the motion. We will work with the State Land Office. I do want you to know that to address the question of what items, we've been obviously working real time in the background here, trying to, you know, I had stated 5 million. I heard some of the reservations and things. We have already submitted a revised budget to the State Lands Office through Sean, just so they can start to review that with us. Obviously, we'll have to go offline after the board makes its final vote on this and review those with them. But we've already identified what we would pull off and how we would reconfigure things. And to address the construction piece, in that revised budget, I would say that the construction components of that total almost $3.6 million. And what I would say is I would like to request the board to consider only making the contingent funds that we would have to reserve aside based on that 3.6 million as far as construction reserves to finish the projects, because those are the items that are ultimately going to be at risk on time. The other items are mostly equipment related and would be able to be delivered definitely within time. That would be, I guess, my comment and my recommendation or request of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Sundberg. That's a good suggestion. So, Mr. Treasurer.
I don't have any problems with the 3.6 because I'm sure that that's a number I think that they can make.
Okay.
Is that the motion now? Is that the motion now, or aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, I think we have a motion on the floor. I guess that it's getting a little convoluted. I would say let's make that an amendment to the motion as far as well, we said that there was a financial security. I guess we can define that financial security within the motion to to be 3.6 million. Okay, so
I think
is
that's fine.
that all right, the second? Okay, all right. So we defined the financial security, we fleshed that out, so, I guess we could, go over the motion one more time so we know exactly what we're voting on. Okay,
All right, let's,
make a good record.
I will do my very best. The motion is to grant up to $5 million of CRG funds if determined by the AG and OSLI to be eligible, contingent on the hospital providing assurance through an executed contractual binding agreement by the contractor to finish the project by December 30th. Additionally, to have money on hand to finish the project based on the $3.6 million construction cost.
Nicely done.
A whole lot of help.
And as the second is okay with that? That's still the flavor of the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like the walls to be pink. No, I'm kidding. I'm good with that.
I don't think, all right. Thank you, Madam Auditor. All right, is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye or thumbs up.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience.
All right, the final application to be considered for partial funding comes from Teton County Hospital District doing business as St. John's Health. Excuse me. They've requested $2,176,000. We are recommending $200,000. Their request includes equipment, additional staffing, as well as a site rental and renovation.
Thank you, Beth. Any questions? Any questions? What's the will of the board? Mr. Treasurer.
I don't believe we did anything with the staffing in these other facilities, and I would assume that they're going to break even on the staffing. I think there's going to be some charges in that, but so I would look at the site rental and remodel of the $1,056,000 as approval.
Okay. So I'm assuming that's your motion.
That's my motion.
$1,056,000. That's that motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Can I get some clarification? Sorry. Is that to increase the recommended amount by that amount?
That's the total.
So just the construction amount, not reimbursing for the equipment that we currently are recommending? Right now, they're recommended for $200,000.
Okay. Oh, well, yeah, I should, I stand corrected, Mr. Chairman. It would be the $1,256,000. Thank you.
$1,256,000. Okay. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second, but I would like to ask a question.
Okay. Thank you, Auditor. It's been moved and seconded. Please, a question.
I'm looking, and again, recognizing that all of these are a little bit different, but trying to maintain some method in our madness. Since this site is not up and running, I assume that the additional staffing is all in the future. And therefore, like our determination on Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County, their payroll in the future may very well be necessary and may very well be determined to be eligible. But at this time, we would just go through with the site rental and remodel, as long as the proper additional information is received and vetted. Is that an accurate statement? And I suppose that's mostly for Beth as far as the timeline of the payroll expenses.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. And I'm thinking there's a question there for St. John's, and perhaps St. John's can respond.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Auditor Racines, that is a great question. They are all future payroll. It is not a site that is up and running. We are hoping to get it up and running, obviously, as soon as possible, and are continuing to move forward with those plans. So it would be payroll that is specific to this site and necessary for the additional site for dealing with COVID. And we would certainly submit those for reimbursement and follow the process that you've outlined for our colleagues in other locations. Happy to answer additional questions.
Madam Auditor, a follow-up if you have one.
Mr. Chairman, that's what I needed, and I think that keeps us in alignment with what we've done so far today. And I would reiterate my second for the treasurer's motion at the 1,256,000 for now, up to that amount with our standard contingency of additional information and approval by the AG and state lands.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Treasurer, you had your hand up.
Just some more information as far as when this remodel and is going to be completed. I think that's I'm sure we're going to be back in time for Teton to come back in front of us as far as any additional labor costs, I would think. So I'm just wondering when they think their completion date's going to be.
Jen, do you want to answer that?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I can provide for you a written timeline. I do not have it in front of me. I apologize. We expect to get going on that site shortly and be up and running as quickly as possible after August 1st. So most of our numbers are contingent on looking at the next 5 months of the year, August 1st through December 30th. And some of that remodel can be done after we have started to move that into that additional site. Again, as you know, we're using a canvas tent in our parking lot as our COVID testing site right now. So I apologize that I don't have our facilities director on right now to answer your question better, Mr. Treasurer, but we can certainly provide that. And because it's a remodel and it's not as involved as requiring HVAC or negative pressure, any of those things, we expect that to be completed quite quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Simon, I had a follow-up on that, and there's pandemic-related equipment. Is some of that testing equipment?
Governor Gordon, yes, it is. In fact, we want to make sure that we are appropriately equipped in terms of chemistry analyzer. I know that at the hospital at the moment, we have BioFire and Cepheid capabilities in terms of testing. And I apologize too that I am not, I don't have a person from the lab here to be able to tell you the exact things about swabs and our testing capability, but yes, that is primarily testing material.
Okay, so the question I was going to follow up with is, and maybe this is not one you can answer, and I guess to the point the treasurer made, you always have the chance to come back to deal with additional staffing, but you could be ordering that equipment relatively quickly. If it included things like swabs and so on, those could be put into use almost immediately, I would presume. And would you have, really my question went to the staffing, would you be staffing up before this was finished, or do you anticipate finishing before before you staff up
We,
the construction?
apologies, Governor Gordon, I did not mean to talk over you. Yes, we anticipate staffing up immediately. As we talked about earlier, there is a growing spike in cases here at a moment when we have very high community occupancy. So our interest is in expanding our capability as quickly as possible. And part of the reason that that facility is so good for us is because we can use a portion of it to staff up right now while we are remodeling the other portion of it.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have a motion that's been put forth and seconded. I think we've heard some testimony about the potential to staff up immediately to put this to use before. So I just point that out. Is there further discussion? No further discussion? No, Superintendent, Treasurer, Auditor? No further discussion. Okay, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries. Director, just from my standpoint, I hope that they can get their staffing going sooner and their equipment supplies sooner, and I hope we have latitude to be able to allow them to move fairly quickly. I know that's not what the motion said, but I just wanted to reflect the fact that the need is now. So.
Absolutely.
Would you like dollar amounts of what you have approved?
Sure.
Okay. Full funding, you approved the $4,599,719. Partial funding came out to $6,950,238 for a total of $11,549,957 in approved, plus an additional $500,000 in set-asides for the city of Cheyenne.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Director.
Mr. Chairman. Us to J1C, 2 applications for which having no funding recommendation. The first one being the fiber optic communications project. Reason for denial, $100,000. Reason for no funding failure to demonstrate as required by the CARES Act, and concerns related to required by the CARES Act. And with that, Beth, do you have any other color to add?
No. Any questions for staff from the board? Any questions? Any questions? Does anybody from the town of Mills want to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, Sabrina.
Thank you. Ms. Foreman, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman and the board, thank you for listening to me today. I couldn't catch why it was denied. Your microphone was going in and out. Is there a way you could repeat that? I know we're having microphone issues.
The director is going to approach one of the microphones that works.
Mr. Chairman, the reason for the proposed denial, failure to demonstrate the project is necessary as required by the CARES Act, and concerns related to the ability for the project to be completed by December 30th.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chairman and board members, we got a quote for this from a local company, and we realized we would have to put it out for a bid as it's over $35,000. But the quote from the local company said they could complete this process in 2 months because of running the fiber is already in easements that's owned by the town. So they actually told us as long as they started by October 31st, they could finish by December 31st. And in listening today, we would have to be done by December 15th to submit our invoices. But if it was began August 1st. It could be done by the end of September. So they did give us a 2-month time frame. And also we felt that this was eligible for the CARES funding because of the category 2 public health expenses, for expenses for communication by state and local governments. We have Wi-Fi that we're on right now, and it's not necessarily the most reliable. We haven't been able to put this in our funding. We wanted to this fiscal year of the 21 fiscal year, but with our budget cuts statewide and local wide and everything with COVID related, we just couldn't put it in there. We'd like to be able to have better communication with our town. Our town mail is not the greatest. Our mailbox, our post office is actually the only place in the town with that post office number. So our residents don't really get mail. So it's hard for us to communicate through that avenue. So we try with social media. We'd like to be able to televise our council meetings. We feel that people would be able to see what we're doing and keep informed. We really have to go by Casper and what they do, and people just kind of generally assume that Mills is the same as Casper because we're so close to them. But the problem with that is we're our own government, so we can't just depend on what they say. We have to do our own thing because we are our own town. And not that we dispute them or anything, but it's just our residents want to know what their government and their town and what regulations that we have and not have to go by Casper. We also wanted to improve our telework capabilities. We have 2 ladies in town that are the only 2 who can do payroll. And so they've actually been switching back and forth on who's in the office and who's not every other week. So that way, if one of them comes down with symptoms or gets COVID, then the other one hopefully won't get the virus, because we'd probably be in a very, very bad situation if that happened. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Foreman. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Ms. Foreman. Could you describe for the board, I mean, obviously the fiber optic, enables some form of communication or better communication, but do you have some type of emergency broadcast system or some type of broadcast system that would be utilized with the fiber optic?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, we would be able to connect differently than we do now, and that's an expansion plan that wasn't part of this grant that we had. We were simply going to run the fiber with this grant, and then we can piggyback on this fiber to run such things. We don't have our own emergency management system in Mills. Our police department and fire department works with Natrona County, the city of Casper, and they're dispatched to run all that, but that's an option for the future use of this fiber to be able to lay it. It opens up a lot of doors such as that.
Yeah, please, Mr. Secretary.
And Ms. Foreman, the question that I asked kind of follows up on your email of July 10th, where you point out in the last bullet point, and it's your references from the Treasury Department, where it says communications, expenses for communication and enforcement by local governments of public health orders related to COVID-19 are necessary expenditures eligible for funding. So I was just trying to make that connection between how that, other than a telephone, or is there some other way you would communicate to your residents changes in health orders or updates to health status regarding COVID-19 or something like that, kind of to make the connection between those eligible expenses and putting in a fiber optic system per your request.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, yes, our telephone system for the town is also on the Wi-Fi network. So this fiber would enable that to be on the fiber network, which is a more reliable communication source for us. So making phone calls to and from the town and for residents, we could have more reliable service if we had the fiber run.
Superintendent, I thought he was looking at you on the screen, and I thought he was getting ready to ask another question. I apologize.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, as I read through this, I think it's important to distinguish, and maybe this is for all of us to remember, but as I was reading this, I was kind of thinking, is it an emergency? But the truth is that this funding is not just for emergencies, it's to better equip ourselves to deal with COVID-19, either in response or in the future. And as we've seen, even as a state, even during this meeting, reliable technology is really important to carry out the business of local, state, and federal government. And so my question for Ms. Foreman is, you talked just a little bit about televising your city council meetings. Have you shifted those meetings to online so that you're calling in from different locations? And what other meetings you talked about the telephone system and teleworking, et cetera. I'm just wondering kind of what other official government function meetings would be accommodated with this expenditure.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, so our meetings got pushed back during kind of when everything was closed. We had our meetings for the council meetings. They did the work sessions as abbreviated as they could, and they only had council there. They were open for the public, of course, but they were limited. It was limited space. So the department heads were asked not to come unless we had essential business, because we don't have the capability to televise right now because of our Wi-Fi situation. It just won't hold. The ones that we have, it won't televise it. We don't have a call-in capability because, once again, the phones are again tied into the same system that we have. So this isn't just our internet, it's our internet, our phone, emergency capabilities, our police, our fire department. It's all of our town buildings. Our water department, we have a water treatment plant for the town, and it is all connected through, what's pretty good technology, unless the internet goes down. And then, people in mills on that water system could be without water until that system's back up. And we have a good IT system. We have a good IT supervisor who monitors this stuff. So he's able to tell if something goes offline and that stuff. But once again, being on Wi-Fi, it'd be better for us to be on fiber. In the future, that's where we'd like to be able to televise and have the call-in capabilities. So we have a older population in mills, and some of them are the high risk, at risk for COVID, so they don't want to get out. And that would give them the opportunity to be able to call in. We're trying to get a better communication with our residents and a more sense of community so that they know what's going on. And if they have any issues, that they feel like they can contact us and it's not so difficult to contact us. And so we really just want to get them involved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Ms. Foreman, I had a couple of questions. There is another program, and I'm actually trying to get some details as we speak, that is really meant around expanding broadband and fiber. I'm asking one of my staff members to come down here and put a little more color on it. So let me ask a couple of questions on this. You already have in place somebody willing to do this. They could be finished by 12:30. Is that correct? Starting August 1st.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir, that's correct.
And then second, are you considered? And I would think you would be considered underserved or unserved.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct as well. We are in an opportunity zone, and we have a pretty high poverty rate in the town of Mills.
Okay. If Rob Krieger from my office can come in, I'll have him give you a call because we do have through the Business Council and the Broadband Initiative a parallel effort going on to do exactly, I think, what this is, I think you could. It would be great to get this up and running and going right off the bat. So in the event that this doesn't pass here, I want you to know we're on it. Rob is actually coming in as we speak. So hold on just a second. Oh, he's talking out there.
But Mr. Chair, real quick, this was one that the funding was just a necessity issue, and they had that last line that I think the secretary pointed at that sort of indicated they might be able to get there. And I think that if, as you hear now, you think it's necessary for them to do their government functions, this is okay to be funded through this. But I know there's also the broadband program. So
yeah,
if Rob would like to speak to that.
Okay.
Come to the working microphone.
Rob, could you, I know we're putting you under this is your hometown, sort of, right? So this is Sabrina Foreman from Mills, and she has pointed out that they're trying to do an expansion of fiber in Mills. Currently, they don't have very good service. It's mostly wireless. It's intermittent. She pointed out just recently that it's underserved and unserved, and that it's an opportunity zone, and that they have a contractor already to go starting the 1st that would be finished by the 30th. And I know you walked in the middle of this, but I thought if you could add any color to this, it'd be great.
Yeah, so the qualifications we have on the program are the unserved, underserved, and we define that as 25.3 speeds. It has to meet that. If they had this in place beforehand, that could get a little tricky. I guess if the contract was in place for COVID purposes, so that is we have to follow, again, those guidelines of unserved, underserved to help mitigate things like telework, teleeducation, those sort of things. So if that falls under this parameter, the provider could apply for this. Now, if they're under a contract, the town of Mills is with the provider already, that is something I'd have to kind of look at their proposal and see, because if their intent was because of COVID, that they were building this out to try to help the same reasons, I'm sure there's a way we could try to figure out how that would align with the initiative we rolled out, if that makes sense.
So Ms. Foreman, do you have any particular questions? Does this seem like it might work for you?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have a contract in place. We have a quote that was trying to get all the information that we could to apply for this grant. So there is no contract in place for that. I don't know what our speeds are, but we could do it pretty quick. I just don't know about the speeds. I don't know if we're higher than that or under that. Is that for the town? Is that for the whole area? I don't know how you'd even get that information. So.
Go ahead, Rob.
So the provider that you're going through should have that information on whether or not it's unserved or underserved or the speeds that they currently provide. I won't make you give me the provider right now, but what we basically told all the providers were give us your map and where you would, use these dollars if we were to grant them to you to hit the unserved and underserved areas. So I'm sure there are areas around Mills that could be there. I know like Aladdin, those sort of places that everyone knows that connectivity is just not great. That was the intent of this initiative. So if that falls under there, I think there's absolutely a way we could try to mesh it into the applications. Now, again, we will get all these applications, we'll look at them and try to figure out what is the best use of some of these funds that we can hit the most areas as quickly as possible, right? That's what we want to do, and hit the deadline of at the latest of 12/30, so December 30.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. And Sabrina, my point here was not to, torpedo a good initiative. It was really just to say there may be two opportunities, and if we were to fund this one here, we might make it contingent on kind of working through this other process, which is really set up specifically for this type of exercise, so that you sort of have a belt and suspenders.
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate that. I believe we've looked at that program and there were certain parts of it that we weren't eligible, and I don't know all the, if Rob went over all the details on it, and it seems like that's why we went to apply for this program. If there's an option for the BEST program, if we aren't funded today, if we could have the option of being funded, if the other program doesn't work for us, that'd be awesome if there was an opportunity for that.
Terrific. Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? What's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Secretary.
When are we going to be back here?
6th of August.
6th of August, that's right. Perhaps maybe we could just put this on hold and put it back on the August 6th agenda, and that give Rob and some time to communicate with them, get our eligibility question answered, and then I think if we'll go from there. Rather than make a motion, because we've got time.
All right, and then for Ms. Foreman's benefit, if that's past that day, they could go home and pretty much communicate with it. So it wouldn't be like you got another 2 weeks to wait after we have the 6th.
My understanding is Patrick's working on our grant agreement while we're meeting right now, and we will get those out as soon as possible once we get the final document.
Okay, thank you. So board, any particular effort? Do we just hold this off for the August 6th meeting?
As long as that doesn't hamstring the town of Mills in case we end up approving this because they're not eligible under the broadband initiative, I think that's what we should do. Otherwise, we can make a motion that if that would somehow speed something up, but I defer to
Mr. Treasurer.
So Mr. Chairman, I think, Secretary, you might be thinking about approving this, but only if they're not eligible for the other program?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, but I was just thinking we could punt until the 6th, and then we'd have our answer, and then if they're not eligible, we could move to approve it then, rather than moving to approve it today, contingent, et cetera, et cetera.
Either way is
6
fine.
1/2 dozen, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, either way is fine with me. I support broadband because, we just want to try to get it in Mills before Madam Superintendent has to have the kids. If she has to have the kids do home.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Sabrina, thank you very much. I think what we'll end up doing, do we need a motion per se? Or I think I have the superintendent.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was wanting to inquire whether Ms. Foreman is comfortable with us not taking action on it, and knowing that it may come back if something can't be worked, or would the town of Mills feel better if, and really it would be almost a ceremonial placeholder. It's it's not $20 million, it's $200,000. That's a lot of money, but in the scope of what we have left to allocate, I don't see it as being problematic. However, if if this board and if Sabrina feels more comfortable, I would be willing to just move to put a placeholder for up to 200,000 with that contingency on it, depending on where, again, where comfort level is.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, I am confident with speaking with our fiber quote that today or August 6th would be fine, because they did tell us 2 months. So I would love to do whichever program works for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. You are muted.
Saw that. Almost made it through the day without muting myself. Yeah, okay, that's great. I don't intend to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
You had a second from the treasurer, so. So, okay. All right. Director. Right.
Table it, so
Yeah.
just pointing that out.
Yep, that was where I was headed. So, and Madam Superintendent, I'm happy to accept your motion. It's the cleaner one. If you have a second for it.
Mr. Chairman, it's your pleasure. I really didn't present it as a motion, but I'm happy to move forward and make a motion just to get it on the table and in the books and on the record to put a placeholder of $200,000 for the town of Mills for the purpose of laying fiber, contingent on approval and funding through an alternate funding source. I don't know if it's a grant program or not. I assume it is. So
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah.
there's my motion, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
So
Treasurer.
the intent is to say that the money is in a place marked here.
Yeah.
There'll be a report back on the 6th and see if that can move forward there. And if not, then this is funded here. Is that more or less what the motion that you made says?
Precisely, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's been seconded. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All right. Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Foreman. And Rob will be in touch. We'll make sure that happens. Thanks,
Thank you,
Rob.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. I think our final matter, and we've only been at this for a while.
Memorial Hospital of Carbon County, satellite COVID clinic, I believe, for the Platte Valley. The amount of the request is $2.5 million. The reason for proposed denial, concerns related to the ability of the project to be completed by December 30th.
Okay, so I know the microphone came in and out. The request is for Memorial Hospital of Carbon County. It is to put a clinic, is that correct? A clinic in the Platte Valley, and the reason for denial was a concern that it couldn't be completed by the end of the year.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the board?
Just do we have
Mr.
anybody
Treasurer.
from Carbon County or Platte Valley? I'm thinking that's Saratoga, but I'm not sure.
I see Kenneth Harmon, Mr. Treasurer. So if there are no questions from the board for the staff, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I'm the CEO of Memorial Hospital of Carbon County, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity for you previously to approve one of our other proposals and to have discussion around this. With us having this COVID epidemic and really looking at how we're providing care for all of the residents of Carbon County, our board and our medical staff looked at the Platte Valley, which is made up of about 16% of our community. And there's really been a problem with residents being able to get the COVID screenings and the other care that's provided up there. We've had a fair number of those folks drive down to our town. And so what we've done is the hospital has gone out, we've purchased the property. It actually, we were able to do that yesterday. We've already gone out to RFQ for a contractor and Shepherd Construction. They are happy to do very similar to what you did with the other projects with South Lincoln or St. John's, and we can demonstrate they guaranteed us that they can have it done by December. We're actually starting some of the demo on the site on this coming Monday. And so we're moving very, very quickly. In addition, we've already hired the physician, someone I worked at the previous hospital that I was at prior to coming to Wyoming, and he will be working there. We've hired the clinic manager already. The architect design for the actual clinic is nearly complete as well. So we're kind of splitting the project into multiple parts. But we would be absolutely happy to provide to OSI and to the Attorney General the appropriate documentation demonstrating that the project can be completed. And if it does not get completed, can demonstrate that we have the appropriate funds in place to make up the difference. But absolutely, we've got the commitment from a local general contractor who's done a lot of healthcare and commercial work, who is Shepherd Construction, Inc. out of Rollins, that is very confident that they can get this project done in time.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Harmon? Any questions? Mr. Treasurer.
So I guess what we did with the South Lincoln is we had a bonding amount or a surety amount that they'd be on the hook for if you guys didn't get it done on time. Does a $2 million sound reasonable to you?
We would be okay with that. I mean, we understand if we don't have it completed by that time, you're not on the hook for anything. We have to have a completed project or your money doesn't pay for it. So yeah, we're okay with that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would make the motion along the same lines as what the auditor and I got together with on the and in fact it was a team effort the last time on South Lincoln, and just that same verbiage, but just put in Memorial Hospital of Carbon County for $2.5 million with a $2 million assurance, and the same provisions that we had with Lincoln.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer has made a motion. Is there a second? And I do recognize that Mr. Boley has his hand up, but it's second coming from the auditor?
Yes, I had some questions as well, but okay. I'll have a second for discussion purposes. Thank you.
Okay. All right. It's been moved and seconded, so now we have Mr. Boley. I know it's probably a little bit out of order, but didn't catch you before the treasurer made his motion. I'm going to allow you to speak to this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the day you guys have put in. It's been a long one, and again, I think this is another really good project that makes a lot of sense for an area that needs service, especially during a pandemic. And I applaud the commitment that the hospital in Rollins has made to that community, but we stand in support of this and think that it's a wonderful project that'll serve that community now through the pandemic and for years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. Auditor Racinus, you said you had some questions?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to reconcile, I guess, a little bit, and I know this is coming fast and furious at us all, is maybe if I could hear a little bit more from staff. I'm trying to reconcile the staff's, substantial concern that it can't be completed, and the applicant saying, of course it can be completed. And so I'm trying to reconcile those two, and maybe if it was just a timing issue, and maybe also get a little more information from staff as to whether they've evaluated the appropriateness of the items also, or if it was just recommended for no timing based on the timeline. That's where I'm at.
I see Beth reaching forward.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, my understanding is it was really a concern about the ability to complete the project in the required time frame.
Yeah, and Mr. Secretary.
So does that mean that, to answer her second question, is that this is otherwise necessary under the rules for COVID? I mean, I'm trying to differentiate between an existing facility trying to make themselves better for a COVID situation and building a clinic that, yes, by its very nature, building it there provides health care for the surrounding population. Oh, and by the way, if COVID's still around, it's related to COVID. I think that's kind of where she was coming from, and that's my question as well.
I would defer to Pat or Jim on that one, or Brandy.
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat Miller from the AG's office.
Thank you, Pat.
I will do my best to speak up. I know it's been hard to hear me. For this one, we did not evaluate the necessity. We just saw the timeline and had some concerns that were not remedied. We didn't see any binding agreements or anything like that. So we recommended this 100% on the basis of timeline. I would note that I believe we bought them some other mobile. It was either a testing lab or a mobile or something earlier than that. Our question would be, are both necessary? Was just one necessary? Why are we submitting both of these requests? Off the top of my head, but we have not evaluated in depth the necessity of this particular request.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Auditor.
My other question, which may be entirely inappropriate and I may need a little help on, is the business, the business council grant that we just gave out, and I may be mixing that up. So again, I apologize, but are we duplicating something we've already done by discussing a medical clinic in Saratoga, or am I completely crossing my wires, which is totally possible?
Auditor Racinus, I don't believe we have done anything with the, I'm sorry, I'm confused about what your question was. I don't think Mr. Secretary.
And we had approved a project for the Saratoga area in June, maybe, or maybe it was earlier than that. But I don't think it was the same one. But now that you've asked the question, I don't really know the answer.
Mr. Chairman,
matching funds, and they had matching funds, $200,000 from
can't remember.
Chairman, if you'd like, I can answer those questions.
That would be good.
So the first question on the other grant, that is not our organization. There is a another organization that is attempting to put a hospital in. They're still going through whatever approval processes with USDA. That may or may not happen. That certainly has no impact upon COVID, because building a hospital will take a year, 2 years or longer to be able to provide that services. So that is not our organization. That is the group that currently runs a nursing home in Saratoga. The second question that was brought up by the representative from the Attorney General's office was about the other request that was approved earlier today. Currently in Rawlins, we have a family practice clinic that we've now converted to just treating our COVID patients in the area. And we're struggling to be able, we moved all of our well patients out of that, and we're struggling to be able to manage both of those in separate locations. So the mobile clinic was intended to be able to really primarily be on site here in Rawlins, so we can move the COVID portion out of that family practice clinic and start being able to provide better care for our residents for their routine well visits and other things that we've been doing some deferring of, or some sending it off to other clinics in the area. And that clinic may have the opportunity to go to other areas a little bit, but it will not provide the need, because most of the time it will be here in Rawlins. This clinic right now, we're having a number of individuals who are having to drive from the different Platte Valley communities down here into Rawlins to the hospital to get tested. We believe that it dramatically can improve their access to care and to be able to take care of things immediately. Absolutely, the fact that we have it built there long-term provides a longer-term need, but the request and the reason coming in front of this committee was the fact that we have an immediate need to be able to be taken care of it. And certainly if we have to put that assurance and we have to provide the other language, to me, this is very, very similar to the project in Teton at St. John's, what they were doing in building another clinic site. And if the Attorney General's concern is we can't meet the deadlines, we certainly are happy to demonstrate that. We didn't receive that request, or maybe we didn't understand the request from the State Land Board if they were requesting that additional information. So we are happy to provide it and show you that it can be done within that time frame. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. And I guess I took the mobile clinic to be something that you might use in Baggs, Dixon, or Savory as well.
Yes, sir, that is correct. In addition, if we had a cluster that occurred earlier this year in Sinclair at the refinery. The part of the mobile clinic is we could then go over to the refinery and test the 10 or 15 or 20 people in that particular subset of the refinery as well. There was a small cluster that occurred at the Williams refinery, and our thought with the mobile clinic is we could go out for these clusters. Our local public health is using the hospital and our staff to assist them in doing all of the testing for anyone in the county. And in fact, we're assisting through our infection control nurse doing a lot of the public health functions in terms of a lot of the investigations as well. And the thought of having that clinic to be able to go out and get 20 or 30 people tested, that is accurate. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
I think we should realize that, we still have oversight from the OSLI as far as any of these things that they have, and they should know that they should put an itemized list together of what these expenditures are for, because they'll look at it and more likely than not, your $2.5 million is not going to be $2.5 million. It might be, approved, but it's all conditional. And, they have the due diligence that they have to do to make sure that these expenditures that you want to do are within the scope of the CARES Act. So I think that's an important thing for both you and Carbon County, and for us to realize is that we still have that oversight duty and capacity to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any further questions? Any further questions? Any further questions? If not, what's the will of the board?
Mr. Chairman, not a question, but I wasn't entirely crazy, just mostly. We gave $1 million grant for extension of water and sewer infrastructure to the Saratoga Carbon County JPP for a 42,000 square foot healthcare facility contingent on the USDA loan. So whether we relate those or not, I wouldn't opine on, but.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. That was the earlier action. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll express one other concern. I think, again, this is mostly a timeline issue. But this project, unlike the South Lincoln one, we have a little less, well, we don't have any opining on the list of expenditures. And so I'm not sure how we have less information to move forward on this one. And I certainly am not saying I wouldn't be willing to, but I would point out that difference that the Attorney General's office, I'm not sure what sort of timeline they might need to make that determination.
Good point, Madam Auditor, and I'll refer to Jim or Pat in a moment, but I heard the Secretary had a question.
That was my concern. How do we move forward on this if it really hasn't been evaluated for the appropriateness of the program?
Yeah. Okay, Jim or Pat, any further color?
Mr. Chairman, Pat Miller. I believe we could do it before the next meeting, certainly. It's going to depend on how much information we're able to get. We will be able to put out a fairly concise list of questions, I would expect, and we certainly wouldn't need a large volume of information to assess this. I think the most pressing one in our mind, unless we're going to do a contingent contract, would be some detailed assurances on how quickly it can be done. But if that's our only concern, I think we could evaluate the rest of it fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you. Madam Auditor, you leaning forward to ask a question?
No, that was all I had.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I'm not adverse to leaving this to the next August 6th meeting if they think that they can get their construction done on time. And so I guess that would be a question that I would have, if we're more comfortable with waiting till the Office of State Lands has an opportunity to get that itemized list and opine on that. I'm fine with that, but I want to make sure that even after August 6th that they'll be able to make their deadline.
Okay. So just to set where we are, we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. Brandy, it looks like you have, no, nothing. So the motion is essentially to fund at $2 million. But we have some considerations about contingencies that would have to come in the form of either friendlies or amendments at this point, is the way I see it. We sort of have the standard language about contingencies of the Attorney General approving them and so on, and maybe that's adequate. But I just wanted to make sure that we knew the motion that we were dealing with.
Well, I think it's more than Attorney General. I think it was the OSLI had an opportunity to look at the different things that would be itemized and be able to cross those off the list for further action by the board if they were necessarily disapproved as far as the scope of the CARES Act.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman, to
Yeah,
follow
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. To follow up on that, I think I agree with what the treasurer is getting at. If it doesn't detrimentally impact their timeline, I would like to see the itemized list, with more detailed vetting by OSLI and the AG's office again, because we I think may very well, it's a good project and we very well may end up supporting it, but it may only be at a $2 million level or maybe the full thing. And so I think I would feel more comfortable having a little bit more color around that recommendation before we just move forward with the complete amount today.
So I think the proper order, if that's the will of the board, would be for this motion to be tabled. And then we would withdraw it from the table on the August 6th. So if that's the case, I would entertain a motion to table. That motion has been made, and I believe you go immediately to, if that's seconded. It's second.
I'll even second it.
It's seconded, so we go immediately to vote on remote voting on tabling the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion is tabled. Thank you. The director is still here.
But that concludes the agenda for the Slib board today. Yay. Due to the OSLI staff and the Attorney General's office, everything everyone's done to bring forward, we were able to entertain today, and we'll. And if we need another special meeting, availability of the board prior to the.
Thank you very much, Director, and your staff, and just appreciate everybody who's been on today. We'll have the mics fixed. Maybe we'll pay our microphone bill next time. But anyway, thank you all very much. We are, without objection, standing adjourned. All right.